123?
Yes, sir. That's it.
There's more than Deborah 123 on there. There's multiple.
No, sir. It's DEBBRA 123.
Lorena?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
My name is Deborah. The server's name is Maina.
Oh, Nana.
Yes.
The Nana Argowal.
Deborah's scam buddy has connected to my computer, but for whatever reason, he hasn't gotten on the phone yet. And I think it's probably because he's in the middle of scamming somebody else or something like that. So we've got some time to waste with Deborah. We're going to stay on the line.
About to play some GTA 5 online. Takes a while to load though, so I'm watching some scammer payback.
Say some wacky things and wait for this final boss, so to speak, the refund manager, to get on the phone with me.
The power to save lives is within you. Donate plasma and get paid for your time.
Running a business is more legal than you think. Luckily, LegalZoom is here to help. Whether you're registered...
Okay, so I'm gonna take a little time. I'm just disabling the Norton.
Well, I don't need it disabled. I need it canceled.
Yes, sir.
Who's typing on my screen?
That is me, sir.
How did you get on there?
It is because of we are connected on server.
Oh, the Argowal server?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that you have a way to move my mouse?
Yes, sir. Through the server.
Can you believe it? And the computer they used to get to the moon, you could have it in the palm of your hand, and now you can take my controller from my mouse. That's funny. That's really funny.
That's technology.
You know, and one of these days they're going to have, and I'm calling it, they're going to have a vehicle, it's just a battery. There's no gas, it's just battery. And you can plug it in, charge it, but there's going to be no gas. They're going to do it. And if I could do it, I would make a fortune.
There are some scientists who are working on AI. There are going to be robots around us very soon.
You know what's next? What are they going to do next? You can have your airline flights on on a phone, and you can scan your phone and get into an airplane, or this is the other thing I think they're going to have one day. Like, I'd love to do this where I could just call my grandchildren and they could just see me. It's like a call, but it's a video call. So I could call them and talk with them, and they could just see me one day on my phone or something. I did maybe one day you could put on a headset and then you could see a different world. Like you could put on a headset and what you see in front of you is some kind of created world. You could have like a 3D world.
Yes, there are this glasses. We call it VR, virtual reality glasses.
It's what? VR?
Virtual reality glasses, yes, VR.
Oh my gosh, okay. Next you're going to tell me they're going to have some kind of robots walking around the street doing stuff for us, I'm sorry to talk your ear off. You just scared me a little bit with the moving my mouse.
Our shift is very hectic. We don't get to talk to, our colleagues or anything.
Oh gosh, where are you working out of?
We are at San Jose, California.
What's your favorite part about San Jose?
The nightlife is it's quite good.
I'm seeing something about computer expert. Who is that?
That is the refund department. He is connecting with you.
And what is his name? Is it the Argowal person?
No, his name is Kevin. So, okay, I got the response from him.
Kelvin?
Yeah, so the Kevin is calling you, and I want you to answer his call, okay? I'll be calling you back.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, I'm going to go and get coffee.
Okay.
All right, so
maybe get a chai. Maybe go to a chai walla.
Hello.
Yes?
Hi, sir. This side Harvey from Norton. I'm the manager.
Harvey?
How are you doing?
I thought that Kevin was calling me.
Kevin is busy right now, sir.
Okay. Are you as nice as the other lady that was helping me?
It's up to you how, if I treat you well.
I'm finally on the phone with Harvey, who is the refund manager, but he's pretty much the closer of the scams. And he's going to connect into my bank accounts, blank my screen out so I can't see anything, and then edit my account to make it look as if they gave me a crazy amount of money.
So what I'm gonna do, I'll go ahead and make payments for you. So in future, you won't get this problem, okay? So just log
Okay.
into your bank account and let me know once you're logged in. You see that? Is your all money back?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll go ahead and give you the money back to your bank account, okay? And for that, I'm gonna have to log into my bank account, okay? Give me a moment, you will see a black
Well, I
screen
don't
on the
want to see
computer.
your bank account.
That is why I'm going to make it black, okay?
Okay. There's a new box, or is this a web page? What is this?
This box is from my company, okay?
Okay. It says select command prompt, Microsoft Windows, C
Have a look.
2019, Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. C users home, type the refund amount.
So you need to type $900, okay? Not like that, okay? Numbers. What are you doing?
It says the syntax of the command is incorrect.
Because you're typing it wrong. You need to type numbers.
Oh. I thought it was like a check.
It's not a check. You need to type number. Put the dollar symbol.
Okay, it says, hold on, 9,000 is not recognized
Wait.
as
You
an
typed so many
internal or
numbers.
external command. Operable,
Wait. You type so many numbers. Read.
we sent $90,000 USD in your bank account.
Hang on, okay?
The trick with this whole scam is to get the victim emotional. They essentially make it seem as if it's my fault that the money, all this extra money came into my account. And in order to fix things, I'm going to have to send it back to them.
It says, I'm looking at my screen, it says, we sent $90,000 USD in your bank account.
Hang on, okay? Did you type any extra zeros or something like that?
I don't think, I was doing as you were saying.
Did
So,
you type any alphabet after the number?
no.
I believe so.
Now it says camera on my screen.
Don't touch it. Don't touch the computer, okay?
Someone's computer expert is clicking on my screen now.
It's me.
And now it's saying camera. Bing says camera.
Can you open your computer camera?
No. That's very creepy.
It's not very creepy. What was your last balance in your account, Brian?
Wait, what? Why does it say, hold on. It says 147.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Hold on. What's going on?
You transferred $90,000 without my knowledge. Why your camera is not opening
I
now?
don't know. Why are you trying to go on my camera? This is very
Because I want to see you. How will you give me my money back?
I don't know.
What's your real name?
I'm sorry. This
Your name is Sirogi?
Huh?
Your name is Sirogi, right?
What are you talking about?
What's your real name? I know you.
Can I have a manager,
Now,
please?
wait, okay?
Can I
Hang
please have
on.
a manager?
Give me a moment, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to go really quiet because he's going to go on the stream, so I'm just going to go quiet and sit there and watch.
Go to self-serve ads platform. It's easier than ever with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
They let me in. Fine.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 live support, they moved us. Better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for dad?
Take it down here.
Teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you.
Scammers are obsessed with hearing themselves on my live stream. They want to be famous, especially this guy. After wasting 2 hours of his time talking to me, he turns on my live stream and just calls me repeatedly, cussing me out in Hindi. I guess he thinks it's some type of retribution, but if I were him, I would feel like an idiot because one, he's not getting any scam money, but two, he just looks like a fool because he's wasted all this time talking to me. Oh, he's calling me back.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello?
Is your last name Argawal?
Well, appreciate you.
Hello? Did I strike a nerve with your last name being Argawal? You're not gonna talk? What was the name again? It was like what is it? Not gonna scam me. What was the name? Ah, here we go. Benkelore. Argawal. Your last name's Argawal. Why do you guys do this? I'm in the live talking to you. I'm lively talking to you. And you want to hear your voice so badly on the stream. I'm like, you have your chance to talk to me, and you just won't talk to me. Over my years of working in cybersecurity, I've seen a lot of people get scammed and lose their entire life savings, and even organizations get hacked and have to shut down due to ransomware. The common practice that I see among scammers and hackers is that these bad actors will weaponize legitimate tools against their victims. Especially in the enterprise security space, I've seen a lot of companies that still can't get control over the applications that are run on their systems, or even the users that are running those applications. And this can all lead to data loss, network breach, or even ransomware. I want to thank ThreatLocker for sponsoring today's video and tackling such a huge endpoint security challenge. ThreatLocker is an endpoint security platform that prevents malicious software from running on the network. It limits the weaponization of legitimate tools, restricts application hopping for administrators, and provides control over storage devices and data access. Their trademark's ring fencing creates a boundary around applications, and it dictates how certain applications interact with others, the registry, the internet, or even valuable files. If you're in IT in the security space and you're looking to bolster your endpoint security posture through zero trust and locking down your applications and making your users use them correctly, then check out ThreatLocker. They also provide managed protection, or MDR, which is a great use case for all the emerging threats that are out there today. Things like zero-day attacks, fileless malware, or even ransomware. Go take your enterprise security to the next level at threatlocker.com/pages/scammerpayback for a 30-day trial of their entire endpoint security platform. Now let's get back into the video. You and your team are wonderful. I'm glad I found your channel. Thank you for all your help. Oh, scammer's gonna call me again. Hello, Mr. Agarwal.
रंडी के बच्चे बहन के रोड़े सिना तो कल आएगा अपनी माँ चुदा रहेगा बैठ के बहन के रोड़े.
Since this guy wants to be on my stream so badly, call me up, cuss me out, call me up, hang up on me, I'm gonna call him back. I've got his phone number. So I'll start an unserious scam bait with him, and really the point is to waste his time and make him as angry as possible. In order to make him angry, I'm going to start talking about landmarks, things like the City Center Mall or the Weeble IT Park. These are two landmarks that are hotbeds for scammers, and I've talked about these on live streams and videos in the past, and the scammers just don't like it. I want to point out that these scammers are from West Bengal. And you might be asking how I know that. Well, one, the type of scam is a refund scam, and a lot of these originate from that area. But two, when a scam breaks down like this, and it's just straight confrontation now, these West Bengal scammers, they get so nasty, so vile, the things that they say, the threats, the language, it's disgusting. So now I want to make this guy even more angry, and I'm going to push his buttons a little bit because he deserves it.
Thank you for connecting support. This side is Eric. How can I help you?
Is Harry there?
Harry?
Yes.
Hold on, sir. What problem you're facing? Just tell.
He was supposed to be giving me the access to his system. He was talking to me earlier, and he was calling me like terrible names. So I'm trying to. He told me he could call him back in 5 minutes, and he would give me the access. I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 Target gift cards. And I have a Google Play card, and I'll give it to you.
And what is the denomination on that gift card? Just
I don't know. It might be $100. I don't know. This is like kind of Russian roulette, to be honest.
First of all, sir, just tell me what is the denomination on the gift card.
I told you I don't know. Do you want me to scratch the back of the card?
Denomination.
Do you want me to scratch the back of the card?
Yes, scratch it. Give one card so that it will be proved that you had.
It is proved. 041223.
And what is the access code?
I'm not giving you the access code. I told you I have the cards with me. They're right in front of me. I have 3 gift cards. You're gonna give me. I actually have a 4th one. I have a Google Play card as well.
The access code. If you give me the access code, then I'm gonna check whether you got the card or not.
No. Okay. Hold on now. Hold on now.
Just give me the access code. I'll give you the computer. I'll give you everything right now, right ahead.
Listen, beta. Me terabapun. Okay. Beta. Me terabapun. Okay.
Sir, don't teach your father how to.
Is that the only saying that you Bengali guys have?
Yes. I'm not Bengali, I'm Pakistani.
You're not. No, you're from Bengal. I know you're from Bengal.
No, I told you that I'm from Karachi.
No, you're from the. You know exactly where the. You're in Newtown. You're in Newtown.
Sorry, Newtown?
Yeah.
You installed this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with farmers, you can get quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Your GMC empowers your journey. Our expertise empowers your GMC. Our certified service experts like you know the importance of being specialized. Schedule your service today.
Importance of nothing.
No, I'm in Old Town.
No, you're in Newtown. Don't tell. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly where Newtown, city center Newtown is, West Bengal, India.
No, what city center? I don't know what you're talking.
Oh, I
I'm in
don't.
Karachi right now.
Oh, I'm so confused what you said. I don't know what city center is. Oh, I'm so confused.
Where is city center?
It's where you are.
Tell me.
It's where you are.
No. No.
It's where you are.
Not true.
Stop denying it.
If you have a girl in your listen. Now straight come to the point, okay? If you have a girl in your, you just inform me when you are coming and you are going to meet me on Newtown. What do you say? What about this? If you have a girl,
No, we're gonna meet in Park Circus. That's where we're gonna meet.
have a girl in your.
No, I'll meet you at Park Circus. I'll meet you at Park Circus. How about that?
Oh, you want to meet me in Park Circus?
Yes.
You're going to meet me in Park Circus?
Yeah.
Okay. When?
You tell me.
Make sure that will be the last day of your life.
The last day of my life? What, you gonna beat me up?
Yes, absolutely.
You're gonna beat me up?
Yes, beat you up. I'm going to short in your. You
What?
don't know whom you're talking. You know. You don't know. Yeah, you don't know whom you're talking.
So, do you want the gift cards or no? I don't understand.
What you say? If you have a girl in your, you just come to the Park Circus. You just tell me in which day you are coming, and you don't have to inform anything. If you have girls, you come alone. You meet me, then I'm going to show you who that I am. All right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I promise you, and I'm promising you that is the last day of your life.
Okay. Good. That's a good threat.
Yeah. Now
Good-
what happened?
good threat.
I think you calm down. You know one thing? All the dogs of American only know how to bark because they don't have girls in their ass to bite, you know.
A gird? Is that what you keep
The
saying?
same person. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys still working in, I put that video out about the Weeble IT Park. Are you guys still working in there or you moved out the computers?
I'm just working in your mama's.
Oh, did I strike a nerve? Did I strike a nerve? You can tell a scammer's gone unhinged when you hear things like what Harry was saying to me. He went as far as threatening me. So because of that, I'm going to expose him to the world. Here's his photo. His name is Mumtaz. And next time, Mumtaz, you want to try to do something like this, you need to make sure that you're not talking to Scammer Payback. This has been Pro Your Scammer Payback saying don't get scammed.
I've been on sildenafil for years. It handles the blood flow, but my mind just...
Let's put aside the fantasies of becoming a billionaire for a moment. Today, I want to wrestle with a very specific number. That number is not $1 million. It is not $10 million. That number is $20,000. If you mention this number to people on Wall Street, they might laugh at you because that might just be the cost of the wine at their dinner. But if you ask me, or if you ask Charlie Munger, we will tell you, this $20,000 is the most important, the most difficult, and the most decisive sum of money in your entire life. Why 20,000? Why not 10,000 or 50,000? Because at the intersection of physics and finance, there is a concept known as escape velocity. Imagine a rocket trying to fly into space. In the first few minutes of ignition, it burns more fuel than during the rest of the entire journey combined. Why? Because in that phase, it must fight against the strongest gravitational pull of the Earth and the thickest atmospheric resistance. For most people, the zone between $0 and $20,000 is your gravity well. In this zone, you are not moving forward, you are fighting for your life. We have to be honest about this. When the number in your bank account is below 20,000, your life is actually in a state of extreme fragility. Nassim Taleb talks about anti-fragility, but at this stage, you are completely fragile. Let me paint a picture of this life for you. I know this life because before I became the so-called Oracle of Omaha, I observed countless people struggling at the bottom. When you only have $1,000 in savings, every small accident in life is a catastrophe. Your car breaks down and the repair bill is $500. This isn't just an expense. This means you might not be able to pay rent this month, or you might have to turn to a payday lender. And once you take that high interest loan, you are sucked into a vicious cycle. You have a toothache, but because you can't afford the dentist, you choose to endure it. As a result, a year later, A small problem turns into a major surgery, and the cost goes from a few hundred to a few thousand. You see, this is what I call the gravity of poverty. When you have no money, the cost of surviving in this world is actually higher. Banks charge you maintenance fees because your balance is too low. Landlords charge you penalties because your rent is late. You buy cheap shoes every year because you can't afford high-quality ones that last. This gravity pins you firmly to the ground. That is why I say the first $20,000 is the hardest. It's like walking through quicksand. Every time you pull one foot out, the other sinks deeper. Charlie Munger has a famous quote, "The first $100,000 is a bitch." But that was by the standards of decades ago. In today's economic environment, for an ordinary working class person, I believe the true psychological threshold is $20,000. Until you say this $20,000, no so-called investment strategy can actually help you. Don't think about stock dividends. Don't think about compound interest curves, because when your principal is nearly zero, a 100% return is still zero. At this stage, the money you earn from investing wouldn't even be enough to buy a hamburger. This is a dark tunnel. Many young people walk in this tunnel for years, only to find themselves still running in place. So they despair. They start to believe that social mobility is dead. They start to believe that hard work is useless, and then they squander the little money they have trying to numb the pain through consumption. But this is exactly where most people fail. What this video is about is not how to make you rich, but how to make you take off. We are going to talk about how to generate enough thrust to break out of this gravity well, because once, and I mean once, you cross this $20,000 line, a miracle happens. The air gets thinner, the resistance drops, the gravity weakens. Suddenly, every bit of effort you put in before starts to return to you exponentially. But before we get there, you must recognize where you are right now. If your current savings are below this number, please turn off all distractions and put your phone on silent, because the next 50 minutes might be the most important physics lesson of your life. We are on the launch pad right now. The countdown begins. Now, let's assume you have climbed out of that gravity well. You have $20,000 sitting in your bank account. You haven't bought a Ferrari. You haven't moved into a mansion. And you look exactly the same as you did yesterday. But I can guarantee you, deep inside your brain, the chemistry has changed. This chapter is about the psychological shift. I call this change the birth of refusal power. Do you know why most people live like slaves in the workplace? It is not because they lack ability. It is because they lack the capital to say no. Let's run a comparative experiment. Imagine two young people sitting in the same office. Let's call them Jack and Mike. Their salaries are exactly the same and their skills are equal. The only difference is that Jack has zero savings, or perhaps even $1,000 in credit card debt, while Mike has $20,000 in cash. Now, the boss walks into the office and makes an unreasonable demand. Maybe he asks them to work overtime on the weekend for free, or maybe he asks them to sell a product that is clearly defective. What will Jack do? Jack's heart rate will accelerate, and his cortisol levels will spike. His brain will instantly go into survival mode. He will think, if I refuse, the boss might fire me. If I lose my job, how will I pay rent next week? What about my car payment? Fear instantly hijacks his rationality. So even though Jack is completely unwilling inside, he will lower his head and submissively say, yes, boss, no problem. In that moment, Jack is not an independent individual. He is a person forced to sell his dignity because of financial fragility. Now look at Mike. Mike has $20,000. This money is enough for him to live for 6 months to a year without any income. When the boss makes the same demand, there are no sirens going off in Mike's brain. He will calmly evaluate the request. He can look the boss in the eye and calmly say, I don't think that is a good idea. Can we find another way? Or if the request truly crosses the line, he can even tell himself, even if I quit right now, I will be fine. You see, this is called refusal power. Mike didn't actually quit, but because he possesses the ability to walk away at any time, he holds the initiative at the negotiation table. This is what I always say. If you cannot walk away, you cannot negotiate. That $20,000 is essentially not money. It is body armor for your personality. Psychologists have long confirmed a brutal truth. Poverty lowers your IQ. There's a book called Scarcity, and the research in it shows that when a person worries about money all day, their cognitive bandwidth gets severely occupied. This constant anxiety is equivalent to a temporary drop in IQ of 13 to 14 points. That is worse than going a whole night without sleep. This explains why poor people often make a series of bad decisions. Why do you buy lottery tickets? Why do you take out payday loans? Why do you spend 2 hours waiting in line to save $2? It is not because you are stupid. It is because your brain is filled with the fear of survival and you simply have no space left to make long-term plans. When you possess $20,000, the most magical thing happens. Your cognitive bandwidth is released. You no longer need to worry about next week's grocery bill. So your brain starts to switch from survival mode to strategy mode. You begin to see things 3 months or even 3 years down the line. You will find that you become smarter at work, more confident in social interactions, and even your temper improves. This is not because you read some self-help book, but because you turned off that survival alarm that has been screaming in your head. Many people ask me, Warren, what is true wealth? True wealth is not how many yachts you can buy. It is waking up in the morning and being able to say, I can do whatever I want today. That $20,000 is the admission ticket to this kind of freedom. Although it cannot buy a yacht yet, it has bought back the most expensive luxury in the world, your rationality and your dignity. So at this stage, even if your shoes have holes in them, even if you are driving a 15-year-old beat-up car, as long as you have that $20,000 in your account, psychologically, you are already far wealthier than those driving BMWs but carrying massive car loans. You are no longer walking on a tightrope. You finally have a safety net beneath your feet. And only when you are not afraid of falling can you start attempting difficult maneuvers, such as thinking about how to get richer. Welcome to Chapter 3. If I didn't talk a little bit about math, I wouldn't be Warren Buffett, but I promise you today's math class will not be boring because it relates directly to when you can retire. In the last chapter, we talked about the psychological shift. Now we need to talk about the mathematical shift. The theme of this chapter is the official start of the compound interest machine. Einstein called compound interest the eighth wonder of the world. But most people fail to understand a prerequisite for compound interest. Compounding requires critical mass. Just like a nuclear reactor, if you don't have enough uranium, the reaction simply won't happen. In the world of wealth, $20,000 is that critical mass. Let's do a brutal comparative calculation. Assume you are a very smart investor. You are a genius in the stock market and you can earn a 10% return a year. This is already extraordinary because most professional fund managers cannot achieve this. If you only have $1,000 in your hand, you worked hard researching for a whole year, read countless financial reports, beat the market, and earned 10%. What is the result? $100. What can $100 do? Maybe you can take your partner out for a nice dinner or fill your gas tank twice, and then that $100 is gone. It makes no structural change to your quality of life. You still have to worry about next month's rent. Your investment return is swallowed up by the noise of life. This is why it is hard for the poor to get rich through investing, because when the base is too small, the snowball of compounding simply cannot get rolling. Now, let's see what happens when you possess $20,000. The same 10% return. 10% of $20,000 is $2,000. What does $2,000 mean? For many ordinary families, this could be a whole month's salary or 2 full months of rent. This is not just a difference in numbers, it's a difference in nature. When your investment income can cover a major expense in your life, like automatically paying your rent or automatically paying your car loan, magic happens. You suddenly discover that you are no longer fighting alone. You have gained an invisible partner. This partner doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't sleep, and has no emotions, but every year he faithfully earns back a month of freedom for you. I have a famous analogy. Life is like a snowball. The important thing is finding wet snow and a really long hill. That $20,000 is the first tight snowball core you have packed together. If you don't have this core, no matter how much snow you scatter on the hill, it will just be blown away by the wind. It will never gather together. Let's look at how this core rolls over the river of time. We will use a simple mathematical tool called the rule of divide 72 by your annual rate of return, and that is the time it takes for your assets to double. If you put this $20,000 into a standard index fund, assuming an annual return of 7 to 10%, this means every 7 to 10 years, your money automatically doubles. 20,000 becomes 40,000, 40,000 becomes 80,000, 80 becomes 160, 160 becomes 320, 320 becomes 640. Please note, during this process, you don't even need to deposit a single extra penny. As long as you don't touch it, as long as you let it roll down that long hill, by the time you retire, this initially insignificant $20,000 will turn into a huge sum. This is why I say, before you save $20,000, do not care about the rate of return. Many young people only have a few $1,000s, Yet they are obsessed with options, cryptocurrencies, or those junk stocks that claim to multiply 10 times. Why? Because they feel their principal is too small, so a 10% return is meaningless. They want a 500% return. This is suicidal mathematical logic. Precisely because you looked down on that 10%. You took the risk of a 100% loss, and as a result, your principal went to zero. You have to go back to the starting line and start carrying bricks all over again. Mark my words. Before $20,000, your primary task is defense. It is accumulation. It is squirreling away every acorn like a squirrel. At this stage, the importance of principal far outweighs the rate of return. You must pack this first pile of what's no tight through selling for labor and time and through an extremely frugal lifestyle. This is a purely physical process. There are no tricks to it. But once you have packed this snowball and placed it on the hill, the rules of gravity change. Before, gravity was hindering you from climbing up. Now gravity starts helping you roll down. This is the turning point from being human-driven to capital-driven. Before this line, you work for money. After this line, money starts working for you. Although it is just an intern at first and doesn't earn much, it grows much faster than you can imagine. Now we arrive at the most dangerous and darkest chapter of this video. If the previous chapters were about how to climb out of the deep well, this chapter is about how not to fall back in. I call this chapter the Great Filter. In the Fermi paradox, the Great Filter refers to a threshold in the evolutionary process that is extremely difficult to cross. The vast majority of life forms go extinct before this threshold. In the process of wealth accumulation, $20,000 is that great filter. Statistics tell us that many ordinary people actually have had $20,000 in savings at some point in their lives, maybe even more than once. But why do the vast majority end up broke? Because they fail to pass through this filter. This is a brutal psychological trap. When you have $20,000 in your hand, the temptation you face is 10,000 times greater than when you had no money. This is what I call the reward trap. Think about it. You worked hard for 3 years eating instant noodles every day, buying no new clothes, and finally saved up $20,000. At this moment, your brain generates a strong psychology of compensation. It tells you, hey, you have worked so hard, you are a rich person, now you should reward yourself. Coincidentally, at this very moment, your 10-year-old Toyota breaks down again. You walk past a car dealership and see a brand new shiny SUV. The down payment is exactly $20,000. The devil in your heart says, buy it, I have money, I can afford it. This is the moment the filter activates. Most people fall right here. They sign the check and drive that new car home. In that moment, they feel incredibly proud. They feel like they have succeeded. But what I see is a different scene. I see a person who has personally killed the golden goose that just hatched. That car you bought is not an asset, it is a liability. The second you drive it off the lot, it depreciates by 20%. Even worse, for the sake of this car, you have blown your newly established core of compound interest to smithereens. You haven't just returned to square one. You have taken on a new car loan, higher insurance premiums, and higher gas costs. The gravity well opens up again and sucks you back in. And this time, because you have tasted the pleasure of a new car, you can no longer endure the hardship of frugality. You may never get another chance to climb out in this lifetime. Aside from your own desires, there is an external force trying to pull you down. Sociologists call this the crab bucket effect. If you put one crab in a bucket, it can crawl out, but if you put a group of crabs in a bucket, whenever one tries to crawl out, the crabs underneath will grab it with their claws and drag it back down. When you save $20,000, when you start refusing meaningless consumption, when you start talking about investing instead of gossip, your friends, colleagues, and even relatives will feel uncomfortable. They will say, what's the use of saving money? Money is meant to be spent. They will say, look at that guy, he clearly has money but still drives a junk car, what a miser. They mock you, not because you are doing something wrong, but because your self-discipline highlights their indulgence. Subconsciously, they don't want you to pass through that filter because that means you will enter a world they cannot reach. To pass this filter, you have to become a little weird. You have to get used to loneliness. You have to learn to enjoy the thrill of watching the numbers in your bank account grow rather than the thrill of watching your closet fill up. Charlie Munger and I have lived with such misunderstandings our entire lives. We drive ordinary cars, live in old houses, and eat hamburgers. Many people think we don't know how to enjoy life. But what they don't understand is that we enjoy the sense of security. We enjoy the sound of the compound interest machine humming day and night. So when you save $20,000, this is the most critical moment. this money will feel hot in your hand. You will feel it pulsing in your pocket, begging you to spend it. You must resist this urge. You have to tell yourself, this money is not for rewarding my past. It is for purchasing my future. This is my seed. If you grind your seed into flour and eat it, you will never see a harvest in your life. This is the greatest test on the road to wealth. It is not a test of your earning ability, but a test of your sense of worthiness. Do you believe you are worthy of long-term freedom, or are you only worthy of short-term pleasure? If you can resist buying that car, if you can resist going on that expensive vacation, if you can say no to the crabs pulling you down, then congratulations. You have just passed the great filter. Now you are officially part of the top 5%. Congratulations, you have passed the great filter. Your $20,000 is still in your account. It hasn't turned into a depreciating SUV. Now, we enter the phase of tactical execution. The theme of this chapter is the specific blueprint from 20,000 to 100,000. Many people will ask me at this point, Warren, I have $20,000 now. Which magic stock should I buy? Should I chase the hottest trend that is skyrocketing? My answer is very simple, and it might seem boring to you. If you try to use this $20,000 to gamble on the next moonshot, you have basically already lost. At this stage, what you need to do is not gamble, but position yourself. We need to carve up this precious seed capital. We need to divide it into two parts, the bulletproof vest and the soldiers. First, you need to take $5,000 to $10,000 and put it into a high-yield savings account or buy the safest government bonds. This money is your bulletproof vest. This money is absolutely untouchable. It is not for investing. It is for buying a good night's sleep. You should treat it as your private insurance company. When your car breaks down, when you get sick, or when you suddenly lose your job, this money will rush to the front lines and block the bullets of life. Only when you have this layer of body armor do you dare to hold on for the long term on the investment battlefield. Many people lose money in the market, not because the market is bad, but because they didn't have a bulletproof vest. When the market crashed by 30%, they happened to need cash urgently, so they were forced to cut their flesh and exit at the lowest point. That is the stupidest way to die. So the first $10,000 must be in cash equivalents. The remaining $10,000 to $15,000 are your soldiers. For the vast majority of ordinary people who possess no insider information and no professional analytical skills, I have only one piece of advice. Do not try to find the needle in the haystack. You should buy the entire haystack. Look for those low-cost index funds that track the entire broad market. Send your soldiers out and let them occupy the economic territory of the entire country. You don't need to study candlestick charts and you don't need to listen to rumors. You just need to let them stay there and harvest the dividends of the entire economy's growth for you. As long as humanity is progressing, and as long as businesses are creating profits, this portion of your assets will slowly inflate over time. However, this is not enough. Simply relying on this $10-something thousand to snowball in the market, while it will make you rich, is too slow. You need a turbocharger. This brings me to the second point, the utilization of asymmetric risk. When you are broke, you cannot afford any risk. But when you have $20,000 as a cushion, you are qualified to play a game called asymmetric risk. What is asymmetric risk? It means your downside loss is limited, but your upside gain is infinite. The best example is investing in yourself. Take $1,000, not to gamble in the market, but to buy a course, earn a certificate, or learn a new skill. If you can't learn it, you lose merely $1,000 in some time. This is a limited loss. But if you learn it, this skill might increase your monthly salary by $500. That is $6,000 a year and $60,000 in 10 years. You see, invest 1,000, return 60,000. In the financial market, no legal investment can offer this rate of return. But in the investment of human capital, it is the norm. What did that $20,000 give you? It gave you a buffer period where you won't starve even if you fail. You can use this time to try a side hustle, to do trial and error, and to find a second income curve. This is the fundamental difference between the poor and the middle class. The poor, lacking a buffer, can only sell cheap labor day after day, whereas you have a buffer and you can spend money to purchase future earning power. At this stage, your goal is to sprint to $100,000 as fast as possible. Charlie Munger says the first 100,000 is the hardest, but going from 20,000 to 100,000 is much easier than going from 0 to 20,000. Because at this time you are driven by dual engines. One is the compound interest engine in the market, which is small but turning. The other is the active income engine brought by your self-investment. Finally, I want to give a stern warning to people at this stage. This is my death list. On this road from 20,000 to 100,000, there are 3 pits that will instantly bring you back to zero. First, do not use leverage. Never borrow money to invest. Because you have $20,000, many institutions will be happy to lend you money. Do not listen to them. Leverage will reduce your time advantage to zero. As long as the market fluctuates a little,
You're being interviewed in regards to the crime of murder. So obviously, the jig is up. And here's the thing. Okay.
Y'all paying me with a murder.
Okay, well, because you shot him, Quentin.
I'm going to do life regardless.
This is 17-year-old Quentin Brown, currently realizing that he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison because murdering someone comes with its consequences.
You're 17. You have your whole life in front of you. You need to tell us exactly what happened because it was a great hit.
And as detectives continue questioning him in this never-before-seen interrogation, they will realize Quentin is far dumber than they could have ever realized.
How am I getting booked on a murder?
You told your 16 dumb.
Yeah.
It's impossible to argue with a moron. I knew you didn't just cold-bloodedly murder this guy. I knew you didn't set off.
Who got murdered?
The geek in the alley. Don't. Just
where at?
Really.
It was a balmy night on November 26, 2016, in Dayton, Ohio.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Again, code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
Ohio, when gunshots erupted in a quiet neighborhood. Police rushed to the alley where the shots were heard, and there, deceased in the front seat of his car, they discovered the body of 32-year-old Benjamin Werner. The scene was horrific, but it wouldn't take officers long to solve it, because the victim wasn't the only person parked in the alleyway. Police arrived at the scene so quickly after the shots were heard that one of the parties involved didn't even have time to flee. The driver of the car, who we only know as Cam, surrendered himself to police immediately and told them a tale that led them directly to the person who killed Benjamin, a 17-year-old delinquent named Quentin Brown. Within 24 hours, police not only have Quentin in custody, but they have a boatload of evidence proving that he was the man who pulled the trigger, not just once, but nearly a dozen times. Ultimately, he was the sole person responsible for the death of Benjamin Werner. Though, getting him to admit that, it ain't gonna be easy.
Okay, I'm Detective Cope. This is my partner, Detective Daugherty, okay? We want to talk to you today. Before we do, since obviously you're like cuffed up and everything, okay? We interview you Miranda, okay? The reason we don't do this out on the street, we wouldn't be able to read you your Miranda rights, okay?
Right.
But since we brought you down here, you're down in a room with four windows, this guy's sitting here, he's sitting in a, I guess for lack of a better word, holding cell for a little while. You would perceive that you're not free to leave. So because of that, we're gonna read you your Miranda warnings.
Right.
Make sense?
So I am being arrested.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that you're not free to leave. You're being detained. No doubt about that.
Tonight?
No,
No,
right
you're
now.
detained right now.
Right now. Like, all this was
detained.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So, I'm not, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know if you're gonna be arrested or not. Like I said, but right now, you're definitely detained, which is why you're reading your Miranda warnings. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the Supreme Court has recently said that if you think that you're under arrest, we have to read your rights. So,
Can I ask that one question?
yes.
What is this all about?
I'm gonna explain all that after you read your Miranda rights, okay? You're being interviewed in regards to the crime of murder.
Murder?
Yes. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights.
Right.
Clearly, Quentin wasn't taking any acting classes in school. When he was going, that is. At the time of this interrogation, Quentin should have been a senior, but had been kept back a year and was actively flunking his classes, which, as we continue this interrogation, should come as no surprise. He has read his Miranda warnings, and police immediately get down to business, trying to get an admission before they lose too many brain cells interrogating Quentin.
Do you know a young man by the name of Cameron?
Yeah, I know. Red?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
How do you know him?
From about
like last summer when he played football, he, not my sister, but this girl, you know how you real close, well, not like that, but I'm real close with this girl, and she called me her brother, and I called her my sister, and they used to mess around back like last summer.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Cameron or with Cameron?
I was with Cameron yesterday, earlier in the day.
About what time?
Lord, I'm a man that be doing everything that need done. I work so all day and at night, sometimes I have me some fun. I pays them bills and I always do what's right. I'm a man of strength and if need be, I'll be ready to fight. But Lord, sometimes my woman gets to wear a nigga down. I comes through that door and it's like she be ready to throw right down. Where you been and what you been doing? I goes to eat my dinner and the bitch be on my ass before I can even get to chewing. She be saying, who Valentina? Who Shaquanda and why she calling this here phone? I thought you said last night you went out alone. Lord, it's a never-ending thing. The hoe won't shut up and I'm about ready to inflict some pain.
Lord?
Yeah, I'll be able to let the blabbermouth bitch words roll right off my back most of the time.
Yeah.
But tonight I done had it up to here, so woman, I'ma say it one last time.
One time, girl.
Lay off me, bitch. Lay off me, bitch. Best sit your ass down and shut that hole, cause right from long this man head's gonna up and blow. I said lay off me, bitch. Shut that mouth hole. One too many times your ass done got to speaking. One more word and I'ma have your ass straight sleeping. Lay off me, bitch. Lay off Lord, I'm a man that be fulfilling his duty, but every so often I see another female that just got some juicy ass booty. Yeah, what can I say? Sometimes you know I gotta dip my wig, but that for sure don't give this hoe the right to get all up in my shit. A long night on the town, and I come up in this house. This woman be waiting so ready to run that loud ass mouth. Ooh, baby, you know I always stand tall for our love, but you keep a talking and I'ma send your ass to heaven above. Yeah, I said I'ma say it one more time, bitch. Ow. Lay off me, bitch. Lay off me, bitch. Best sit your ass down and shut that hole, cause right for long this man hand's gonna up and blow. I said lay off me, bitch. Shut that mouth hole. One too many times your ass done got to speaking. One more word and I'ma have your ass straight sleeping. Ooh, baby, don't test me, cause I'm about to step on over that line. Me going out and getting some action on the side don't give you the right to be giving me your shit all the time. One more time, bitch, that be all I'm gonna say. You keep pushing my buttons and your ass ain't about to see one more day. Lay off me, bitch. Lay off me, bitch. Best sit your ass down and shut that hole, cause right from long this man hand's gonna up and blow. I said lay off me, bitch. Shut that mouth hole. One too many times your ass done got to speaking. One more word and I'ma have your ass straight sleeping. Lord, 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 lay off me, bitch, and let me live my life. Ooh, yeah. I says lay off me, bitch, and let a man enjoy himself sometimes, baby. Ooh.
Protect your dreams under our roof.
Isn't this a dream, Grandpa?
American Family Insurance.
The power to save lives is within you.
Ooh, Lord, you know I'll be doing your will. When the going gets rough, I'll always be charging rights up that hill. I takes care of my lady. Yeah, I was raised to know how to treat my baby. I be helping my friends and my family. My neighbors, they all know me as a man of straight dignity. They say Reggie, he the most God-fearing fella around. An angel on this earth doing right and making the Lord proud. But Lord, you know sometimes a woman, she be overstepping. Too many words, and that's when these hands turn into some deadly weapons. One smack or two, 3, 4, 5. Bitch, give me that shit in my open hands, they be coming alive. Ooh, if my clothes ain't done, or that lawn ain't mowed, if that dinner ain't ready, or that shit done got cold, what's a good Christian man to do? Lord Jesus, you know sometimes a bitch got to catch her ass a bruise. Yeah. Lord Jesus, I'm just a godly man with a strong pimp hand. Too many times my woman gets to running off at that mouth. Ooh, that's when these hands, they gets to going all out. I says, Lord Jesus, I'm just a godly man with a strong pimp hand. I'm the best man in this world and principles be my middle name. But Lord, sometimes a blabbermouth bitch got to catch her ass some pain. Ooh, you know ain't a good deed I want up and do. And come every Sunday I'll be front and center just to give my praise to you. I'm a saintly man and I'll be doing all I can. I'm known as a loving type fellow with a charitable hand. But Lord, sometimes my lady, she be thinking she equal. I throws a hard smack, but sometimes that mouth keeps her running and I be having to throw a hard sequel. I said, Lord, if a man can't up and throw some hands to keep a lip flapping hole in her place, then I tell you this whole world done gone straight to hell at a record pace. My woman, she be thinking she got a right to an opinion and shit. Lord, that's when one more time I got to up and whack me a bitch. Woo! Lord Jesus, I'm just a godly man with a strong pimp hand. One too many times my woman gets to running off at that mouth. Ooh, that's when these hands, they gets to going all out. I says, Lord Jesus, I'm just a godly man with a strong pimp hand. I'm the best man in this world and principles be my middle name. But Lord, sometimes a blabbermouth bitch got to catch her ass some pain. I'm just a simple godly man, and I've been granted a strong open hand. All my life I've been a living by the word in that good book. And God, he done blessed me with one mean ass right hook. When my lady gets to talking, gets to thinking for herself, or when her mouth gets to making my life a living hell. Ooh, I said, how much bullshit can one good man take? Lord, I'm about to shove a bitch down them stairs and dump her ass up in a lake. Woo! Lord Jesus, I'm just a godly man with a strong pimp hand. Too many times my woman gets to running off at that mouth. Ooh, that's when these hands, they get to going all out. I says, Lord Jesus.
That's some damn good Christian music right there. Hey, man. Sometimes, man. Lord Jesus knows I gotta kill a bitch sometimes. Ow. Might have me an accident. Ow. Flaming. Levels below.
And it was
Maybe Sean's.
What's the easiest tool to manage my agreements? People say
Sean's gonna have to do it. I don't know. Cause
We've had 400 calls. But we keep still working too, so.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we get call out, our unit, we get call out for, just homicide.
Okay.
And,
I was
so,
gonna say, when you say 4 cases and then I compare it to what a municipality like Chicago and stuff, it's like 4.
well, I mean, talking about unit, because all the officers, all the investigators from other departments, we handle all our other cases in all those other departments, and then we get called in.
At this point, detectives subtly shift from listener to evaluator. They stop reacting emotionally and focus on consistency. This quiet detachment signals that Marnie Young is no longer just a cooperative witness. She's now being mentally scored for reliability.
We work those, and then we take calls. It's, it's like a lot of people I talk to, so that's kind of why some of these things stretch out. So that night, you go home, you having a problem with your car as far as like the alternator, or just wouldn't start again, or were you having problems while you're driving it, or?
No, I mean, I'm not a mechanic, but I just
You're
assumed,
No,
I
quite
just
right.
assumed, okay, it's a 2001, it still has the original battery in it from when I bought the thing, and I just figured it was the battery. Now, I was also, even after I replaced the battery, I was continuing to have problems with it for the next couple of days. Turned out it was a loose battery cable. I don't know if when my son and I went, I'm not a mechanic, but I can change the battery. I don't know.
Delicious. Good evening. Good morning.
I think this is a beautiful question of what this is. It's not about everything. We think one reason. One part in the past and going to the future. The entire idea of marriage is a place to see. What life is, not how to the future. What ends up in life. But what happens now is amazing. It's always the result of what happened in the past. Now that you see the living alone, we are once upon a time discussing the authority. Particularly to speak of the instinct. That we have, for example, an instinct to survive, an instinct to live love, and so on. But nowadays that nervous become inflexible, and psychologists make themselves using love. Love. It's a love, it's a sex, it's love. It's basically love, because it's not out, isn't it? Like people feel pain. And I say, that's the way without thinking, right? It's like this. Never feel given. Because to experience that I have to do. To experience yes, So the whole idea of being green is connected with the idea of causality. If green under the power of the earth, and that is totally right in the whole thing, very difficult to get rid of. Because I want to turn to young, completely young, and say, yeah, the past is the result of the present. Let us suppose, just for the sake of example, that this universe started with a big bang, and some technology belief. Now when that bang happened, it was a present, wasn't it? And so the universe began in what we know. Then it goes on. It's all, when any event that we now call self came into being, it was everything. That's one way of seeing it. But before we get clear in reality, we want to draw your attention to reality in the very common sense idea of causality. Now, we have
Good morning.
to understand the fallacy of reality, we have to believe that nothing, not really need what we do. Let's take the event.
I thought I just heard the hallway cat. There's a cat who wanders the hallway for other cats to rape.
Human being
Like a horror story.
coming into the world. Now, when does that event begin? Does it occur at the moment of calculation? We will be able to actually think out of the or does the baby begin at the moment of conception? Or does the baby begin when it was an evil being from God? Or does the baby begin when the spermatozoa are generated the father of a living mother? Or could you say a baby begins when its mother is born, or its mother is born? All these things can be thought of as beginnings. But we decide for purposes of useful legislation that a life is being calculation, which is a clear everything that is. And it has the limitation because of all reasons. Let me show you the same phenomenon, the dimension of space instead of the dimension of time. And that's how big is the thing. I would never define the sun as this, not the extent of its field. It's one possibility. But we could equally well define the sphere of the sun. We could also define the sphere of the sun as a single note. And each of these would be reasonably different. We have a difficulty to track of the extent of light because we're inside it. And therefore we have arbitrary degree to define some by the sun. But you will see it always not like random numbers. Now therefore, when by simple definition and purposes of discussion, we have divided into certain periods. We'll say the First World War began in 1943 and it ended in 1918. Now actually, all those things that led up to the First World War started long before 1918. And the questions of that law have continued long after 1980. How are we to distinguish in the repercussions? So we will see that the person who is divided the net, how one now means order to the know, we give it, and then we sort of forget to give it. And then we have present. Not only because it's in the air, that makes it real. Life moves along like water. And it's all connected. It's itself as a river, it's connected to the mouth and to the ocean. And all the events or things going on like water in the human because you go there today, you see anything. You go there for dinner, you see anything. It isn't the same water. Because all the water is going to be the same. And what is happening is not really what you're really water. But what you water to it. It is an activity, not a thing. And indeed, every so-called thing can be called an event. We call it a power. We call it nothing. And we can equally call it nothing. So we could say it's nothing to have nothing. And you would realize that no, you see no things and then it again. If you do not know things, a play, it's something you see, it's literally nothing. But it would be more correct to say that it's a playing, because it's playing to speed of flat. Another movie, you see a fifth. The fifth is around. The fifth looks like a thing. And what happens to the fifth thing in the movie?
What is he talking about? I don't like this lecture. This one's got me lost. I was fitting. He was tripping. That's what he was doing. I'm tripping. I'm too high to be teaching this class right now. That's something to brag about, mate. I was docking. I'm sure you were ducking, sir. I was downtowning. Someone turned the sun off. I think it's gonna rain down here today. Oh yeah. No fun. Not quite sure what the weather's gonna be here today. But good morning. I'm getting ready for a nap. A history nap. Or a learning nap. And there's a hobo burning something across the street. I hope he catches himself on fire.
Said something last week, and you're still carrying it. Maybe it was criticism that made your stomach drop, or praise that felt hollow an hour later.
Yeah, we hardly ever get It was kind of sunny yesterday a little bit, but not really.
Just to feel okay. This isn't weakness. This is what happens when other people's words hold more power over your peace than you do. Tonight, you'll discover 3 ancient qualities that make some people completely unshakable, not hardened or numb, just deeply free. Free from needing praise, free from fearing criticism, anchored in something no storm can touch. The Buddha taught that suffering comes from clinging to what we want and pushing away what we fear.
Little books.
When we cling to praise and fear criticism, we're trapped in this ancient pattern.
Yeah, pretty much.
But there's another way, a way that's been...
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen police do shit about that. I'm pretty sure police would just drive by that. Because you see it all the time. Motherfucking hobos just out here burning shit. Going under there tonight. I even saw like one of those actual like burning trash cans, you know, like they have a whole barrel, a whole trash can with a metal trash can with a fire in there. It's like, damn, this looks like the fucking 80s in New York or some shit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll see that sometimes. Here, I'll even flip the camera if you don't believe me. This motherfucker's trying to burn my damn... That's a business right there, too. That's a bike shop. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't get sad about it, but yeah, I think I wish there was a place where we could make fires. Like, since we live in the city, there should be a place where we could go to make a fire. But yeah, I just hate the people because, you know, they're burning like plastic and shit. And I hate that shit. They burn some fucking toxic stuff and then it wafts up into my apartment. If I had the window open, it's fucking insane. I have a fire pit in my backyard. Nice, nice. Yeah, I wish I could burn some shit too. I don't even know where I would go to burn some shit unless I was doing it like him, I guess. Whoa, there's some guy walking across the street. He looks like a fucking midget. That dude's short as hell. I think it is a midget. What the hell's going on outside? You got a dude fucking burning some shit on the sidewalk. You got midgets walking around. What kind of circus am I living in?
Working for 25 centuries.
Yeah, maybe eventually. I got enough money for a vehicle. I just need to figure out my plan.
Through real examples from everyday life and authentic Buddhist wisdom, you'll learn exactly how these 3 qualities work and how to cultivate them in your own life, starting tonight.
Live next to a circus. The whole town's a circus, so yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna lay down and listen to this bullshit for a little bit.
Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Adjust your pillow, pull a blanket close if you'd like. Let your body find its most restful position. If it feels right, share where you're listening from in the comments. We're all here together tonight. Take one breath with me now. And as you exhale, know that for the next 3 hours, you don't need to be anyone other than exactly who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some story recently. It was like some guy was standing somewhere or whatever outside, and then he said some like made up word. He said like a made up word that's not even like a real insult, you know what I mean? It's just like he was just yelled some word, and then he got in trouble for it, and then someone else yelled that word like right after, and they didn't get in trouble or something like that. That's kind of what I heard. That's the gist of what I heard. I was like, what the fuck? So that just sounds all crazy as hell to me. 2 Kia system. Yeah, but I agree. Very seductive. Yeah, true. Yeah, I always wanted to too. A lot of countries are changing so fast. You gotta really go at the right time, it seems like.
Let's begin.
I came to Portland in like 2018, and apparently that was past its prime time too. So I missed the golden age of Portland, and it's been downhill since. Hurdy words. Yeah, I don't know. If you go around there saying any kind of I feel like I might get in trouble, but you never know.
You're driving down a highway on a sunny afternoon. The road stretches ahead of you, smooth and wide, and you're making good time. Then you see it, a small warning sign on the side of the road with a camera icon. Instantly, without even thinking, your foot eases off the gas pedal. You glance at your speedometer. Everyone around you does the same thing at the exact same moment.
I bet they do.
The whole highway slows down in perfect synchronization, like a flock of birds turning together in the sky.
Like a fucking bed.
And then, a kilometer later, once the radar is safely behind you, everyone speeds up again. This tiny moment tells us something important about how we make choices. Why did you slow down? What made everyone around you do the exact same thing? And more importantly, What happens
Yep, good night,
when there's no
Birdie.
camera watching? Let's look at 5 different reasons people choose to do the right thing, to be kind, to follow the rules.
Just go listen to
Understanding these reasons will help you see why other people's words, their criticism, their praise, have so much power over your peace right now. The first reason is simple. Nobody wants to get in trouble with the law. Nobody wants to pay a fine. Nobody wants to deal with police or courts. So, you slow down when you see that speed camera. You pay your taxes because the penalties are steep. You follow traffic laws because getting pulled over is inconvenient and expensive. This works, but only when someone's watching, when the threat is visible. Take away the camera and the behavior changes. The second reason is what other people think. You might do something that won't land you in jail, but it could cost you socially. Your friends might stop calling. Your family might give you that look at dinner. You might not get invited to the next gathering. You felt this one. That moment at a family dinner when you bite back what you really want to say because you know the cost. That careful editing of your social media posts because you're aware who's watching. That fake smile when someone tells a joke you don't find funny, but everyone else is laughing. You're performing, constantly aware of your audience, exhausted from managing your image. These first 2 reasons, fear of punishment and fear of judgment, keep society running smoothly. But they don't come from inside you. They're external forces, and they only work when someone's watching. Now we come to the third reason, and something shifts here. This one is about self-respect. It's that moment when you think, I won't do this because it's beneath me. I have principles. Maybe no one will ever know. Maybe you could get away with it completely, but you would know. And you have to live with yourself. This is when you keep your promise, even though breaking it would be easier and no one would find out. When the cashier gives you too much change and you give it back, not because someone's watching, but because you've decided who you want to be. When you tell the truth, even though a small lie would solve everything. You're not checking for cameras anymore. You're checking in with yourself. The fourth reason is compassion, genuine care for others. You don't want to hurt people, not because you're afraid of consequences, but because you know what pain feels like. Maybe you've been on the receiving end of harsh words, so you're careful with your speech now. Maybe you've felt the sting of betrayal, so you're trustworthy, not because it benefits you, but because you can't bear to create that pain for someone else. Maybe you've known loneliness, so you naturally reach out to include others without thinking about what you'll gain. This isn't duty anymore. This is love. The fifth reason is understanding how life actually works. In Buddhism, this is called karma, not punishment from the universe, but simple cause and effect. When you see clearly how your actions shape your life, harmful choices stop making sense. It's like understanding that if you plant thorns, you'll harvest thorns. This isn't about believing in rebirth or cosmic justice. It's much simpler than that. When you speak harshly to someone, that harshness doesn't just affect them, it lives in you. It trains your mind. It becomes part of how you move through the world. When you act with generosity, you're not just helping someone else. You're cultivating abundance in your own heart first. When you practice patience, you're building your own capacity for peace. Now here's what matters for tonight, for understanding why words have so much power over you. Those first two reasons, legal trouble and social judgment, only work when there's an audience. They're like that speed camera, present and powerful when visible, gone the moment you're out of sight. If you're still living primarily from these two reasons, then other people's opinions control your entire sense of self. You need their approval to feel okay. You fear their criticism like you fear that ticket in the mail. Think about what this means in real life. If you're checking for cameras before deciding how to act, you're living in a kind of prison. Maybe a comfortable prison, but still, your behavior changes based on who's in the room. You're constantly adjusting, performing, calculating. That's why you're so tired. That's why someone's criticism can ruin your whole week. That's why praise feels good for 5 minutes, and then you're hungry for more. You're trying to get your sense of worth from people who might not even remember what they said to you tomorrow. But the last three reasons, self-respect, compassion, and understanding, these work even when you're completely alone. They work at 3 in the morning when no one's watching. They work when no one will ever know what you did or didn't do. These come from inside, and they're the only things that create real change. This is where people who stay calm in storms live, not in the world of cameras and crowds, but in the world of genuine understanding. The Buddha taught something important about this. True freedom doesn't come from having no rules or not caring what anyone thinks. It comes from wisdom. When your choices flow from understanding rather than fear, you're no longer controlled by circumstances. You carry something steady inside you that doesn't need external validation to exist. Let me give you a concrete example of how this plays out. Imagine someone criticizes your work in a meeting. If you're living from those first two reasons, fear of trouble and fear of judgment, this criticism hits like a physical blow. Your heart races. Your face gets hot. You replay the moment for days. You can't sleep because you're composing better responses in your head. Why? Because your entire sense of safety depends on what that person thinks. Their opinion is the camera, and you just got caught speeding. But if you've cultivated those last three qualities, if you have genuine self-respect, if you care about doing good work from compassion, if you understand how your actions create results, then that same criticism lands differently. You can pause and ask, is this feedback useful? Does it show me something I need to improve? If yes, you take it in with gratitude. If no, you let it pass. Either way, it doesn't destroy you because your sense of worth isn't sitting in that person's hands. Or imagine someone praises you lavishly. If you're living from those first two reasons, this praise creates a brief high followed by emptiness. You need more. You start adjusting your behavior to get more praise. You become addicted to external validation, always performing, always checking if people noticed. But if you've built that internal foundation, you can receive praise with simple gratitude. Thank you, that's kind of you to say. It doesn't inflate you because you're not empty inside, desperately needing someone to tell you you're okay. And when the praise fades, which it always does, you don't crash because your peace doesn't depend on it. This is the first quality we're discovering tonight. This internal stability that doesn't depend on who's watching or what they're saying. Right now, as you're listening, try something with me. Think about a choice you made in the last few days. Anything. How you spoke to someone, whether you kept a commitment, how you handled a difficult moment. Don't judge the choice. Just notice which reason guided you. Were you worried about getting caught? Were you concerned about what people would think? Or did it come from somewhere deeper, from your own sense of integrity, from genuine care, from understanding? Most of us, if we're honest, will find we're still checking for cameras a lot of the time. That's okay. That's not something to feel ashamed about. It's just information. You're becoming aware, and awareness is always the first step. The path we're walking tonight is about strengthening those inner qualities until they become stronger than any external pressure. It's about learning to act well, not because someone's watching, but because you've become someone who naturally chooses wisdom and kindness. And here's the beautiful part. Once you start living from this place, the storms of life hit differently. Criticism doesn't shake your foundation because you're not building your life on other people's approval. Praise doesn't make you desperately need more because you're already full. You're anchored in something real. But we're just beginning to see how this works. Because even when all the cameras are off, even when every other person has left the room, there's still someone watching. Always. And that someone is you. You are your own constant witness. You see every choice you make. You hear every thought that crosses your mind. You know the quality of your intentions. There's no hiding from this, no escaping it. You can turn off all the cameras, close all the doors, make sure no other human being knows. But you will always know. And this is actually good news. Because if you're your own constant witness, you can also become your own wise guide. You can develop that internal voice that doesn't punish or shame, but gently steers you toward what's true and beneficial. This is what the ancient teachings point to when they talk about mindfulness, not as a stress reduction technique, but as continuous awareness of your own heart. Knowing when you're acting from fear or from love, from wisdom or from confusion. And this knowing itself becomes the teacher. When you've built this internal anchor, it becomes crucial when storms arrive. And storms will arrive. That's just part of being human. People will criticize you. People will praise you. Plans will fall apart. Circumstances will shift. And in those moments, if you've strengthened these inner qualities, self-respect, compassion, understanding, you'll have something to hold on to that the storm can't take away. Tonight, as you move through your evening, just notice which voice is guiding you. When you speak to someone, when you make a choice, which reason is operating? The one that checks for cameras? The one that worries about judgment? Or the one that comes from deeper wisdom? Just notice. That's all. No need to force yourself to change anything. Just bring gentle awareness to this question and let that awareness itself begin the work. But what happens when the storm actually hits? What happens when criticism arrives and punches you in the gut? Or when praise creates that desperate need for more? How do these inner qualities actually help you stay steady? That's where we're going next. Picture this. You're sitting in your car at a railroad crossing. The barrier is down. Red lights are flashing. A long freight train is passing in front of you. Car after car after car, moving at its own steady pace. You have somewhere to be. You're already running late. And then you hear it. Someone behind you, honking their horn. Honking at the train, as if the train will hear it and speed up. As if the engineer will think, oh, someone's in a hurry, better go faster. As if reality itself will bend to the sound of that horn. It's absurd, isn't it? And yet, how many times do you do the exact same thing? Not literally honking at trains, but fighting what cannot be changed. Arguing with what already is. Demanding that circumstances bend to your plan, instead of adjusting your plan to circumstances. This small moment at the railroad crossing reveals something crucial about suffering and about the first quality of people who stay unshaken no matter what life throws at them. Let's look at what's actually happening when someone honks at that train. On the surface, it's just impatience. They want to get somewhere. The train is in the way. They're frustrated. But underneath that impatience is something deeper. Arrogance. Now, arrogance is a strong word, and we usually think of it as someone strutting around, thinking they're better than everyone else. But there's a subtler form of arrogance that most of us carry without realizing it. It's the belief that my plan, my idea of how things should be, is more valid than reality itself. You had a plan for your day. You were going to get from point A to point B in a certain amount of time. That was your mental picture of how things should unfold. Then reality shows up with a different plan, a train crossing, and something in you says, no, my plan is right. Reality is wrong. That's arrogance. That's believing your mental construction of how things should be is somehow more real, more important than what actually is.
Yeah, fuck reality.
And this arrogance creates a chain reaction. Arrogance leads to impatience, and impatience leads to anger. Watch it happen inside you sometime. You're waiting in a long line at the store. You thought this would take 5 minutes, but it's been 15.
It's been 15 hours.
First comes that arrogant thought, this shouldn't be happening. Then comes impatience, that tight feeling in your chest, that urge to make this go faster. And then comes anger at the slow cashier, at the person ahead of you, at the store. But notice, all of this suffering started with that first arrogant belief that reality should match your plan. The train doesn't care about your schedule. The line moves at the pace it moves. Traffic is what it is. Your flight gets delayed. The weather changes your outdoor plans. Someone doesn't text back as quickly as you expected. And each time, you have a choice. Accept what is, or honk at the train. In the Buddhist teachings, there's a powerful image about the nature of noble beings, people who have cultivated deep inner stability. It says they're like gold that's been cut and burned, but still shines. The gold doesn't lose its nature no matter what happens to it. You can hammer it, heat it, bury it in the ground for 1,000 years. When you dig it up, it's still gold. This is the first quality we're discovering tonight. This unshakable nature that doesn't depend on circumstances. Most of us aren't like gold yet. We're more like ice sculptures on a sunny day. Beautiful, but completely dependent on conditions staying exactly as we need them to be. When the temperature changes, when reality doesn't cooperate, we melt. But gold doesn't need perfect conditions. It remains itself, no matter what. And the people who have cultivated this quality don't fall apart when plans change, when criticism comes, when praise doesn't arrive. They remain steady, not because nothing difficult happens to them, but because they've learned to stop fighting reality. Here's what this looks like in everyday life. Someone with this quality sits in traffic without rage because they're not arguing with the fact that there's traffic. Traffic exists. Right now, in this moment, traffic is real. Getting angry doesn't change it. It just adds suffering on top of inconvenience. So they adjust. Maybe they call ahead and say they'll be late. Maybe they listen to something interesting. Maybe they just breathe and exist in the car without fighting what is. Someone with this quality receives criticism without crumbling because they're not insisting that everyone should only see their best qualities. The criticism exists. It's real. Now what? Is there truth in it worth considering? If yes, they take it in. If no, they let it pass. But either way, they're not honking at the train of someone else's opinion. This quality of being unshakable comes from developing what the Buddhist teachings call equilibrium in 4 areas of your life. Think of these as 4 different kinds of balance that work together to create inner stability. The first is attentional equilibrium, the ability to direct your attention where you want it to go. rather than being pulled around by every passing thought or distraction. When you develop this, you're not constantly hijacked by your own thoughts or by what's happening around you. The second is ethical equilibrium, knowing what's right and having the strength to do it consistently, regardless of whether anyone's watching. This is what we explored earlier with those 5 reasons for behaving well. When you've cultivated this, your actions flow from integrity rather than from fear. The third is emotional equilibrium, the ability to experience your emotions without being controlled by them. This doesn't mean becoming emotionless. It means you can feel anger without acting out of anger, feel fear without being paralyzed by it, feel joy without grasping at it desperately. Your emotions move through you like weather, real but not permanent, powerful but not in charge. The fourth is cognitive equilibrium, seeing reality clearly without the distortion of your own fears, desires, and fixed beliefs about how things should be. This is the antidote to that arrogance we talked about earlier. When you have cognitive equilibrium, you can see what actually is, instead of only seeing your mental picture of how things should be. These 4 equilibriums work together to create that gold-like quality, that ability to remain yourself, to stay grounded in what's true, no matter what circumstances you're facing. And here's why this matters so much for handling criticism and praise. When someone criticizes you and you lose your peace for days, it's because one or more of these equilibriums is shaky. Maybe you can't direct your attention away from replaying the criticism. Maybe you're knocked off your ethical center, questioning everything about yourself. Maybe the emotional hit controls your whole mood for a week. Maybe you can't see the criticism clearly, can't distinguish between useful feedback and just one person's perspective. Or when praise comes and you desperately need more, need constant validation to feel okay, same thing. Your attention is glued to seeking approval. Your actions start orienting around getting more praise. Your emotional state rises and falls based on whether people notice you. You can't see yourself clearly anymore, only how others see you. But when you've developed these equilibriums, criticism and praise are just information passing through. They don't shake your foundation, because your foundation isn't built on other people's opinions. It's built on these 4 stable qualities inside yourself. The Buddha taught that true freedom is found in liberation from patterns that cause suffering. Not liberation from the world, not freedom from ever experiencing difficulties, but liberation from the internal patterns that turn difficulties into disasters. The pattern of fighting reality, the pattern of needing approval, the pattern of losing yourself when circumstances change. When you develop these equilibriums, you're not adding something to yourself. You're removing the obstacles that keep you from being like gold, already valuable, already whole, already unshakable in your true nature. Think about the last time you really lost your peace. Maybe it was this week, maybe yesterday. Can you find the moment when you started honking at the train? The moment when you decided reality should be different than it is? Maybe someone should have responded differently. Maybe the weather should have cooperated. Maybe your body should feel different than it does. Maybe you should be further along in life than you are. That's the moment. That's when arrogance slipped in. Not the arrogance of thinking you're better than others, but the arrogance of thinking your plan is more real than reality. And from there came impatience, this restless, uncomfortable feeling that things aren't moving fast enough. And from there came anger, or anxiety, or despair, all those painful emotions that grow from fighting what is. Tonight, as you move through your life, see if you can catch yourself honking at trains, not to judge yourself for it, but just to notice. Oh, there I go again, arguing with reality. And when you catch yourself, try something radical. Accept what is. Just for one moment, stop fighting. The train is here. The traffic is here. The criticism is here. What now? How do you respond from acceptance rather than from resistance? This is how you begin to develop that unshakable quality, that gold-like nature that remains steady regardless of what life does to it. Not by never having problems, but by learning to stop adding suffering on top of difficulty. Not by controlling reality, but by developing these inner equilibriums that keep you grounded when reality doesn't match your plan. The train will pass. It always does. The question is, will you waste your energy honking at it? Or will you remain yourself, calm, clear, unshaken, while you wait? There's a story about Andrei Segovia, one of the greatest classical guitarists who ever lived. After a particularly brilliant concert, someone approached him backstage, amazed by what they'd witnessed. "Maestro," they said, "you're a genius. That was extraordinary." Segovia looked at them with something close to annoyance. "Genius," he said. "Let me tell you about genius. I have practiced guitar for hours every single day for decades. My fingers have bled. My nails have broken. I have played the same passages 10,000 times until they were right. And now you call me genius? What an insult. What an insult." Those three words reveal something profound about how we misunderstand excellence and how that misunderstanding keeps us trapped. When we call someone a genius, we're doing something subtle but damaging. We're taking all the years of practice, all the discipline, all the failures and adjustments and persistence, and we're erasing them. We're saying, "You didn't earn this through effort. You were just born special. You descended from somewhere with a gift the rest of us don't have." And that does two terrible things at once. First, it robs the person of credit for their actual work. Segovia didn't wake up one day able to play like that. He built that ability note by note, hour by hour, year by year. Calling it genius makes it seem like magic, like something that just appeared fully formed. It dismisses the reality of what it actually takes to become excellent at anything. But second, and this is where it affects you directly, it lets everyone else off the hook. If Segovia is a genius, if his ability is some rare gift from birth, then you don't have to feel bad about not being at that level. Of course you can't play like that. You're not a genius. You weren't born with the gift. The genius label becomes your excuse for not trying, not practicing, not putting in the decades of work. Think about how often you do this in your own life. You see someone who's calm when everyone else is panicking, and you think they're just naturally calm. You see someone who handles criticism gracefully, and you think they're just built that way. You see someone who's genuinely kind even when it costs them something, and you think some people are just good. And in thinking this, you've just excused yourself from developing those same qualities. The truth is more challenging and more hopeful than the genius myth. Every quality you admire in another person, their patience, their wisdom, their unshakable peace, their ability to remain kind in the face of cruelty, these were built. They weren't gifts. They were practices. Someone decided to work on these things, failed many times, kept going, and gradually became the person you now admire. In Buddhist teaching, there's this beautiful concept called Buddha nature. It says that every single person has the potential for complete awakening, complete freedom from suffering, complete wisdom and compassion. Not that everyone will develop it, but that everyone could. The seed is already there. The possibility is inherent. You already have everything you need to become unshakable in the face of criticism and praise. You already have the capacity for that gold-like quality we talked about earlier, remaining yourself regardless of circumstances. You already have Buddha nature. What you might not have yet is the willingness to practice. Because here's what separates the people who stay calm in storms from the people who get tossed around. It's not that they were born different. It's that they practiced being calm. They practiced not taking things personally. They practiced returning to their center after being knocked off balance. They did this over and over, year after year, until it became natural. Some people are just brave enough to start that practice. That's the only difference. Not smarter, not more talented, not blessed with special genes, just brave enough to say, I'm going to work on this. I'm going to notice when criticism knocks me down and practice getting back up. I'm going to notice when praise makes me desperate for more and practice letting it pass through. I'm going to practice these 4 equilibriums we talked about until they become as natural as breathing. And you can start from exactly where you are right now. Maybe right now, criticism destroys you for days. That's fine. That's just your starting point. You don't need to already be good at this. You just need to start noticing what happens when criticism comes and practice responding differently. even 1 degree differently, is progress. Maybe right now, you need constant validation from others to feel okay about yourself. That's fine too. That's where you're starting. You don't need to suddenly become self-sufficient overnight. You just need to start noticing that hunger for approval when it arises, and practice sitting with it for just a few moments before seeking the next hit of validation. The Buddhist teachings are clear about this. Noble beings aren't a special category of humans who descended from heaven with halos. They're people who did the work. They cultivated noble qualities through practice, through attention, through thousands of small choices to respond with wisdom instead of reacting from confusion. Think about what this means for how you relate to criticism and praise. When someone criticizes you, you have this moment of choice. You can react the way you always have. Defensiveness, rumination, self-attack, whatever your pattern is. Or you can practice responding differently. Just this once, can you pause? Can you take a breath? Can you ask yourself, is there truth here worth considering? Or is this just someone else's opinion passing through? That's practice. That one moment of choosing to pause instead of react. That's how you build the quality of remaining unshaken. When someone praises you, you feel that moment of validation. And then comes that subtle grasping. Tell me more. Notice me more. I need more of this feeling. Can you notice that grasping? Can you let the praise land with a simple thank you and then let it go without building your identity around it? That's practice too. And each time you practice, you're building something real. Those 4 equilibriums, that internal stability, that gold-like nature that doesn't change based on whether people are applauding or criticizing. The Buddha said something important about this. He said, "No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path." This isn't harsh. It's liberating. It means you're not waiting for someone to fix you or gift you with peace. You're building it yourself, one practice at a time. Right now, think about something you've called impossible for yourself. Maybe you've said, "I could never stay calm when someone attacks me. I could never be free from needing approval. I could never handle criticism without falling apart." That word "never," that's you calling yourself something other than what you actually are. You're calling yourself fixed, unchangeable, incapable of growth. But you have Buddha nature. You have the same potential that every awakened being has ever had. What you're actually saying is, "I'm not willing to practice this. I'm not brave enough yet to start." And that's okay. You don't have to start today. But notice that it's a choice, not a fixed limitation. The door is always open. When you watch someone remain peaceful in chaos, when you see someone accept criticism with grace, when you witness someone give and receive praise without being controlled by either, you're not watching a genius. You're watching someone who practiced, someone who was brave enough to start from wherever they were, and build these qualities through attention, effort, and time. You can do the same thing, not because you're special, but because you have the same human capacity they do. Not overnight, but step by step. Not perfectly, but progressively. Now let's look at how this actually works. How you take that potential and turn it into something real in your daily life. We've discovered something important together tonight. We've seen that you have the capacity for becoming unshakable, for developing that gold-like quality that remains steady regardless of circumstances. We've seen that this isn't about being born special, it's about being willing to practice. But how does that internal stability actually grow? How do you move from understanding this conceptually to living it? It grows the same way physical strength grows, through regular practice that gradually builds capacity. When you first start lifting weights, 5 pounds might feel heavy, but you keep showing up, keep lifting, and 6 months later, 5 pounds is nothing. You didn't suddenly become a different kind of human. You built strength through repetition. Internal stability works the same way. Each time someone criticizes you, and you practice pausing instead of immediately reacting, you're building attentional equilibrium, the ability to direct your attention deliberately rather than being hijacked by emotion. It might only last for 3 seconds at first. That's fine. Next time, maybe it's 5 seconds. You're building capacity. Each time you notice that desperate craving for more praise, and you practice sitting with it, instead of immediately seeking the next validation, you're building emotional equilibrium, the ability to feel emotions without being controlled by them. The craving doesn't disappear immediately, but you're learning you can experience it without acting on it. Each time you catch yourself fighting reality, honking at the train, arguing with what is, and you practice acceptance, instead, you're building cognitive equilibrium. You're training your mind to see clearly, rather than through the filter of how things should be. This is how internal stability grows. Not through dramatic transformation, but through thousands of small moments where you choose practice over pattern. And here's why this matters so much right now, in this particular moment in history. The storms are relentless. You're not imagining that. The pace of life has accelerated. The demands on your attention are constant. Social media means criticism and praise are continuous and public. You can be attacked or celebrated by strangers at any moment. Work demands immediate responses. Relationships require constant maintenance. The news cycle never stops. There's always something to react to, always something demanding your emotional energy, always another storm on the horizon. If you don't have that internal anchor we've been building toward tonight, you'll be tossed around endlessly. Your peace will depend entirely on whether the most recent message you received was kind or cruel. Your sense of self will rise and fall based on the last post's engagement. You'll be exhausted, constantly vigilant, never at rest. But if you've built that internal stability, if you've practiced those equilibriums until they're strong, then you can move through all of this without losing yourself. The storms still come. The criticism and praise still arrive, but they don't determine your state anymore. You have something steady inside that nothing external can shake. The Buddha taught, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. This isn't just a nice sentiment. It's pointing to something practical. When you've built this internal foundation through practice, you stop looking to others to tell you whether you're okay. You know, not because you're arrogant, but because you're grounded in something real. These cultivated qualities that don't waver based on circumstances. So tonight, as you continue through these teachings, know that everything we're exploring is buildable. You're not learning about qualities you can never have. You're learning about qualities you can develop, starting from exactly where you are right now, through practice. The question isn't whether you're capable. You are. The question is whether you're willing to practice. There's an ancient Buddhist verse that goes like this: when beings who are rough and coarse become angry with noble ones, how could those noble ones become angry in return? Though the jackal barks with arrogance, the king of beasts responds only with compassion. A jackal, small, scrappy, surviving on scraps, stands before a lion and barks. Barks loud, barks aggressively, tries to appear threatening. The lion could destroy this jackal in seconds. The lion has claws, has strength, has every physical advantage. But the lion doesn't attack, doesn't even growl back, just watches with something that looks like understanding, maybe even kindness, and walks away. Why? Because the lion understands something the jackal doesn't. This barking isn't really about the lion at all. This is the second quality we're discovering tonight. The ability to not retaliate when someone attacks you, criticizes you, tries to diminish you. Not because you can't respond, not because you're weak or passive, but because you understand something deeper about what's actually happening. Let's be honest about something first. Rough people will attack you. Not might, will. People who are carrying their own pain, their own unprocessed trauma, their own confusion about life. They're going to lash out sometimes, and you might be in the path of that lashing. This isn't pessimism. This is just reality. Maybe it's a coworker who criticizes your ideas in meetings with unnecessary harshness. Maybe it's a family member who makes cutting comments disguised as jokes. Maybe it's someone online who attacks you for having an opinion. Maybe it's a friend who betrays your trust when they're scared or insecure. These things happen. They happen to everyone. And here's what the verse is pointing to. These attacks say much more about the person doing the attacking than about you. Think about that jackal for a moment. It's not barking because the lion did something wrong. It's barking because that's what jackals do when they feel threatened or insecure. It's their nature, their pattern, their way of dealing with a world that feels dangerous. The lion hasn't provoked this. The lion is just being a lion, existing in its own power and peace. But the jackal's internal state, fear, insecurity, the need to assert itself, causes the barking. Now imagine if the lion took it personally. Imagine if the lion thought, why is this jackal attacking me? What did I do wrong? Maybe I'm not as powerful as I thought. Maybe I deserved this. Or imagine if the lion attacked back in rage. How dare this small creature challenge me? Both responses would be based on a misunderstanding of what's actually happening. The jackal is acting from its own internal confusion, not from anything the lion has done or is. Here's a question that might change how you see criticism. Who gets angry at water for being wet? Water is wet. That's its nature. Fire is hot. That's its nature. You don't rage at the ocean for making you wet when you jump in. You don't sue fire for burning you when you touch it. You understand that these elements have certain qualities, and getting angry at them for being what they are makes no sense. Some people operate from patterns that cause them to criticize harshly. Some people are emotionally burning right now with their own unprocessed anger. Some people are drowning in their own needs and will soak everyone around them. This is where they're operating from, not necessarily who they'll always be, but who they are right now. Here's where most people trap themselves. You create a mental version of people, an avatar, an image, a character in your mind of who they are and how they should behave. This mental version is based on your hopes, your needs, your ideas about relationships. And then the real person does something that doesn't match your mental version, and you suffer. Your friend who you thought was reliable doesn't show up when they promised. Your colleague who you thought was professional loses their temper. Your family member who you thought understood you makes a cruel joke at your expense. The suffering comes from the gap between your avatar and reality. You were expecting someone to give you something they genuinely don't have to give right now. This is what the lion understands. You can't ask someone for what they don't have. That coworker doesn't have gentleness to offer right now. That family member doesn't have emotional maturity to communicate directly. That friend doesn't have the follow-through you need. Does this mean you just accept bad treatment? Absolutely not. And this is critical. So listen carefully. There's a massive difference between your attitude and your action. Your attitude can be compassionate, understanding that this person is acting from their own confusion, their own pain, their own limitations. You're not taking it personally because you understand it's not really about you. You're not filled with rage because raging at water for being wet doesn't change anything. But your actions can still be firm. You can set clear boundaries. You can stop putting yourself in situations where you'll be hurt. You can limit your exposure to harmful people. You can even end relationships that are damaging. All of this can be done from compassion, not from hatred. You're not punishing the water for being wet. You're just choosing not to jump in anymore. You're not attacking the fire for being hot. You're just keeping your distance. The Buddha taught something important about this. He said that holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You're the one who gets burned. When someone treats you badly and you respond with rage, with revenge, with the need to attack back, you're not hurting them as much as you're hurting yourself. You're burning your own hand. But when you understand that their behavior comes from their own confusion, when you can see them with compassion while still protecting yourself, you're free. Free from the cycle of retaliation, free from taking everything personally, free from being controlled by how others behave. This is what it means to respond like the lion, not like another jackal. When someone criticizes you harshly, you can see that they're operating from their own pain. You can choose whether this criticism has any truth worth considering. If it does, you take it in. If it doesn't, you let it pass. But either way, you're not spending the next week plotting revenge or composing clever comebacks in your head. When someone betrays your trust, you can see that they lack the capacity for trustworthiness right now. You can adjust your expectations and behavior accordingly. You can stop giving them opportunities to hurt you without needing to hurt them back. When someone attacks you, online, in person, wherever, you can see that they're a jackal barking, not a real threat to who you are. And you can walk away with your peace intact. This is the second quality of noble beings, not retaliating when attacked, not because they're weak, not because they're saints, but because they understand what's actually happening and they refuse to multiply suffering by adding their own anger to the mix. Think about someone in your life who treats you badly sometimes. Have you been asking them for something they don't have? Have you been expecting this person to give you support or kindness or reliability that they simply can't provide right now? What would change if you stopped expecting it? Not in a bitter way, just in a clear-eyed way. This person is who they are right now. What would it be like to accept that reality and adjust your behavior accordingly while keeping your heart free from rage? You don't have to keep getting wet just because water is wet. You can step back. You can protect yourself. You can set boundaries. You can even walk away entirely if needed. All of this can be done with compassion, understanding that they're doing the best they can with the awareness they currently have, even if that best isn't good enough for you to stay close to. This is how you remain unshaken when rough people attack, not by becoming stone, not by pretending it doesn't hurt, but by understanding what's actually happening and refusing to multiply suffering through retaliation. The lion walks away from the barking jackal, not in fear, not in anger, but in understanding. And that understanding keeps the lion's peace intact. You mentioned to someone at dinner that you're vegetarian. You weren't making a big deal about it. You were just explaining why you're not having the meat dish. And immediately, someone at the table perks up with concern. But where do you get your protein? Aren't you vitamin deficient? I read that vegetarians have serious health problems. They're suddenly very interested in your nutrition, very worried about your well-being, asking questions with an edge of skepticism or even hostility. And the strange thing is, these same people never interrogate the person eating fast food 3 times a week about their nutrition. They're not concerned about vitamin deficiency when someone's diet consists mainly of processed snacks and soda. They save all their scrutiny for the person who's actually trying to be more conscious about what they eat. Why? There's an ancient teaching that addresses this directly. People search for faults in extraordinary people, but not in the mediocre. While people examine precious jewels carefully, who bothers to inspect a lump of coal? If someone hands you a diamond, you hold it up to the light, looking for flaws. But coal? Nobody bothers. We scrutinize what's valuable and ignore what's ordinary. We do this with people too. The person trying to improve gets examined closely, while mediocrity passes by without comment. Let's look at 3 reasons why, because understanding them will help you see what's actually happening when people criticize you for trying to improve. The first reason is threat. Someone else's good choice can feel like a judgment on your bad one. That vegetarian at the table isn't saying anything about your meat eating, but their choice creates a contrast that makes your own choice suddenly visible. So you find flaws in theirs. You focus on protein deficiency, vitamin B12, supposed health problems. You're not actually concerned about their health. You're protecting your ego from feeling inferior. Someone stays calm in a crisis, and you think they must be emotionally cold. Someone is generous, and you think they must not have a real life. Someone handles criticism gracefully, and you think they must have no self-respect. The flaw you find makes you feel better about not being like them. The second reason is the most uncomfortable. We search for flaws in good people to give ourselves permission to stay exactly as we are. You see someone living ethically, making good choices, trying to be better. Part of you feels uncomfortable because you're not living that way. You know you should probably make some changes, but change is hard. So you search for their flaws, and when you find one, you feel relieved. See, even they mess up. Even they aren't as good as they pretend. So I don't need to feel bad about my choices. I don't need to change. Their flaw gives you permission to keep your own flaws without guilt. This is why people get almost gleeful when someone ethical makes a mistake. It's not just Schadenfreude, it's permission. Their imperfection means you don't have to be perfect either. The friend who always seems to have their life together makes one bad decision, and you feel oddly satisfied. The coworker who's usually professional loses their temper once, and part of you thinks, finally, not so perfect after all. The person who talks about mindfulness gets stressed and snaps at someone, and you think, I knew it was fake. You're collecting evidence that nobody's really good, so you don't have to try to be good either. The third reason is what happens when we label someone as good. We hold them to impossible standards. Imagine someone wearing pristine white clothing. One tiny drop of coffee on their shoulder stands out dramatically, but someone in already stained work clothes, you could spill an entire cup and it would barely show. The smallest mistake from a good person becomes enormous, but someone who's never claimed to be good can make huge mistakes and nobody blinks. This is why the usually reliable friend gets harsh criticism when they're late once, while the always late friend gets a pass. This is why you might face more scrutiny for trying to improve than you did when you weren't trying at all. Now here's what this means for you. The more you develop inner stability, the more scrutiny you'll face. People will look for your flaws. They'll test your patience to see if it's real. They'll watch for when you slip and point it out with satisfaction. Not everyone will do this, but some will, and understanding why helps you not take it personally. They're not really looking at you. They're looking at the contrast between who you're becoming and who they're staying. They're searching for the flaw that gives them permission to stay comfortable with their own choices. There's a poison in communities that the Buddha warned about. Gossip about other people's faults. This poison spreads easily because it feels good. It makes us feel superior. It bonds us with others who are also criticizing. It distracts us from looking at our own issues. But it destroys communities. It creates an atmosphere where nobody feels safe to grow or change because they know they'll be scrutinized for it. It keeps everyone trapped at the lowest level because standing out invites attack. The Buddha taught that it's easy to see others' faults. We throw them up in the air like chaff in the wind, making them visible to everyone. But our own faults, those we hide carefully. When you find yourself examining someone else's choices, searching for flaws in their goodness, pause and ask, what am I avoiding looking at in myself? What permission am I trying to give myself by finding their imperfections? And when others do this to you, when they scrutinize your choices, search for flaws in what you're trying to do, remember what's actually happening. It's not about you. It's about their need for permission to stay as they are. Think about when you've criticized someone for trying to be better. Someone at work taking initiative and you thinking they're showing off. Someone posting about their progress and you rolling your eyes. Someone making a healthy choice and you finding reasons why it's not really that healthy. Were you looking for the flaw that would give you permission to stay exactly as you are? And think about when you've held back from doing something good because you knew people would scrutinize it. You knew that being ordinary is safer than standing out. What would it be like to do the good thing anyway? To become someone worth examining, even knowing people will look for flaws? This is part of becoming unshakable, being willing to be scrutinized and remaining steady anyway, not because you're perfect, but because you understand what's happening and refuse to let others' need to find flaws pull you back down. Now let's look at why criticism can feel so crushing. When someone criticizes you, what do you actually hear? Not the words they say, but what you hear inside your own head. Most of the time, you hear identity, not action. You hear, you are, instead of, you did. Someone says, that report was sloppy. You hear, you are sloppy. Someone says, you made a mistake. You hear, you are a mistake. Someone says, that wasn't your best work. You hear, you are not good enough. The criticism was about an action, a specific thing you did in one moment, but you heard it as a judgment about your identity, about who you are permanently. This shift from action to identity is why criticism feels so crushing. If someone's critique is about what you did, you can change it next time. You can learn and improve. But if you've translated it into identity, if that was sloppy becomes you are sloppy, then there's no way out. You're trapped. The criticism becomes permanent instead of temporary feedback. And here's what makes this complicated. We do this shift ourselves. The other person might be giving reasonable feedback about a specific action, but we translate it into identity the moment we hear it. Then we suffer from that translation, not from what they actually said. This happens because of how empty or full you are inside. If you're empty, if you don't have a solid sense of who you are, if your self-worth is shaky, if you're constantly looking to others to tell you if you're okay, then other people's words fill you up completely. One criticism, and you're full of shame. One piece of praise, and you're full of pride. But it drains out quickly, because there's nothing solid inside. But if you have a genuine, grounded sense of yourself, not arrogance, not pretending to be perfect, just clear understanding of who you are, including both strengths and limitations, then other people's words don't fill you up. Criticism comes, and you can look at it objectively. Is this about what I did or who I am? Is there truth here worth learning from? And you can take in what's useful without being destroyed. Praise comes, and you can receive it with simple gratitude, without needing more, without building your whole sense of self around it. The Buddha taught, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. This isn't about self-centeredness. It's about having a solid, loving relationship with yourself so that other people's opinions don't determine your worth. When criticism comes, And it will. Try this. Ask yourself, am I hearing identity or action? Am I hearing you are or you did? Can I separate what I did in a specific moment from who I am as a person? This one shift, keeping action and identity separate, might be the most important thing you learn tonight. Because when you know who you are, when you have genuine self-knowledge and self-compassion, other people's words about what you did can't touch who you are. They can only touch who you are if you let them. If you translate their words from action to identity, if you take temporary feedback and turn it into permanent judgment. But you don't have to do that translation anymore. You can hear what was actually said, consider whether it's useful, and let it stop there, at the level of action, not identity. It's Monday morning. You open your email and there it is. A message from your manager, a colleague, maybe a client. Just a few lines. But those lines say something critical about your work, about your judgment, about a decision you made. Your stomach drops. Your heart speeds up. You read it again, hoping you misunderstood. But no, it says what you thought it said. And just like that, your whole week changes. You can't focus on anything else. You read the email 10 more times, analyzing every word. You compose responses in your head, some defensive, some apologetic, some angry. You don't send any of them, but you can't stop writing them mentally. You replay the situation, seeing all the ways you could have done it differently. Tuesday comes and you're still thinking about it. Wednesday, and it's still there, a weight in your chest. By Friday, you've barely accomplished anything because this one email has consumed your mental energy. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the email is praise. Your manager says your work was excellent, exactly what they needed. You feel amazing for about 2 hours. Then the feeling starts to fade. By afternoon, you're already wondering, will they think the next thing I do is as good? What if I can't maintain this level? By the next day, that praise feels like it happened years ago, and you're already hungry for the next validation. This is what it means to live as a hostage to words. Criticism destroys you. Praise inflates you, briefly, then leaves you empty, and neither one gives you any lasting peace. This brings us to the third quality of people who remain unshaken. Praise doesn't seduce them, criticism doesn't crush them, and they stay rooted in something real, regardless of what others say. Let's look at why we get trapped in this cycle. In Buddhist teaching, there's something called the 8 worldly dharmas, 8 things that most people spend their entire lives chasing or avoiding. They come in 4 pairs. The first pair is praise and criticism. We desperately want praise and desperately fear criticism. We adjust our behavior, our words, our choices to maximize praise and minimize criticism. The second pair is gain and loss, acquiring things and losing things. Money, possessions, status, titles, achievements. We spend enormous energy trying to gain more and avoid losing what we have. The third pair is fame and obscurity, being noticed versus being ignored. Not fame in the celebrity sense necessarily, but being important, being recognized, being someone who matters in your workplace, your community, your social circle. The fourth pair is pleasure and pain, seeking what feels good and avoiding what feels bad. Not just physical pleasure and pain, but emotional comfort and discomfort. The pleasant conversation versus the difficult one, the easy path versus the challenging one. Now here's what makes these 8 things so powerful and so problematic. They work, sort of temporarily. Praise does feel good. Gaining something you wanted does bring satisfaction. Being recognized does create a sense of significance. So your mind learns, this is how I get happy. Chase these things. Build your life around pursuing praise, gain, fame, and pleasure while avoiding their opposites. But there's a massive problem with this strategy. None of these things last, and none of them are under your control. Think of it like a casino. You walk in, and sometimes you win. The praise comes, the promotion happens, people notice you, you feel good. That win feels amazing, so you think, this is working. But the house always wins in the long run. Eventually, criticism will come, loss will happen, you'll be overlooked, pain will arrive. And when it does, you crash. The problem isn't that these things exist. The problem is confusing them with genuine well-being. Pleasure is not the same as peace. Praise is not the same as self-worth. Gain is not the same as security. Fame is not the same as meaning. But we confuse them constantly because they give us a hit, a temporary spike of good feeling that we mistake for actual happiness. It's like eating candy and thinking you've had a nutritious meal. It tastes good, gives you quick energy, but doesn't actually nourish you. And when it wears off, you're hungrier than before. This is why that Monday morning email can ruin your whole week. You've built your sense of self on other people's opinions. When the opinion is positive, you feel solid, but only until the next opinion arrives. When the opinion is negative, everything crumbles because there's nothing underneath holding you up. The Buddha taught something crucial about this. He said that suffering comes from tanha, this desperate clinging to experiences we want and desperate pushing away of experiences we don't want. We crave praise and push away criticism. We crave gain and push away loss. This constant craving and aversion creates endless suffering because we're trying to control what can't be controlled. But here's what's hopeful. You can build your life on something that doesn't move, that doesn't depend on whether Monday's email is praise or criticism. Remember those 4 equilibriums? Attentional, ethical, emotional, cognitive. These are what you root yourself in instead of the 8 worldly dharmas. When you can direct your attention, when you act from integrity, regardless of who's watching, when you can experience emotions without being controlled by them, when you see reality clearly, these qualities don't fluctuate based on what email arrives Monday morning. They're yours. They're stable. They're under your influence, even if not completely under your control. This is what it means to stay rooted in your practice rather than in results. Your practice, your daily choices to cultivate these equilibriums, to develop genuine self-knowledge, to act from integrity, this is the solid ground beneath your feet. Results fluctuate. Sometimes people praise you, sometimes they criticize you, but your practice continues regardless. When that email arrives Monday morning, whether it's criticism or praise, you can receive it without being destroyed or inflated by it, because your sense of who you are doesn't live in that email. It lives in the qualities you've been cultivating, the ability to pause, to see clearly, to respond rather than react, to stay grounded in what's real. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This isn't poetry. It's practical instruction. Stop betting everything on the casino of praise and criticism, gain and loss. You can't win that game long term. Build something inside that doesn't require winning. Genuine self-knowledge, genuine compassion, genuine clarity about what actually matters. Think about an email, a text, a comment that's still living in your mind. Maybe it was weeks ago, months ago, maybe even years ago. Someone said something critical, or someone praised you and then took it away, or someone ignored you when you needed to be seen, and you're still carrying it. That's not about the other person anymore. That's about where you're placing your foundation. That's about trying to get your sense of worth from something outside yourself that you can't control. What would it be like to put it down? Not to pretend it didn't hurt, but simply to stop letting those words determine who you are today. What would it be like to build your foundation somewhere else, on the qualities you're developing, the practices you're maintaining, the understanding you're cultivating? That's what we're building toward tonight. Not invulnerability to words, but freedom from being held hostage by them. Picture someone dressed in pristine white clothing from head to toe. White shirt, white pants, white shoes, everything perfectly clean, bright, spotless. They're sitting at a cafe having coffee. One tiny drop, barely noticeable, maybe the size of a pencil eraser, falls on their shoulder. Everyone sees it immediately. That single brown spot on all that white stands out like a spotlight's on it. The person becomes acutely aware of it, self-conscious, maybe even embarrassed. Now, picture a mechanic in their work clothes, dark pants, already stained with oil, grease, dirt, from working under cars all week. Someone spills an entire cup of coffee on them. Does anyone notice? Barely. The mechanic probably doesn't even care. Same substance, coffee, but completely different impact based on what it lands on. We do this exact thing with people, and it creates a particular kind of suffering that most of us carry without realizing it. When you label someone as good, or when you get labeled this way yourself, you've just dressed them in white clothing. Now, every small mistake becomes enormous. The friend who's usually reliable is late once, and it feels like a betrayal. The colleague who's usually professional loses their temper once, and people are shocked. The person who talks about living mindfully gets stressed and snaps at someone, and others think, see, it was all fake. But the person who's never claimed to be good, they can make huge mistakes, and nobody's surprised. More stains don't change anything. This creates a strange trap. The better you try to be, the more exhausting it becomes, because the standard keeps rising. You become afraid of being human, afraid of having a bad day, afraid of the inevitable moment when you're not at your best, because you know that one drop of coffee will be visible from across the room. And here's what makes this even more complicated. Often, you're the one doing this to yourself. Maybe nobody else is holding you to these impossible standards. But you've decided you should be good. You should be calm. You should be patient. You've dressed yourself in white, and now you're terrified of any spot appearing. You handle criticism well 99 times, but the one time you get defensive, you're devastated with yourself. You stay calm through 99 stressful situations, but the one time you lose it, you think, I'm a fraud. I'm not actually calm. I've been pretending. You're judging yourself by the drop of coffee, not by the 99 times there was no drop. You're focusing on the spot and ignoring all the white that's still clean. This is exhausting. This is why people sometimes give up on trying to be better. Not because being better is hard, but because the standard they're holding themselves to is inhuman. Nobody can be perfectly calm, perfectly patient, perfectly composed all the time. But we think we should be able to. And when we can't, we crash. And then there's what happens when others put you on a pedestal. Maybe you've been reliable, kind, patient, strong through difficult times. People start seeing you as the calm one, the stable one, the one who has it together. And at first, this might feel good. It's nice to be seen as capable. But then you realize you can't have a bad day anymore. You can't admit when you're struggling because people need you to be strong. You can't show frustration or anxiety or weakness because that's not who you're supposed to be. You've been dressed in white by others' perception, and now you're trapped maintaining that image even when you just want to be human. The pedestal becomes a prison. You're isolated up there, trying to maintain an image of perfection that you never claimed you had in the first place. This relates directly to how we handle praise and criticism. When people praise you for being calm, wise, patient, kind, they're dressing you in white. And if you believe that praise, if you start identifying with being the calm one or the wise one, you've just put yourself in the white suit. Now any moment you're not calm becomes a spot that stands out dramatically. And when criticism comes, when someone points out that one drop of coffee, it hits harder because of the contrast. You're experiencing the gap between who you've been presented as and the human reality of who you actually are. So, what's the way out of this trap? First, stop wearing white. Stop holding yourself to standards of perfection that no human can maintain. Stop believing that being good means being perfect, that trying to improve means never making mistakes, that handling criticism well means never being hurt by it. You can be someone who generally stays calm and still have moments when you lose it. You can be someone who tries to be kind and still have moments when you're sharp or impatient. These moments don't erase all the other moments. They don't make you a fraud. They make you human. The Buddha never taught perfection. He taught practice, continuous, ongoing practice of returning to wisdom, to compassion, to clarity after you've lost them. Not staying in them constantly without ever falling out, but returning to them each time you do fall out. Good enough is actually good enough. Not as a cop-out, but as a realistic understanding of what it means to be human. You're good enough when you're doing your best with the awareness you have in this moment. You're good enough when you're trying to grow while accepting where you currently are. This might sound like lowering your standards, but it's actually the opposite. It's having accurate standards instead of impossible ones. It's understanding that real growth happens in the space between perfection and giving up, in the middle ground, where you're trying, failing sometimes, learning and trying again. And here's what's beautiful about releasing the need to wear white. Criticism doesn't hit as hard anymore. When someone points out a flaw or a mistake, you're not devastated because you weren't pretending to be flawless in the first place. You can look at it honestly. Yes, that's true. I did mess up there. What can I learn from this? And praise doesn't seduce you as much either. When someone says you're calm, or wise, or kind, you can receive it with gratitude without building your whole identity around it. You know you're sometimes calm and sometimes not, sometimes wise and sometimes foolish. The praise is nice, but it doesn't define you because you're not wearing white that must stay spotless. Healthy self-worth isn't thinking you're perfect. It's knowing you're imperfect and being okay with that. It's understanding that your value as a person doesn't depend on maintaining a spotless image. The Buddha taught, you can search throughout the entire universe for someone more deserving of your love and affection than you are yourself. And that person is not to be found anywhere. You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. This includes loving and accepting the parts of you that aren't perfect, the moments when you fall short of your own ideals, the days when you're wearing stained overalls instead of spotless white. Think about this. Where in your life are you wearing white when you could wear blue, or grey, or even the mechanic's comfortable overalls? Where are you holding yourself to standards that make every small mistake feel like a disaster? Where are you so afraid of the coffee drops that you've stopped living freely, stopped being fully human? What would it be like to change clothes, to show up as someone who's trying their best and sometimes failing, someone who's generally kind but has bad days? Not as lowering your standards, but as having realistic ones. This is how you begin to handle both criticism and praise with more freedom, by releasing the exhausting need to be perfect and accepting the relief of being human. Now let's look at what actually supports this shift from impossible standards to realistic practice. Because understanding is helpful, but it's not enough on its own. You need actual practices that build the internal stability we've been talking about all night. In Buddhist teaching, everything we've discussed, staying calm when criticized, not being seduced by praise, remaining steady regardless of circumstances, all of this is supported by 3 core practices called the 3 higher trainings. The first training is ethics. Not ethics as rigid rules or moral superiority, but ethics as choosing actions that reduce harm and increase well-being for yourself and others. When you train in ethics, you're developing integrity, the quality of acting from principles rather than just from fear or performance. In practical terms, this means noticing when you're about to speak or act and pausing to ask, will this cause harm or reduce it? Not in some dramatic way, just in small, daily choices. The words you choose, the actions you take, the way you treat yourself and others. When you train in ethics consistently, something shifts inside. You develop an internal compass that doesn't need external validation to know whether you're on track. Criticism from others hurts less because you know whether you acted with integrity. Praise from others means less because your sense of doing right doesn't depend on applause. The second training is meditation, but not meditation as sitting quietly, trying to empty your mind. Meditation as training your attention, learning to direct your mind deliberately rather than being pulled around by every thought and emotion that arises. In practical terms, this means noticing when your mind is replaying that critical email for the 15th time and gently bringing it back to what's actually happening right now. It means feeling anger or anxiety without immediately acting on those feelings, giving yourself space to respond wisely instead of reacting automatically. When you train in meditation consistently, you develop the ability to pause. That pause is where freedom lives, the gap between stimulus and response, where you can choose how to act instead of being controlled by habit. The third training is wisdom, seeing reality clearly without the distortion of your fears desires, and fixed beliefs. In practical terms, this means understanding impermanence, that praise and criticism both pass, that no state lasts forever, that clinging to the good or pushing away the bad creates suffering. It means understanding that you're not a fixed, permanent self that can be defined by one email or one moment or one person's opinion. It means seeing the difference between you did this and you are this. When you train in wisdom consistently, you stop taking things so personally because you understand what's actually happening beneath the surface of events. These three trainings work together. Ethics gives you the foundation of living with integrity. Meditation gives you the ability to stay present and not be hijacked by emotions. Wisdom gives you clear seeing that cuts through confusion. Together, they build something solid inside you that external circumstances can't shake. This is your spiritual anchor, not believing the right things or having the right philosophy, but actually training your mind and heart and actions in these three areas. When the storm of criticism comes, this anchor keeps you from being swept away. When the seductive pull of praise arrives, this anchor keeps you from being dragged after it desperately. The Buddha said, "There is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way." He meant that these trainings aren't something you do to eventually arrive at peace. The practice itself is the peace. Training in ethics, training in attention, training in clear seeing. This is what it means to be unshakable right now, even while you're still imperfect and still learning. The question isn't whether you'll be criticized or praised tomorrow. The question is whether you're building these qualities today that let you remain yourself regardless of what comes. There's an ancient teaching that says, wealth obtained through wrong means or through force is not true wealth. Even dogs and cats, though their bellies are full, are examples of those who have forgotten shame. This teaching is harsh by our modern standards, and it needs some unpacking. In ancient times, street dogs and cats had to scavenge, steal food, fight other animals for scraps. The teaching wasn't condemning the animals themselves. They were doing what they needed to survive. The point was about humans who acquire things through harm, through stealing, through taking advantage of others. They might have full bellies, they might have wealth, but they've lost something essential: integrity. Let's translate this into something more relatable for today. Imagine someone who builds their success by lying to clients, by taking credit for others' work, by cutting corners in ways that hurt people. Maybe they make a lot of money. Maybe they get the promotion. From the outside, they look successful. But here's what the teaching is pointing to. That wealth is unstable. It's built on a foundation of harm, and foundations of harm don't hold. Not because the universe is morally judging them and will punish them, but because of simple cause and effect, what we call karma in Buddhist teaching. Karma isn't cosmic justice or divine punishment. It's just the law of cause and effect playing out in human lives. When you build something through harm, through lying, stealing, manipulating, betraying trust, you create consequences that will eventually come back to affect you. The person who lies to clients will eventually be caught, or will develop a reputation that makes people wary. The person who takes credit for others' work will eventually lose the trust and cooperation of colleagues. The person who cuts corners will eventually face the consequences, lawsuits, failures, damage to their reputation. The wealth might be real in the moment, but it doesn't last because it wasn't built on something solid. Now here's where this gets interesting, and where it connects to everything we've been exploring about staying unshaken. Even the most selfish person in the world, if they truly understood how karma works, would choose to be generous and ethical. Not because they've suddenly become good or compassionate, but because it's the most intelligent form of self-interest. Think about it this way. Imagine someone who's completely selfish. They only care about their own well-being, their own success. Now imagine they truly understand that every action creates consequences that will come back to affect their own life. That harming others will eventually harm them. That helping others will eventually benefit them. That building trust creates opportunities, while breaking trust closes doors. If they really understood this, they would choose generosity, honesty, kindness, not out of morality, but out of pure self-interest. They would treat people well because it's the smartest way to create a good life for themselves. This is what the teaching means about true wealth versus false wealth. True wealth, the kind that lasts, that's stable, comes from ethical action. False wealth, the kind that looks good but doesn't last, comes from harmful action. But there's a catch. Karma needs time to work. When you lie to someone and it gets you what you want immediately, it looks like it worked. When you betray someone's trust and face no immediate consequences, it looks like you got away with it. But karma isn't instant. The consequences unfold over time, sometimes days, sometimes months, sometimes years. The person you lied to might not catch you today, but the habit of lying you're building will catch up with you eventually. All karma needs is time, and time is the one thing everyone gets. And here's something important about karma that people often misunderstand. It's not just about external consequences. It's also about what you're building inside yourself. Every time you lie, you're training your mind in lying. Every time you act from greed, you're strengthening greed. Every time you harm someone, you're making it easier to harm someone next time. You're shaping who you're becoming. You're building patterns that will be harder to break later. And the opposite is equally true. Every time you act with integrity, you're training your mind in integrity. Every time you choose generosity over greed, you're weakening greed and strengthening generosity. This is the real wealth the teaching is pointing to, not just external success, but the internal qualities you're cultivating. Someone who's built their life on integrity has something that can't be taken away. They have a stable foundation that no external circumstance can shake. This connects directly to handling criticism and praise. When you've built your life on genuine ethical action, criticism hurts less because you have something solid to stand on. You're not dependent on others' approval because you have your own internal compass. And when praise comes, it doesn't seduce you as much because you know the difference between genuine accomplishment and cheap wins. You're not desperate for validation because you have something real inside yourself. Now here's what makes all of this practical, rather than just philosophical. You need to make these decisions now, while you're clear, so they protect you later when you're confused. Right now, as you're listening to this, you probably have some clarity about who you want to be. You know lying is harmful. You know betraying trust creates problems. You have clarity right now about your values, about what matters, about the kind of life you want to build. But in 2 weeks or 2 months, you might not have that clarity. You might be stressed, tired, desperate, afraid. Someone might offer you a shortcut that looks really tempting. You might face a situation where lying seems like it would solve everything. In those moments of confusion, what protects you? The contract you make with yourself right now, while you're clear. This is what ethical training actually is. Not forcing yourself to be good, but making agreements with yourself about how you'll act, and then keeping those agreements even when it's hard. You decide now, I will not lie, even when lying would be convenient. I will not betray trust, even when I'm angry or hurt. I will not build my success on harming others, even when that path looks faster. These aren't abstract moral principles. They're agreements you make with yourself about who you're committed to being. And then, when the moment comes, when you're tired and the lie would be so easy, when your hurt and betrayal feels justified, when the shortcut that harms others is right there in front of you, that agreement protects you. It reminds you of who you decided to be when you were thinking clearly. The Buddha taught, an insincere and evil friend is more to be feared than a wild beast. A wild beast may wound your body, but an evil friend will wound your mind. But the evil friend he was most concerned about is the one inside yourself, the voice that says, just this once, nobody will know. It's not that bad. The rules don't apply in this situation. The contract you make with yourself when you're clear is protection against that voice when you're confused. Think about this. What contract have you made with yourself? What have you decided about how you'll act? About what you will and won't do? About the kind of person you're committed to being? Is it clear enough that it will protect you when clarity is hard to find? Or have you been living without a contract, making it up as you go along, deciding in each moment based on what's convenient? Because here's the truth. If you don't decide who you are now, circumstances will decide for you later. If you don't make your contract with yourself in clarity, you'll be forced to make decisions in confusion. And decisions made in confusion rarely serve your actual well-being. The smartest kind of selfishness is ethical behavior. The truest kind of wealth is integrity. The most stable foundation you can build is one of actions that reduce harm and increase well-being for yourself and for others. Not because you're trying to be a saint, but because you understand how karma works and you want a life that actually works. Tonight, before you sleep, make your contract. Decide who you are and how you'll act. Not perfectly, just clearly. And then let that decision protect you tomorrow and the day after, and in all the moments when clarity is harder to find. Imagine you're on a long road trip, driving across open countryside, where you can see for miles in every direction. The sky is dramatic, patches of blue, areas of dark clouds, shafts of sunlight breaking through in places. And ahead of you, maybe 5 or 10 miles away, you can see a rainstorm. Not a massive weather system covering everything, but a compact storm, the kind where you can see exactly where it's raining and exactly where it's not. Clear boundaries, moving steadily across the land. As you drive, you can see 3 different towns, experiencing 3 completely different realities at the same exact moment. In the town to your left, the sun is shining. People are outside going about their day, maybe setting up for an outdoor event, hanging laundry, working in their gardens. They have no idea what's coming in 15 minutes. From where they stand, it's a beautiful day. They're making plans based on sunshine continuing. In the town straight ahead, directly under the storm, everything is different. Rain is pouring down. Streets are flooding. People are rushing inside, grabbing things they left outside, dealing with the chaos of sudden bad weather. That outdoor event they were planning is ruined. The laundry is soaked. Everything feels like disaster. From where they stand, the whole day is wrecked, and who knows when it will clear up. And in the town to your right, people are emerging from their houses. The storm has just passed. They're assessing the damage, starting to clean up, checking if everyone's okay. Water is still dripping from roof edges, but the sky above them is already clearing. The worst is over. From where they stand, they're in recovery mode, dealing with the aftermath. 3 towns, 3 completely different experiences, 3 different emotional states: anticipation, crisis, recovery. And they're all happening simultaneously. But here's what you can see from your position on the road that none of them can see from inside their moment. The storm is moving. It's just weather passing through, The town that's sunny now will be in the storm soon. The town that's drowning will be in sunshine within the hour. The town that's recovering will have clear skies by afternoon. The storm itself doesn't care about any of them. It's not punishing the middle town or blessing the ones on either side. It's just a weather pattern doing what weather patterns do, moving across the landscape in its own rhythm. This is exactly what our lives look like when you zoom out far enough. Right now, you might be in the sunny part. Things are going well. You're getting praised at work. Your relationships are good. You feel capable and successful. You're making plans based on this continuing. You might even think you've figured something out, that you've finally gotten life to work the way you want it to. Or maybe you're in the storm right now. Criticism is pouring down. Something important has fallen apart. You feel like you're failing. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong. From inside the storm, it feels permanent. You can't remember what sunshine felt like, and you can't imagine it ever coming back. Or maybe you're in that third space, recovering from something difficult, starting to see light again, but still dealing with the aftermath of what just happened. Not in crisis anymore, but not okay yet either. Wherever you are right now, here's what's true. The storm is moving. It always is. This is what the Buddhist teachings mean by samsara, not just suffering, but the cyclical nature of unenlightened existence. Up and down, success and failure, praise and criticism, gain and loss, over and over in endless cycles. You get the promotion, you lose the job, you find love, you experience heartbreak, you feel confident, you feel inadequate, round and round, like being on a wheel that never stops turning. And when you're inside one moment of the cycle, especially if you're in the storm, it feels like everything. It feels permanent. It feels like this is your life now, and it will always be this way. But if you could see from that elevated perspective, the way you could from the road looking at all three towns, you'd see something different. You'd see the pattern. You'd see that this moment, this criticism, this praise, this success, this failure is just one part of an ongoing cycle. The storm that's on you now will pass. The sunshine you're enjoying now will eventually give way to clouds. Nothing stays. And here's what fuels this whole cycle, what keeps it turning. 3 things: ignorance, fear, and desire. Ignorance means not seeing the cycle itself. When you're in sunshine, you think it will last forever, and you're shocked when the storm comes. When you're in the storm, you think you'll never escape it, and you're surprised when it passes. You don't see the pattern, so you're constantly caught off guard by changes you could have anticipated. Fear means desperately trying to avoid the storm. You see those dark clouds on the horizon, and you panic. You try to control everything, manipulate circumstances, do whatever it takes to stay in the sunshine. But the storm comes anyway, because storms are part of weather, and suffering is part of life. Desire means desperately grasping at the sunshine. When things are good, you cling to them terrified they'll end. You try to freeze this moment, to make it permanent, to guarantee it will never change. But it does change, because everything changes, and your grasping just makes the inevitable loss hurt more. These three, ignorance, fear, desire, keep the wheel turning. They keep you trapped in reacting to wherever you are in the cycle, rather than understanding the cycle itself. So what's the way out? Or more accurately, what's the way to stop being tossed around by the cycle, even though the cycle continues? It's not about making the storm stop coming. You can't control that. It's not about staying in permanent sunshine. That's impossible. It's about internal development that remains constant, regardless of where you are in the external cycle. Think about those 4 equilibriums we talked about earlier: attentional, ethical, emotional, cognitive. These don't depend on whether you're currently in sunshine or storm. You can train your attention, act with integrity, manage your emotions, and see clearly whether you're being praised or criticized, whether you're succeeding or failing, whether you're in the good part of the cycle or the difficult part. This is what the teaching means about growth mattering, regardless of your external position. You can be at the peak of success and still work on developing these inner qualities. You can be in the valley of failure and still work on developing these inner qualities. You can be in the middle, neither particularly up nor particularly down, and still work on developing these inner qualities. The solution is always the same. Develop internally. Build something inside yourself that doesn't depend on which part of the cycle you're currently experiencing. When you're in the storm, when criticism is pouring down, when everything feels like it's falling apart, you can practice staying grounded in those inner qualities rather than being swept away by circumstances. When you're in the sunshine, when praise is abundant, when everything's going your way, you can practice not building your identity on conditions that will inevitably change. The Buddha taught, all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This doesn't mean becoming pessimistic or refusing to enjoy good things. It means seeing the cycle clearly enough that you stop being surprised by it, stop being controlled by it, stop placing all your happiness on one part of it, continuing forever. The broader view brings peace, not because your circumstances get easier, not because the storms stop coming, but because you understand what's actually happening. You see the pattern. You see that this moment, whatever it is part of a larger cycle that will continue moving. And that understanding allows you to respond differently. When criticism comes, you can remember, this is the storm passing through, not a permanent condition. When praise comes, you can remember, this is sunshine, beautiful, but temporary, not something to build my entire sense of self upon. When success comes, you can enjoy it without grasping. When failure comes, You can learn from it without being destroyed. Think about where you are right now in your cycle. Are you in sunshine, making plans as if it will last forever? Are you in the storm, feeling like you'll never escape? Are you in recovery, dealing with what just happened? And now ask yourself, can you see the storm moving, or are you only seeing your current weather? Can you zoom out far enough to see the pattern, to understand that this moment is just one part of an ongoing cycle? This shift in perspective, from being trapped in the moment to seeing the cycle, is what begins to free you from being controlled by praise and criticism, by success and failure, by all the ups and downs that will continue happening as long as you're alive. The storm keeps moving. It always does. The question is whether you'll be tossed around by it, or whether you'll develop something inside yourself that remains steady, regardless of what weather is currently passing through. We've traveled through many teachings tonight, and now it's time to bring them all together into something you can actually use. Everything we've explored, the speed cameras, the train barriers, the guitar practice, the jackal and lion, the jewel inspections, the Monday morning emails, the white suits, the understanding of karma, the moving storms. All of it has been pointing toward three qualities that make some people unshakable, while others get tossed around by every word someone says. These aren't mysterious spiritual powers. They're practical qualities you can develop, starting tonight. The first quality is this: praise doesn't seduce you anymore. Not that you become cold or ungrateful, not that compliments don't feel nice, but they don't hook you, don't pull you around, don't become something you desperately need more of. Think about what seduction actually means: being led away from yourself, being pulled by something outside yourself into behavior you wouldn't choose if you were thinking clearly. When praise seduces you, you start adjusting your actions to get more of it. You stop doing what matters and start doing what gets noticed. You become a performer rather than a person, constantly aware of your audience, constantly hoping for applause. This creates an addiction cycle as real as any chemical dependency. The praise hits, and you feel amazing, validated, seen, worthy. Then it fades, and you feel empty again, craving the next hit. So you seek it out, do whatever worked last time, try to recreate the conditions that brought praise before. But it never satisfies for long. The dose you needed yesterday doesn't work today. You need more. Need it more often. Need it from more people. Freedom comes when you can receive praise with simple gratitude. Thank you. That's kind of you to say. And then let it go. It doesn't fill you up because you're already full. It doesn't define you because you know who you are, independent of what anyone says. You can appreciate it without needing it, enjoy it without being controlled by it. The second quality is this: criticism doesn't crush you anymore. Again, not that criticism doesn't sting sometimes. Not that you become robotic or indifferent, but the criticism doesn't knock you down for days, doesn't spiral into self-hatred, doesn't make you question your entire worth as a person. Remember what we learned about the action versus identity distinction. This is where it becomes practical. When criticism comes, you can hear it as feedback about something you did in a specific situation, rather than as judgment about who you are permanently. Someone says your report was sloppy, and instead of hearing, "You are sloppy," you hear, "This specific report had issues. Can you fix it?" Yes. Is there something to learn? Maybe. Does this define your identity? No. This protection comes from self-knowledge, not arrogance. You're not pretending to be perfect or above criticism, but genuine understanding of who you are, including both strengths and limitations. When you know yourself clearly, other people's opinions, even harsh ones, can't destroy that knowledge. They can add information, they can point out blind spots, but they can't erase what you've built through years of honest self-examination. You're wearing armor, but not the defensive kind that keeps everything out. You're wearing the armor of self-knowledge that lets useful criticism in, while keeping destructive attacks from reaching your core. The third quality is this: you remain rooted in your virtues. This is the one that holds everything else together. When praise and criticism are both passing through you without controlling you, what are you actually standing on? What's the ground beneath your feet? The original teaching says, remaining correctly in your virtues, and that phrase needs unpacking because it doesn't mean what you might think. This isn't about moral superiority or rigid rules or judging yourself and others. It means staying aligned with those qualities you've been cultivating, those 4 equilibriums, those 3 higher trainings, that internal development that doesn't depend on external circumstances. Remember ethics, meditation, and wisdom. These are your virtues in the Buddhist sense. Not rules you follow to be good, but qualities you develop to be free. When you train in ethical conduct, when you train your attention through meditation, when you train in seeing clearly through wisdom, these practices become your anchor. And here's what's remarkable. When you're rooted in these practices, you control 3 crucial things. You control your conduct, how you act, regardless of how you feel. You control your mind, where your attention goes, and how you relate to your thoughts and emotions. You control your perception, how clearly you see reality without the distortion of fear and desire. When you have these 3 under your influence, not perfect control, but genuine influence, you become unshakable. Not because nothing difficult happens, but because you have something solid to stand on that external circumstances can't take away. So what does this look like tomorrow morning? How do these 3 qualities actually work in real life? When criticism arrives, and it will arrive, you pause. Just for a moment. You take one breath before reacting. In that pause, you remember the jackal barking at the lion. You remember that this person's words say more about them than about you. You remember to separate action from identity, to ask whether there's useful feedback here without letting it become a verdict on your worth. And then you respond, or you don't. But either way, you're not carried away by it. When praise arrives, and it will arrive, you receive it. You say thank you. You let yourself feel glad that someone appreciated your work. But you don't cling to it. Don't replay it obsessively. Don't start adjusting your entire life to get more of it. You let it be what it is. A nice moment that will pass like all moments pass. And you stay rooted in your practice rather than in the results your practice produces. This is the shift from living for outcomes to living from your practice. Outcomes fluctuate. Sometimes you're praised, sometimes criticized, sometimes ignored. But your practice can remain steady. You can continue training your attention, acting with integrity, seeing clearly, regardless of whether today brought sunshine or storm. Which quality will you practice first? Maybe you need to work on not being seduced by praise, because you notice how desperately you seek validation. Maybe you need to work on not being crushed by criticism because one harsh word can ruin your week. Maybe you need to work on staying rooted in your practice because you've been floating around without an anchor, tossed by every wave. Start with one. Just one quality, practiced imperfectly, is enough to begin. Now there's one final piece we need to address before we close tonight, because there's a trap people often fall into when they start developing these qualities. They confuse inner peace with outer passivity. They think that remaining unshaken means never taking action, never setting boundaries, never saying no to harmful behavior. This is wrong. And it's dangerous. In Buddhist teaching, especially in the Bodhisattva path, the path of someone committed to reducing suffering for all beings, the greatest sin is indifference. Not anger, not fear, not even hatred. Indifference. The cold turning away from suffering, the refusal to engage, the comfortable numbness that lets harm continue because confronting it would be uncomfortable. Compassion is not passivity. Setting boundaries is not the opposite of kindness. Taking firm action against harmful behavior is not betraying your inner peace. Remember when we talked about the jackal and the lion? The lion doesn't retaliate with rage, doesn't attack the jackal in anger. But the lion also doesn't let the jackal take over its territory. The lion walks away if appropriate, or the lion stops the threat if necessary, all while maintaining that inner stability we've been building toward. Your attitude can be compassionate, understanding that people act from their own confusion and pain, but your actions can still be firm. You can end relationships that are harmful. You can report behavior that crosses ethical lines. You can say no clearly and repeatedly to people who keep asking for what you cannot give. You can protect yourself and others from harm. All of this can be done from compassion, not from hatred. The difference is internal. You're not burning with rage while you set the boundary. You're not seeking revenge while you take protective action. You're not attacking the person while you stop the harmful behavior. You're doing what needs to be done from a place of clarity rather than from a place of emotional reactivity. Action and peace coexist. You can be utterly calm inside while being completely firm in your actions. You can have compassion for why someone behaves harmfully while still protecting yourself from that harm. You can understand their pain while refusing to let their pain become your pain. The Buddha taught, hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. This is an eternal law. But non-hatred doesn't mean non-action. It means acting from wisdom rather than from rage, from compassion rather than from vindictiveness, from clarity rather than from confusion. So as you develop these three qualities, as praise stops seducing you, as criticism stops crushing you, as you remain rooted in your practice, remember that you're not becoming passive. You're becoming free. Free to act when action is needed. Free to rest when rest is appropriate. Free to respond wisely rather than react automatically. Tomorrow brings what it brings: praise, criticism, storms, sunshine, all of it. But you're building something tonight that will be there tomorrow and every day after. Something no one can take from you. Something circumstances can't shake. Something real. The three qualities aren't the end of the path. They're the beginning of living free. We started tonight with words that held you hostage, criticism that wouldn't stop replaying, praise that left you empty and craving more. We end with something different. You understanding why those words had so much power and how to take that power back. The three qualities we've explored aren't gifts you're waiting to receive. They're capacities you already have right now that just need practice to develop. Praise doesn't have to seduce you. Criticism doesn't have to crush you. You can remain rooted in something real, regardless of what anyone says. When the storms come, and they will come, you can return here. This wisdom doesn't disappear when the video ends. It waits for you whenever you need it. If something tonight resonated with you, leave a comment about which quality you'll practice first. And if you know someone who's being held hostage by words right now, someone who needs to hear this, share it with them. The Buddha taught that you already have Buddha nature, the seed of complete freedom, complete peace, complete clarity. It's not something you earn through years of perfect practice. It's something you uncover by removing the beliefs and patterns that hide it. The work isn't adding something you lack. It's clearing away what obscures what you already are. May this bring you peace. May this bring you freedom. And if sleep is calling you now, let it come. You don't need to hold on to these words. They've already done their work. Rest well. There's a specific kind of suffering that happens when someone doesn't choose you. You know this pain, the replaying of conversations, the questions that circle endlessly, the quiet wondering what you did wrong. And beneath it all, the ache that won't quite leave. Why wasn't I enough? Here's what most people miss. If someone doesn't choose you and you stay anyway, hoping, waiting, trying to earn what should be freely given, the suffering isn't coming from them anymore. It's coming from you. Not because you're broken or weak, but because you're doing something the Buddha warned against 25 centuries ago. He called it attachment. Not love, attachment. The quiet force that keeps you reaching for what's already gone, that turns care into craving, that makes you negotiate with reality instead of seeing it clearly. And here's the compassionate truth. You weren't taught how to recognize this. No one showed you the difference between loving someone and clinging to them. You're suffering not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something human, something every person does until they learn another way. Tonight, 11 authentic Buddhist stories that reveal exactly what attachment is, where it comes from, and how it finally releases. Not harsh lessons, but mirrors, encounters with this same pain and the wisdom that transformed it. If it feels right, share where you're listening from below. The first teaching begins now. When someone doesn't choose you, your mind does something automatic. It starts searching. You replay the last conversation, looking for the moment things shifted. You analyze text messages for hidden meanings. You wonder if you said too much or not enough, if you were too available or not present enough, if you gave too much or held back too long. The questions multiply faster than you can answer them, and beneath every question sits one deeper ache. What's wrong with me? This isn't overthinking. This is suffering, trying to understand itself. And here's what makes it so exhausting. You're not just hurting from their absence. You're hurting from the story your mind is building about what their absence means. 25 centuries ago, a monk named Vakali understood this suffering in a way that might surprise you. Vakali wasn't rejected by a romantic partner. He wasn't passed over for a position or abandoned by a friend. Vakali's attachment was to someone who actually cared for him deeply, the Buddha himself. Vakali had become a monk for one reason. He found the Buddha's physical presence so compelling that he couldn't bear to be away from it. The way the Buddha moved, the calm in his face, in his gestures, Vakali was transfixed. He would position himself where he could watch the Buddha throughout the day. He memorized every detail of the Buddha's appearance. His entire practice became about proximity to this one person. The other monks noticed. They saw how Vakali barely meditated, rarely studied, hardly engaged with the teachings. He was physically present in the monastery, but mentally consumed with watching, waiting, making sure he could see the Buddha as much as possible. Then something shifted. The Buddha began spending more time in solitude, teaching smaller groups, traveling to remote areas. Vakali's access to him diminished. And as it did, Vakali became ill. Not with a disease you could diagnose. His body grew weak from an ache that had no physical source. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't find peace anywhere. The monastery's physicians examined him and found nothing wrong, yet Vakali continued to deteriorate. He withdrew to a small dwelling on Vulture Peak, too sick to function, too consumed with longing to recover. When word reached the Buddha that Vakali was dying, he went to see him. Imagine that moment. Vakali, wasted from months of suffering, suddenly seeing the person he'd been craving standing in his doorway. The relief must have been overwhelming. Finally, after all that absence, here was the presence he needed. But what the Buddha said next changed everything Vakali understood about his suffering. Vakali, what is there to see in this foul body? The Buddha's voice was gentle but direct. This body is subject to decay, to death, to dissolution. Why do you waste your energy clinging to it? Then he said the words that would become one of Buddhism's most important teachings. One who sees the Dhamma sees me. One who sees me sees the Dhamma. Vakali had been suffering not because the Buddha was absent, but because he was clinging to the wrong thing. He thought he needed the Buddha's physical presence. He thought his peace depended on being near this person, on seeing him, on having access to him. But the Buddha was pointing to something Vakali had missed entirely. What he actually needed wasn't a person, it was understanding. The teaching wasn't in the Buddha's face or form. It was in the truth the Buddha embodied, the wisdom he taught, the way of seeing reality clearly that he demonstrated. All of that was available to Vakali, whether the Buddha was physically present or not. But Vakali had made the Buddha into something he needed in order to be okay. And that need, that insistence that his well-being depended on someone else's proximity, was creating his suffering. This is where the Buddha's teaching on dukkha becomes painfully clear. Dukkha is the Pali word, usually translated as suffering, but it means something more specific than just pain. It's the friction that arises when you insist reality be different from what it is. When someone doesn't choose you, there's pain. That's natural. Loss hurts. Rejection stings. Loneliness aches. These are unavoidable parts of being human, of caring about connection in a world where nothing stays the same. But suffering, dukkha, is what happens when you take that natural pain and add insistence to it. You insist they should have chosen you. You insist the connection should have lasted. You insist that their absence means something terrible about your worth. You insist that you can't be okay without them, that your peace depends on them returning, that life won't make sense until they see your value. Every insistence creates friction. Every should rubs against what is. And that friction, that constant mental argument with reality, is where suffering multiplies far beyond the original pain. Vakali's body was healthy. The Buddha still existed in the world. The teachings were still available. But Vakali had convinced himself that none of that mattered if he couldn't have the Buddha in the specific way he wanted. The suffering wasn't coming from the Buddha's absence. It was coming from Vakali's relationship to that absence. This is the part most people miss when they're not chosen. You think the pain is about them, their decision, their absence, their apparent indifference. And yes, there's real pain in not being chosen. That pain is valid. It's human. It matters. But the suffering that keeps you up at night, that makes you check your phone compulsively, that has you rehearsing conversations and analyzing every interaction that's not coming from them anymore. That's coming from what your mind is doing with their absence. Your mind is doing what Vakali's mind did. It's taking a person, condition, for your peace. It's insisting that you can't be okay without them choosing you. It's making their decision into a verdict about your worth, rather than information about compatibility, timing, or their own capacity. The Buddha told Vakali something crucial. This body is subject to decay, to death, to dissolution. He wasn't being morbid. He was pointing to impermanence, the truth that everything changes, including people, including feelings, including circumstances. When you make your peace dependent on something impermanent, someone's feelings, someone's choice, someone's presence, you're building on unstable ground. Not because the person is bad, or because caring is wrong, but because impermanence is the nature of all conditioned things. People change their minds, feelings shift, circumstances evolve. What felt certain becomes uncertain. What felt permanent reveals itself as temporary. None of this is personal. None of this is punishment. This is just how reality works. But when you don't understand this, when you take impermanence personally, it feels like something is wrong with you. Vakali thought something was wrong with him when the Buddha spent less time visible to the monks. He didn't understand that the Buddha was simply doing what the Buddha needed to do, teaching, practicing, responding to circumstances as they arose. The Buddha's schedule had nothing to do with Vakali's worth, but Vakali had made it about his worth. He'd made the Buddha's presence into proof that he mattered, and the Buddha's absence into evidence that he didn't. You might be doing the same thing right now. Someone's decision not to choose you might have nothing to do with your value and everything to do with where they are, what they're capable of, what they're seeing or not seeing in their own life. But your mind takes their decision and turns it into a story about what's wrong with you. The Buddha's response to Vakali wasn't to convince him that he was worthy of being watched. It wasn't to spend more time with him or validate his need for proximity. The Buddha's response was to point Vakali toward a different relationship with presence and absence altogether. One who sees the Dharma sees me. What the Buddha was offering wasn't more access to his physical form. He was offering something that couldn't be taken away by distance or time or changing circumstances. He was offering understanding. Understanding doesn't require someone else's cooperation. Understanding doesn't disappear when someone walks away. Understanding doesn't depend on being chosen, validated, or confirmed by another person. Understanding is what remains when everything else becomes impermanent. And what Vakali needed to understand was simple but profound. His suffering wasn't being created by the Buddha's absence. His suffering was being created by his insistence that the Buddha's presence was necessary for his peace. The moment Vakali heard those words, "One who sees the Dhamma sees me," something shifted. The teaching says that he immediately understood, not gradually, not over time, but in that instant. He saw what he'd been doing, mistaking the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself, mistaking the person teaching truth for truth itself, mistaking proximity to the Buddha for the peace the Buddha was pointing toward. And in seeing this clearly, his suffering ended. Not because the Buddha promised to be more available, not because Vakali's circumstances changed, but because Vakali stopped arguing with reality. He stopped insisting that his peace required the Buddha's physical presence. He stopped making the Buddha responsible for his inner state. He stopped demanding that impermanent things remain permanent. This is what the Buddha meant by the first noble truth, the truth of suffering's existence. Suffering exists not because life is unfair, or because people are cruel, or because you're not good enough to be chosen. Suffering exists because human beings have a tendency to cling to what's impermanent, to demand that changing things stay fixed, to make their peace conditional on circumstances they can't control. When someone doesn't choose you, the pain of that is real. You don't need to deny it or transcend it or spiritually bypass it. But the suffering that compounds that pain, the endless questioning, the self-blame, the desperate analyzing, the insistence that you can't be okay until they change their mind, that suffering is optional. Not easy to release, but optional. It's optional because it's being created by something you're doing internally, not by what they did externally. You're doing what Vakali did, taking a person and making them into a requirement for your peace, taking their choice and turning it into a commentary on your worth. Taking impermanence and treating it like permanence should have been possible if only you'd been enough. The teaching here isn't that you should stop caring. It's not that connection doesn't matter or that loss shouldn't hurt. The teaching is that suffering intensifies when you mistake a person for your peace, when you confuse being chosen with being whole, when you make someone else responsible for your relationship with yourself. Vakali recovered, not because the Buddha started spending more time with him, but because he stopped needing the Buddha to be different than he was. He learned to access the teaching without requiring the teacher's constant physical presence. He learned to find peace that didn't depend on circumstances aligning perfectly. He learned the difference between appreciating someone and clinging to them. And in learning that difference, he discovered something unexpected: freedom. Not freedom from caring about the Buddha, but freedom from suffering over the Buddha's absence. Not freedom from wanting connection, but freedom from making connection a condition for inner peace. This is where the path begins, not in being chosen, but in understanding why not being chosen creates the specific suffering you're experiencing. Because once you understand the mechanics of your suffering, once you see what your mind is actually doing, that creates this friction, you have a choice you didn't have before. You can keep insisting reality be different, or you can start learning to meet reality as it is. One path leads to more suffering. The other leads somewhere unexpected. But first, you need to understand what attachment actually is and why the Buddha warned against it so strongly. Most people think attachment is love taken to an extreme. They think, I love this person so much that I've become attached. I care so deeply that I can't let go. My feelings are so strong that I'm suffering when they're not here. But Buddhism makes a distinction that changes everything. Attachment isn't love grown too large. Attachment is something else entirely. Something that often disguises itself as love, but operates by completely different principles. The Buddha had a half-brother named Nanda, who learned this distinction in a way he never expected. Nanda was engaged to be married to a woman named Janapada Kalyani, who was considered the most beautiful woman in the region. Nanda was deeply in love with her, or so he thought. When the Buddha returned to his home kingdom after his enlightenment, Nanda felt pulled to become a monk. Not from genuine spiritual calling, but from family pressure and social expectation. The Buddha was his half-brother, after all, and there was honor in following him. So Nanda ordained. He put on the robes, shaved his head, joined the monastery, and immediately became miserable. While the other monks meditated Nanda stared into space, thinking about Janapada Kalyani. While they studied the teachings, he replayed memories of her voice, her smile, the way she moved. While they practiced mindfulness, his mind was entirely consumed with images of her face. He couldn't eat properly because longing sat heavy in his stomach. He couldn't sleep because desire kept him awake at night. He couldn't focus on anything except the aching absence of the woman he'd left behind. The other monks noticed. They saw him performing his duties mechanically, while his mind was clearly elsewhere. They heard him sigh at random moments throughout the day. They watched him grow thin and withdrawn, going through the motions of monastic life while suffering intensely inside. One day, Nanda made a decision. He would leave the monastery and return to her. The teachings didn't matter if he couldn't have her. Enlightenment meant nothing compared to being with her again. He'd tried the spiritual path and found it empty because it didn't contain the one thing he needed, her presence. He was packing his belongings when the Buddha appeared at his door. "Come walk with me," the Buddha said simply. Nanda followed, assuming the Buddha would give him a lecture about commitment or discipline or the importance of the spiritual path. Instead, the Buddha took him to a remote hillside where they sat together in silence for a while. Then the Buddha asked a strange question. "Nanda, when you think of Janapada Kalyani, what do you see?" Nanda described her in detail. Her beauty, her grace, the way being near her made everything else fade away. The Buddha listened without judgment, then said, "I want to show you something." What happened next, the ancient texts tell us, was extraordinary. The Buddha used his meditative powers to give Nanda a vision of the celestial realms where beings called Devas lived. And in these realms, Nanda saw celestial nymphs, beings of such stunning beauty that Janapada Kalyani, by comparison, looked like a burned old monkey next to a young woman. The vision was so vivid, so overwhelming, that Nanda's entire orientation shifted instantly. Suddenly, his obsession with Janapada Kalyani seemed absurd. How could he have been so consumed with longing for her when beings of such incomparable beauty existed? His craving didn't disappear. It simply transferred to a new object. If you practice diligently, the Buddha told him, you can be reborn among these celestial beings and have 500 of these nymphs as your companions. Nanda was elated. He threw himself into practice with intense energy, but for entirely the wrong reason. He wasn't seeking understanding or liberation. He was seeking celestial nymphs. His craving had simply found a new, supposedly superior target. The other monks noticed the change in his effort and asked what had motivated him. When Nanda admitted he was practicing to gain access to celestial nymphs, they mocked him mercilessly. They called him a prostitute's wage worker, someone practicing the Dharma for the sake of sensual pleasure. Nanda was humiliated, but more than that, something in their mockery cracked open a question he hadn't been willing to ask himself. What was he actually doing? He'd been suffering over Janapada Kalyani, convinced that his peace depended on being with her. Then, shown something more beautiful, he'd immediately abandoned that craving for a new one. And now he was suffering again, this time from shame and from longing for beings he'd never even meet. The object kept changing, but the suffering remained constant. The Buddha, seeing that Nanda was finally ready, showed him one more vision. This time, not celestial realms, but hell realms. And in these realms of suffering, Nanda saw a massive cauldron being prepared. When he asked what it was for, the beings there told him, "This is being prepared for the monk, Nanda, the Buddha's brother, who is practicing to gain celestial nymphs. When his merit runs out, and he falls from the celestial realm, he will be cooked here for eons." The terror was visceral and immediate. But beneath the fear was something more important, a sudden, clear seeing. Nanda finally understood what the Buddha had been trying to show him all along. The problem wasn't Janapada Kalyani. The problem wasn't the celestial nymphs. The problem wasn't even the hell realms threatening him. The problem was craving itself. Tana, in Pali, the relentless thirst that kept demanding reality be different, that kept insisting happiness lived somewhere other than here, that kept making peace conditional on obtaining or avoiding something. Whether he craved his former fiancée, or celestial beings, or escape from hell, didn't matter. Craving, in any form, created the same result: suffering. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught the second noble truth. The origin of suffering is craving. Not desire itself, but a specific kind of desire, the kind that says, "I cannot be at peace without this," or "I cannot tolerate that." Craving has three forms, the Buddha taught. There's craving for sensual pleasure, the kind Nanda felt for Janapada Kalyani, and then for the celestial nymphs. There's craving for existence, the desperate need to be someone, to matter, to be seen and chosen and validated. And there's craving for non-existence, the wish to escape, to disappear, to not have to feel what you're feeling. All three operate the same way. They turn your peace into a transaction. They say, you can only be okay if you get this thing, or if you become this person, or if this situation finally ends. And because reality is impermanent and uncontrollable, that transaction sets you up for endless suffering. When someone doesn't choose you, craving disguises itself as reasonable thinking. It sounds like, of course, I'm suffering. They didn't choose me. Anyone would feel this way. This is a natural response to loss. And yes, pain is natural. Disappointment is human. Sadness is a valid response to not getting what you wanted. But craving adds something extra. It adds the insistence that you cannot possibly be okay without being chosen. It adds the conviction that your worth is determined by their decision. It adds the belief that peace is impossible until they change their mind, or until you find someone else, or until enough time passes that you finally stop caring. Craving takes a moment of pain and turns it into an identity. You become the person who wasn't chosen instead of a person experiencing the pain of not being chosen right now. You make their decision into evidence about your fundamental value instead of information about this particular situation at this particular time. And once you've done that, you're trapped. Because now you're not just dealing with the original pain, you're dealing with all the mental proliferation that craving creates. The endless analysis, the self-blame, the comparison to others who were chosen, the desperate strategizing about how to become more acceptable, the bitter narrative about how you always end up in this position. This is what Nanda finally saw. His suffering over Janapada Kalyani wasn't because she was uniquely special, or because their connection was so profound that living without it was impossible. His suffering was because he'd made his peace conditional on having her, and when that condition couldn't be met, his mind created elaborate justifications for why he should continue suffering. When the Buddha showed him the celestial nymphs, Nanda's craving immediately transferred. He didn't need time to process or grieve or work through his feelings for Janapada Kalyani. The moment a more attractive option appeared, his supposed deep love vanished and reformed around a new object. This revealed something crucial. His attachment wasn't about Janapada Kalyani at all. It was about the craving itself, looking for somewhere to land. And craving is never satisfied. Even if Nanda had married Janapada Kalyani, the craving wouldn't have ended. It would have found new forms, craving for her to be different, craving for the relationship to feel like it did in the beginning, craving for the anxiety about losing her to finally quiet down. Even if someone chooses you, craving doesn't stop. It just changes what it's craving for. This is why the Buddha taught that the problem isn't the object of desire, but the relationship to desire itself. Love, in its pure form, doesn't demand. It appreciates without clinging. It values without controlling. It wishes well-being for the other person without making that well-being a condition for your own peace. Attachment does the opposite. Attachment says, I need you to be a certain way so I can be okay. I need you to choose me so I can feel worthy. I need you to stay so I can feel secure. I need you to love me in the specific way I want to be loved, or else I'll suffer. Notice the I need in all of those. That's craving speaking, not love. Love can coexist with loss. You can love someone and accept that they're not choosing you. You can value connection and simultaneously recognize when connection isn't reciprocated. You can feel sadness about an ending without making that ending into a catastrophe about your worth. But craving can't coexist with anything except getting what it wants. Craving is all or nothing, black or white, now or never. And because reality rarely gives us exactly what we want, exactly when we want it, in exactly the form we want it, craving guarantees suffering. After Nanda saw the hell realms, something fundamental shifted in him. He didn't try to replace his craving for celestial nymphs with craving for something else. He didn't attempt to force himself to stop wanting what he wanted. Instead, he started investigating craving itself. He began noticing how it arose in his mind, the sudden tightening, the mental reaching, the subtle or not so subtle demand that this moment be different from what it is. He noticed how craving always came with a story. I need this because, or I can't be happy unless, or this will finally make me feel. And most importantly, he noticed that every time he believed these stories, suffering followed. Not sometimes, not occasionally, but every single time. The texts tell us that Nanda eventually became an arahant, fully enlightened, completely free from craving. Not because he got what he wanted or because he transcended all desire, but because he understood craving so thoroughly that it lost its power over him. He saw it arising anew. This is just craving. It's not truth. It's not wisdom. It's a conditioned pattern that will create suffering if I believe it and act from it. And in that seeing, in that clear recognition of what craving actually is, freedom became possible. When someone doesn't choose you, you have the same opportunity Nanda had. You can keep feeding the craving, analyzing why they didn't choose you, comparing yourself to whoever they did choose, trying to figure out how to become more acceptable, rehearsing what you should have said or done differently. Or you can start investigating the craving itself. What does it feel like in your body when you're craving their attention, their choice, their validation? Where do you feel it? In your chest, your throat, your stomach? What thoughts come with it? What stories does your mind tell about why this craving is justified or necessary or different from all other cravings. The investigation isn't about making the craving wrong. It's about seeing it clearly. Because what you see clearly loses its power to control you unconsciously. Nanda's freedom didn't come from Janapada Kalyani finally choosing him, or from obtaining celestial nymphs, or from avoiding hell. His freedom came from understanding that all of his suffering, every bit of it, was being created by his relationship to wanting, not by whether he got what he wanted. The moment you understand this in your own experience, something shifts. Not immediately, not dramatically, but definitely. You start to notice craving as it arises, rather than being consumed by it. You start to recognize the difference between genuine care and desperate grasping. You start to see that your peace doesn't actually depend on being chosen. It depends on releasing the insistence that you must be chosen in order to be okay. And once you see that clearly, the path forward becomes obvious. Not easy, but obvious. Because you finally understand what the Buddha was teaching. The problem was never that you weren't chosen. The problem was making being chosen into a requirement for your peace. And requirements, when reality doesn't meet them, create only one thing: suffering. Shortly after his enlightenment, the Buddha was traveling with a group of former fire worshippers who had become his students. These were people who had spent years conducting elaborate rituals around fire, believing that properly tending flames would bring blessings and prevent misfortune. They understood fire intimately, how it starts, what feeds it, how it spreads, how it consumes. They knew that fire was never static, always hungry, always seeking fuel. The Buddha brought them to a hillside and began teaching in language they would understand. "Monks," he said, "all is burning. Not some things, not just certain experiences, all of it. The eye is burning, forms are burning, eye consciousness is burning, eye contact is burning. Whatever feeling arises with eye contact as condition, pleasant, painful, or neither pleasant nor painful, that too is burning." He went through each sense systematically. The ear is burning, sounds are burning. The nose is burning. The tongue is burning. Tastes are burning. The body is burning. Tactile objects are burning. The mind is burning. Thoughts are burning. Everything you experience through your senses, everything you think about, everything you feel, all of it burning. The monks must have felt the weight of this teaching settling over them. They had spent years trying to control external fires, conducting rituals to appease flame, believing that if they just performed the ceremonies correctly, they could prevent burning. Now the Buddha was telling them that the real fire wasn't outside. It was internal, continuous, burning through every moment of experience. Then he asked the question that makes this teaching cut to the core. Burning with what? The monks leaned in, waiting. Burning with the fire of greed, with the fire of hatred, with the fire of delusion. Burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. This wasn't poetry. This was description. The Buddha was naming the exact experience of internal burning that every human knows, but rarely understands. And if you've ever chased someone who doesn't choose you, you know exactly what this burning feels like. Your chest burns with longing every time you think about them. Your mind burns with obsessive thinking, analyzing every interaction, every word, every silence. Your body burns with anxiety when you see they've read your message but haven't responded. There's a specific exhaustion that comes from this kind of chasing. Not the physical tiredness of running after something, but the deeper depletion of constantly reaching for what moves away, constantly hoping for what doesn't come, constantly offering yourself to someone who isn't receiving. You check your phone even though you know there won't be a message. You replay conversations looking for signs you might have missed. You adjust your behavior, your appearance, your availability, hoping that if you just get the formula right, they'll finally choose you. And beneath all of this activity is a question that burns. What do I need to do to make them see me? The Buddha's fire sermon reveals something crucial about what's actually happening when you chase. This burning isn't coming from the other person. They're not setting you on fire. You're burning from the inside, from 3 specific fires the Buddha named. The first fire is greed, the grasping, demanding quality of wanting. When you chase someone who doesn't choose you, the greed is obvious. You want them, you crave their attention, you desire their choice. This wanting feels natural, even justified. Of course you want them. They matter to you. You feel connection. You see potential. But greed in the Buddhist sense isn't just wanting. It's the insistence that you must have what you want, the refusal to accept reality when reality says no. You can want something and simultaneously accept that you don't have it. That's disappointment, which is natural and temporary. But greed adds the demand. Reality is wrong for not giving me this, and I will not accept this outcome, and I will keep reaching until I get what I want. That demand keeps the fire burning. Every text you send hoping for a different response, fuel for the fire of greed. Every time you refresh their social media to see what they're doing, more fuel. Every mental rehearsal of what you should have said or could still say, fuel. Every attempt to become more attractive, more interesting, more available, fuel. the fire grows hotter with each addition. You might notice this in your body, the tightness in your chest when you think about them, the restlessness that makes it hard to focus on anything else, the way your heart races when their name appears on your screen. This physical burning is the manifestation of greed working through your system. It's not metaphorical. Your nervous system is actually activated. Your stress hormones are elevated. Your body is in a state of constant reaching. The second fire is hatred, but not in the way you might expect. You might not think you hate the person who doesn't choose you. In fact, you probably believe you care about them deeply. But hatred in Buddhist terms isn't just anger or rage. It's aversion, the pushing away of what is. When you chase someone who doesn't choose you, you're in a constant state of aversion to reality. You're rejecting what's actually happening and insisting it should be different. This rejection burns. It creates a constant friction between what is and what you demand should be. And that friction, that refusal to accept reality as it presents itself, feeds the fire continuously. You can feel this friction in the way your mind argues with itself. One part says, they're not interested, and another part immediately counters, but maybe they're just busy, or maybe they're afraid, or maybe I just need to try one more time. This internal argument is the fire of aversion burning through your mental space. It consumes enormous energy because you're fighting with reality moment by moment, refusing to let things be as they are. Sometimes the aversion turns toward yourself. You hate that you can't let go, hate that you're still thinking about them, hate that you're behaving in ways that feel desperate or undignified. That self-directed aversion is also fuel for the fire. Every time you criticize yourself for still caring, every time you judge yourself for not being over it yet, you're adding another log to the blaze. The third fire is delusion, and this might be the most important of all. Delusion here doesn't mean you're stupid or out of touch with reality. It means you're misunderstanding something fundamental about how things work. When you chase what doesn't choose you, the delusion usually takes one of several forms. You might believe that if you just try hard enough, they'll eventually see your value. This is delusion about control, the belief that your effort can override someone else's lack of interest. You might believe that being chosen by them will solve something essential about your life. This is delusion about where peace comes from, the belief that external validation creates internal stability. You might believe that you can't be okay without them choosing you. This is delusion about your own wholeness, the belief that another person's decision determines your fundamental worth or capacity for peace. All of these delusions feed the fire because they keep you engaged with a false narrative about what's happening and what's possible. Delusion is particularly insidious because it sounds so reasonable. Your mind constructs elaborate justifications for why this situation is different, why your efforts will eventually pay off, why waiting just a little longer makes sense. But underneath all the reasonable sounding thoughts is a fundamental misunderstanding. You believe you can make someone choose you through force of will, or depth of feeling, or strategic behavior. You can't. You never could. And every moment you believe you can is a moment you're feeding the fire of delusion. The monks listening to the fire sermon understood something crucial from their years of working with actual fire. They knew that you don't need to destroy fire or fight against it. You simply stop feeding it, and it takes care of itself. Fire needs fuel to burn. Without fuel, fire goes out naturally, not because you forced it out or smothered it, but because nothing remains to feed it. When you chase what doesn't choose you, you are the one adding fuel. You're not just passively experiencing the burning, you're actively maintaining it. This is where the Buddha's teaching becomes profoundly empowering. Because if you're the one feeding the fire, you're also the one who can stop. This is the Buddha's teaching on cessation, the third noble truth. Suffering doesn't end because you achieve some special state or transcend your humanity or convince yourself not to care. Suffering ends when you stop creating it. And you stop creating it by stopping the craving and grasping that fuel it. The Buddha's teaching on fire is radical because it shows you where your power actually is. You can't control whether someone chooses you. You can't force interest where it doesn't exist. You can't make someone see you the way you want to be seen. But you can stop adding fuel to the fire that's burning you. This doesn't mean you force yourself to stop caring. It doesn't mean you suppress your feelings or pretend you're fine when you're not. It means you stop the specific actions, internal and external, that keep the fire raging. You stop checking if they've responded when you know they haven't. You stop analyzing what went wrong, as if analysis will change the outcome. You stop offering more of yourself, hoping they'll finally receive it. You stop telling yourself stories about how this will eventually work out if you just wait long enough. Each of these is a log you're throwing on the fire. When you stop throwing logs, the fire doesn't immediately go out. There's still heat, still burning, still pain. But without new fuel, the fire begins to consume what remains and naturally diminishes. Think about what happens when you actually stop checking your phone every 5 minutes. At first, the urge to check intensifies. This is the fire burning through the fuel that's already there. But if you don't add new fuel by giving in to the urge, the intensity gradually decreases. The same happens with replaying conversations or imagining scenarios where they change their mind. When you catch yourself doing it and simply stop, not by force, but by recognition, the activity naturally winds down. And here's the compassionate truth in this teaching. You're not burning because something is wrong with you. You're burning because you're human, and you were never taught how to relate to wanting without turning it into fuel. Nobody showed you the difference between appreciating someone and grasping for them. Nobody explained that you could feel disappointed without making disappointment into an identity. Nobody taught you that your peace doesn't actually depend on being chosen, even though it feels like it does. So you keep adding fuel, because that's what humans do when they don't understand the mechanics of their own suffering. The fire sermon ends with a simple instruction. When you see clearly that everything is burning with greed, hatred, and delusion, you become disenchanted with the senses, disenchanted with contact, disenchanted with feeling, disenchanted with craving. Disenchantment doesn't mean you become cynical or cold. It means you stop being enchanted by the fantasy that chasing will eventually lead to catching, that craving will eventually lead to satisfaction, that burning will eventually lead to peace. You see clearly, this doesn't work. This has never worked. This will never work. And in that clear seeing, something natural happens. Your hand stops reaching for the logs, not because someone forced it to stop, but because you finally understand that throwing logs on a fire makes it burn more, not less. When you stop chasing what doesn't choose you, the fire doesn't go out immediately. The burning continues for a while because there's still fuel that was already added. But you're no longer actively maintaining it. You're no longer checking your phone compulsively. You're no longer replaying conversations, looking for what you missed. You're no longer trying to become whoever you think they want you to be. You're simply letting the fire burn through what remains without adding more. And eventually, not immediately, but eventually, the fire goes out on its own. Not because you forced it out, or because you transcended your humanity, or because you finally stopped caring. It goes out because fire, without fuel, cannot sustain itself. This is the teaching. You don't have to extinguish the fire of suffering. You simply have to stop feeding it. Stop feeding the greed by releasing the demand that they choose you. Stop feeding the hatred by accepting reality as it is. Stop feeding the delusion by seeing clearly that your worth doesn't depend on their decision. And when you stop feeding these fires, when you finally let your hands rest instead of constantly reaching, something unexpected becomes possible. Not immediate peace, not instant relief, but the beginning of cessation. The burning starts to quiet, the exhaustion starts to lift. The obsessive thinking starts to slow. Not because anything external changed, but because you stopped maintaining the internal conditions that created the burning in the first place. The Buddha ended the fire sermon by saying that when you see this clearly, you become dispassionate, and through dispassion, you are liberated. Liberation isn't a distant spiritual state. It's what remains when you stop burning yourself with craving, aversion, and delusion. It's the natural coolness that appears when fire is no longer being fed. It's the spaciousness that emerges when your energy is no longer consumed by constant reaching. It's the clarity that becomes possible when smoke clears and you can finally see what's actually in front of you. And the path to that liberation begins the moment you recognize, I am feeding this fire and I can stop. The Buddha once told a story about a time in a previous life when he was a crow. One day, this crow found a piece of meat, not a large piece, but substantial enough to matter. The crow picked it up in its beak and flew away, pleased with its discovery. But an eagle had been watching. The eagle began chasing the crow, diving and attacking, trying to steal the meat. The crow flew as fast as it could, clutching the meat tightly in its beak, refusing to let go of what it had found. The eagle pursued relentlessly. It struck the crow with its talons, tore at the crow's wings, attacked again and again. The crow's body became battered and bloodied from the assault, but still it held on to the meat. This went on for a long time, the crow desperately trying to escape while holding the meat, the eagle violently pursuing. The crow grew exhausted from the effort of flying while being attacked, from the pain of its injuries, from the terror of being hunted. Finally, the crow could hold on no longer. Not because it chose to let go, but because it was too depleted to keep grasping. The meat fell from its beak and dropped to the ground below. And the moment the meat fell, something extraordinary happened. The eagle stopped chasing. It dove down to claim the meat on the ground and flew away, no longer interested in the crow at all. The crow, now flying without the burden of the meat and without the threat of the eagle, found itself suddenly free. The attack ceased. The pursuit ended. The terror dissolved. In that moment, the crow understood something profound. The suffering hadn't been caused by the eagle. The suffering had been caused by holding on to the meat. The Buddha ended the story by saying, I was that crow. Attachment is the meat. Let it go. This story reveals something essential about what happens when someone doesn't choose you and you can't let go. You become like the crow, clutching tightly to something, not meat, but the idea of them, the hope of them choosing you, the fantasy of how things could be if only they would see your value. And as you hold on, you're being attacked. Not by an eagle, but by your own suffering, the obsessive thinking that won't stop, the anxiety that keeps you tense, the replaying of conversations that never brings clarity, the constant checking for messages that don't arrive. The tighter you grip, the more violent the assault becomes. But you keep holding on because you believe that letting go means losing something important. You believe that if you just hold on long enough, somehow the suffering will stop and you'll get to keep what you're clutching. What the crow discovered is what the Buddha taught repeatedly. The suffering doesn't stop until you release what you're grasping. Most people misunderstand what letting go means in Buddhism. They think it means you stop caring. They think it means you become cold or indifferent or detached in a way that makes you less human. They think it means giving up on love, on connection, on the possibility of meaningful relationship. But that's not what letting go means at all. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring about the person who didn't choose you. It means you stop making your peace conditional on them choosing you. Letting go doesn't mean you become emotionally numb. It means you stop demanding that reality be different from what it is. Letting go doesn't mean you'll never feel pain again. It means you stop creating additional suffering by arguing with the pain that's already here. The crow in the story didn't stop being a crow when it released the meat. It didn't transcend its nature or become something other than what it was. It simply stopped clutching something that was causing it to be attacked. And in that release, it found freedom, not from being a crow, but from the suffering that came from holding on. When someone doesn't choose you, there's real loss involved. You lose the possibility you imagined. You lose the future you were hoping for. You lose the connection you valued, at least in the form you wanted it to take. That loss is painful, and the pain is valid. Letting go doesn't erase that pain or make it disappear. What letting go does is stop you from adding layers of suffering on top of the pain. Think about the crow's experience. There was the meat, a real thing it had found and wanted to keep. Losing the meat involved genuine loss. The crow would go hungry, at least for a while. But the suffering, the attacks, the injuries, the exhaustion, the terror, all of that was created by holding on, not by the loss itself. When the crow released the meat, it still didn't have the meat. The loss remained, but the suffering ended. This is the distinction the Buddha kept pointing to. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is created by our relationship to pain. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, the disappointment doesn't vanish. The sadness about what might have been doesn't disappear. The grief over the ending of possibility remains for a time. But the suffering, the constant mental torture, the obsessive analysis, the self-blame, the desperate grasping for what isn't there, that can end. It ends not when circumstances change, but when you stop clutching. Most people resist letting go because they confuse it with giving up. They think, if I let go, I'm admitting defeat. I'm saying they were right not to choose me. I'm accepting that I'm not enough. But letting go has nothing to do with your worth. The crow's worth as a crow wasn't determined by whether it kept the meat. The crow was still a crow, still capable of flight, still able to search for food, still fundamentally whole, regardless of whether it held on to that particular piece of meat. Your worth as a person isn't determined by whether someone chooses you. You're still whole, still capable of connection, still fundamentally valuable, regardless of this person's decision. Letting go is simply the recognition that holding on is causing suffering without changing the outcome. The meat had already fallen to the ground in the sense that this person has already not chosen you. The reality has already happened. Holding on doesn't change what already is. It only prolongs the attack. There's also a deep fear that if you let go, you'll lose your connection to love itself. People worry. If I stop hoping for them, if I release my attachment to them choosing me, will I become someone who can't love? Will I close my heart? Will I miss out on love in the future because I've become too guarded? Buddhism teaches the opposite. Attachment closes your heart. Letting go opens it. When you're attached, when you're like the crow desperately clutching the meat while being attacked, your entire world narrows to that one thing. You can't see anything else. You can't receive anything else. You can't experience anything else fully, because all your energy is consumed by holding on and protecting yourself from the attack that holding on creates. The moment the crow released the meat, its world opened up again. It could fly freely. It could see the sky, feel the wind, notice other possibilities for food. It could return to being a crow living in the world, instead of a crow trapped in desperate clutching. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, something similar happens. Your attention, which has been completely consumed by one person and one outcome, begins to expand again. You start noticing your own life, the friendships you've been neglecting, the activities that used to bring you joy. the moments of beauty that have been happening around you while you were trapped in obsessive thinking. You become available for connection again, not necessarily romantic connection, though that may come, but connection to yourself, to others, to the present moment. The Buddha taught that clinging and grasping create a contracted state. When you clench your fist tightly around something, your whole body tenses. When you clench your mind around an outcome, your entire being contracts. Letting go is release of that contraction. It's not that you stop caring. Caring can remain. It's not that you stop feeling. Feelings can still arise and pass. But you're no longer contracted around demanding that reality be different from what it is. There's a practice in Buddhism called non-clinging, and it's different from detachment in the way most people understand detachment. Detachment, as commonly understood, suggests you step back from life, that you stop engaging, that you protect yourself by not caring. Non-clinging means you engage fully with life. You allow yourself to care. You remain open to connection, but you don't grasp. You appreciate without possessing. You value without demanding. You care without making your peace conditional on specific outcomes. Think again of the crow. After releasing the meat and escaping the eagle, the crow didn't stop eating. It didn't decide that searching for food was too risky, or that wanting nourishment was the problem. The crow continued being a crow, continued seeking food when hungry, continued engaging with life. But it learned something about the difference between finding food and being attacked for food, between nourishment and desperate clinging that invites assault. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, you're not deciding never to want connection again. You're not protecting yourself by shutting down. You're learning the difference between appreciating connection and being attacked by your own desperate grasping for it. The practice of letting go involves several movements, and they don't all happen at once. The first movement is recognition. You begin to see that you're like the crow. You're being attacked. You're suffering, and the suffering is connected to what you're clutching. This recognition often comes as exhaustion. You realize you can't keep doing this. You can't keep checking your phone obsessively. You can't keep replaying the same scenarios in your mind. You can't keep offering yourself to someone who isn't receiving you. The exhaustion itself is information. It's your system saying, this isn't sustainable. This is depleting you. Something needs to change. The second movement is willingness. You become willing to consider that holding on might be optional. You become willing to entertain the possibility that you could survive without them choosing you. You become willing to examine what you're actually clutching and whether clutching it serves you. Willingness doesn't mean you know how to let go yet. It just means you're no longer insisting that holding on is the only option. The third movement is the actual release. For the crow, this happened through exhaustion. It literally could no longer hold on. For humans, release can happen different ways. Sometimes it happens through a conscious decision. I am choosing to stop feeding this, to stop checking, to stop offering what isn't wanted. Sometimes it happens through understanding. You see so clearly that holding on creates suffering, that your hand naturally opens, not through force, but through wisdom. Sometimes it happens through simple passage of time. One day you realize you haven't thought about them in hours, and the clutching has loosened without you noticing exactly when it happened. The release rarely feels victorious or empowering in the moment. For the crow, the release came from depletion, not from strength. The meat fell because the crow couldn't hold it anymore, not because the crow made some heroic decision to let go. Sometimes that's how it is for us too. We don't let go because we've achieved some enlightened state where we're above caring. We let go because we're finally too tired to hold on, because the suffering has become more unbearable than the fear of letting go. And that's okay. The Buddha wasn't teaching perfection. He was teaching release from suffering. However, the release happens through strength or through exhaustion, through wisdom or through depletion. The result is the same: freedom from the attack that holding on creates. After the release comes the fourth movement, the discovery of what remains. The crow discovered it could fly freely once the meat was gone and the eagle had departed. It discovered that being without the meat was actually preferable to being with the meat and being attacked for it. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, you make a similar discovery. You discover that you're still here. You still exist without them choosing you. Your life continues. Your breath continues. Your capacity for joy hasn't disappeared just because this one connection didn't work out the way you hoped. You discover that the whole you thought would consume you is actually just space. Uncomfortable space sometimes. Sad space sometimes, but just space nonetheless. And space, you learn, is where new things can enter. When your hands are clenched tightly around something, they can't receive anything else. When they open, when they release, they become available again. This doesn't mean you immediately find someone else, or that you stop caring about the person who didn't choose you. It means your life is no longer consumed by desperate clutching, and in that non-consumption, you have energy available for other things, for yourself, for healing, for growth, for presence with what's actually here, rather than constant yearning for what isn't. The Buddha emphasized that letting go is a practice, not a one-time event. You might let go and then find yourself clutching again. You might release and then grab back. You might think you've let go, only to discover layers of holding on that you didn't see before. This isn't failure. This is the nature of practice. Each time you recognize you're clutching, and each time you practice releasing, you're training yourself in a new way of relating to loss, to disappointment, to not getting what you want. You're learning that you can survive without clutching. You're discovering that letting go doesn't destroy you. You're experiencing directly that release brings relief, even when it also brings sadness. Over time, the practice becomes more natural. You notice clutching arising sooner. You recognize the signs, the tightness in your chest, the obsessive quality of your thoughts, the way you're scanning for information that will change the reality you don't want to accept. And you remember, this is like the crow holding the meat while being attacked. Holding on doesn't make the meat mine. It just means I keep getting hurt. The Buddha's teaching on letting go isn't about transcending human feeling or becoming invulnerable to pain. It's about understanding the mechanics of suffering clearly enough that you stop creating unnecessary suffering on top of inevitable pain. The crow didn't stop being a creature that needs food. It didn't transcend hunger or become beyond the need for nourishment. But it learned that being attacked while trying to keep food is worse than letting food go and finding peace. You don't stop being someone who wants connection and love. You don't transcend the human need for belonging and being chosen. But you learn that being attacked by your own desperate grasping is worse than letting go and finding peace. And once you learn this, once you experience directly that release brings relief, even when it brings loss, you have a choice you didn't have before. You can continue clutching and being attacked. The meat might be gone either way, but only one of those options ends the suffering. And that ending, that release from being attacked by your own attachment, is what the Buddha meant by liberation. Not liberation from feeling, not liberation from caring, not liberation from being human. Liberation from suffering. Liberation from the attack that comes from desperate clutching. Liberation that arrives the moment you finally let go. Among the Buddha's disciples, there was a monk named Channa who was impossible. Channa had known the Buddha before enlightenment. They had grown up together in the palace, and Channa had been the charioteer who helped the Buddha escape to begin his spiritual search. Because of this history, Channa believed he deserved special treatment, special access, special exemption from the rules that applied to everyone else. He was arrogant, argumentative, and refused to take correction from anyone. When senior monks tried to guide him, he dismissed them. When fellow monks pointed out his behavior, he became defensive and aggressive. He quarreled constantly, disrupted the harmony of the community, and insisted he knew better than everyone else. The other monks grew exhausted trying to work with him. They tried patience. They tried direct confrontation. They tried gentle guidance. They tried firm boundaries. Nothing penetrated his armor of self-righteousness. Finally, they came to the Buddha and said, "We can't continue with Channa in the community. He refuses to change. He disrupts everything, and he makes practice impossible for the rest of us. He needs to be expelled." The Buddha listened carefully. He understood their frustration, their exhaustion, their sense that they'd tried everything. But he didn't expel Channa. Instead, he said, "When I die, give Channa, the Brahma, Danda, the highest punishment." The monks were confused. What was this punishment? What could be more severe than expulsion? The Buddha explained, "No one in the Sangha should speak to Channa, instruct him, or associate with him. Complete silence, total withdrawal of relationship. This wasn't cruelty. This was the only remaining boundary that might penetrate Channa's defenses." Years later, after the Buddha's death, the monks implemented the Brahma Danda. They stopped speaking to Channa, stopped responding to his provocations, stopped engaging with his arguments. And Channa, for the first time in his life, was truly alone. At first, he responded with more arrogance. He didn't need them anyway. He was special because of his history. With the Buddha, their silence proved they were the problem, not him. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, something began to crack. Without anyone to argue with, he had to sit with his own mind. Without anyone to blame, he had to look at his own behavior. Without anyone reflecting back his specialness, he had to face his own suffering. The solitude became a mirror. And in that mirror, for the first time, Channa saw himself clearly, not the special person he'd been telling himself he was, but an arrogant, defensive, suffering human being who'd been pushing everyone away because he was afraid of being ordinary. He broke down completely. The texts say he wept, overcome with the recognition of how much harm he'd caused, how much pain he'd been carrying, how isolated he'd made himself through his behavior. He went to the senior monk Ananda and said, "I've been impossible. I know this now. Please teach me." And Ananda, seeing that Channa had finally become teachable, lifted the Brahma Danda and began instructing him. Channa practiced with humility for the first time in his life. And through that practice, the texts tell us he became fully enlightened, completely freed from the suffering that had driven his arrogance all along. This story reveals something crucial about what happens after someone doesn't choose you. You might find yourself alone, not because you're being punished, but because sometimes solitude is exactly what allows you to see clearly. Most people fear being alone after not being chosen. The fear sounds like this: if I'm alone, it proves I'm unlovable. If no one chooses me, something must be fundamentally wrong with me. If I end up by myself, I've failed at the most basic human task of connection. But Buddhism teaches something different about solitude. Solitude isn't punishment. Solitude is clarity. When Channa was forced into solitude through the Brahmadanda, it wasn't because he was unworthy of relationship. It was because relationship kept allowing him to avoid looking at himself. As long as he had people to argue with, he could keep projecting his suffering outward. As long as he had others to blame, he could avoid facing his own pain. As long as he could maintain his armor of specialness through interaction, he never had to examine what that armor was protecting. The solitude removed all those distractions. When someone doesn't choose you, and you find yourself alone, something similar is happening. The noise stops. The constant seeking for their validation stops. The analyzing and strategizing and hoping stops. And in that stopping, you're left with yourself. For many people, this feels unbearable at first. The mind fills the silence with harsh commentary. See, you're alone because you're not enough, because you're too much, because something about you is fundamentally wrong. But this is where self-compassion becomes essential. Self-compassion in Buddhism isn't about convincing yourself you're special or perfect or above criticism. It's about meeting yourself with the same kindness you'd offer to anyone who's suffering. Channa's breakthrough came when he finally stopped defending himself and allowed himself to feel the pain he'd been avoiding. He stopped trying to be special and allowed himself to be ordinary, an ordinary human being who suffers, who makes mistakes, who needs guidance, who's learning. That allowance, that acceptance of his own humanity was an act of self-compassion, even though it felt like falling apart. When you're alone after not being chosen, self-compassion means you stop making your solitude mean something terrible about you. You stop the narrative that says, I'm alone because I'm unlovable. You recognize instead, I'm alone right now because this particular connection didn't align, and being alone is giving me space to heal, to see clearly, to remember who I am without constantly reaching for someone else's validation. Self-compassion also means you stop betraying yourself to avoid being alone. The Buddha's teaching to Channa through the Brahmadanda was essentially this: staying in relationship with you while you continue harming yourself and others isn't compassionate, it's enabling. Sometimes the most compassionate response is withdrawal, is boundary, is allowing someone to face themselves without the distraction of relationship. When you apply this to yourself, it means staying in pursuit of someone who doesn't choose you isn't loyalty or love, it's self-betrayal. Choosing to be alone rather than continuing to chase someone who isn't receiving you is an act of self-compassion, even though it feels like loss. There's a practice in Buddhism called metta, loving kindness, meditation. Traditionally, it begins with directing kindness toward yourself before extending it to others. The phrases are simple. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. But when you're suffering from not being chosen, these phrases can feel hollow. How can I wish myself happiness when I feel this bad? How can I wish myself ease when everything feels difficult? The practice isn't about making yourself feel better immediately. It's about continuing to offer kindness to yourself, even when you're suffering, especially when you're suffering. Channa couldn't receive kindness from others because he couldn't be kind to himself. His arrogance was armor protecting against the fundamental belief that he wasn't okay as he was. When the armor finally cracked and he saw himself clearly, with all his flaws, all his suffering, all his ordinary humanity, he could finally extend compassion to himself. And that self-compassion opened him to receive teaching, to practice genuinely, to transform. Being alone after not being chosen gives you the same opportunity. You can use the solitude to confirm your worst fears about yourself, to rehearse all the ways you're not enough, to catalog your perceived failures, to build a case for your unlovability. Or you can use the solitude as Channa eventually did, to see yourself clearly without the distortion of desperate seeking, to meet yourself with compassion rather than judgment, to recognize that not being chosen by one person doesn't determine your fundamental worth. The clarity that comes from solitude isn't always comfortable. Channa had to face how his behavior had pushed people away, how his arrogance had been covering fear, how his insistence on being special had prevented genuine connection. When you're alone, after not being chosen, you might face similar recognitions. You might see how you gave away your power by making someone else responsible for your happiness. You might recognize patterns, how this isn't the first time you've chased someone unavailable, how you have a tendency to lose yourself in relationships, how you struggle to trust your own worth without external validation. These recognitions can be painful, but they're also liberating because you can't change what you can't see. Buddhism teaches that ignorance is one of the root causes of suffering. Not ignorance in the sense of lacking information, but ignorance of how things actually are. Ignorance of impermanence, ignorance of your true nature, ignorance of the patterns that create your suffering. Solitude removes the distractions that maintain ignorance. When you're constantly focused on someone else, on getting them to choose you, on analyzing their behavior, on managing your presentation to be more acceptable, you're not present to yourself. Solitude brings you back to yourself. And being present to yourself, really present, with compassion and honesty, is where transformation becomes possible. The Buddha didn't abandon Channa by prescribing the Brahmadanda. He gave Channa the exact medicine he needed, even though the medicine was bitter. Sometimes you need to give yourself the same medicine. You need to stop chasing the person who didn't choose you. You need to sit with the discomfort of being alone. You need to face yourself without the distraction of external seeking. This isn't punishment. This is compassion. Because continuing to betray yourself by chasing what's not reciprocated is the real cruelty. Continuing to abandon your own needs in service of someone else's lack of interest is the real harm. Choosing solitude over self-betrayal is choosing yourself. Not in the egoic sense of, I'm too good for people who don't choose me, but in the compassionate sense of, I deserve to stop suffering, and continuing to chase what doesn't choose me is creating suffering. After Channa's breakthrough, after he became teachable and began genuine practice, he didn't become a different person. He was still Channa, still the same person, with the same history, the same personality, the same tendencies. But he was Channa awake rather than Channa asleep. Channa seeing clearly rather than Channa lost in defensive delusion. Channa able to receive guidance and connection, rather than Channa pushing everything away through arrogance. When you emerge from solitude after not being chosen, you don't become a different person either. You're still you, still with your history, your personality, your vulnerabilities, your desire for connection. But you might be you awake rather than you asleep. You seeing clearly rather than you lost in desperate grasping. You able to receive genuine connection rather than you pushing it away through self-betrayal and neediness. The solitude doesn't fix you because nothing about you was broken. The solitude clarifies you. It removes the noise so you can hear yourself again. It creates space so you can see what's actually true, rather than what you've been desperately hoping might be true. And in that clarity, self-compassion becomes possible, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. You stop arguing with reality about whether you should be alone. You accept that right now, you are alone, and you meet yourself in that aloneness, with kindness rather than judgment. You stop making solitude mean you're unlovable, and start recognizing solitude as the space where you can finally stop abandoning yourself in pursuit of someone who isn't choosing you. The Buddha gave Channa the Brahma Danda, not as abandonment, but as the boundary that would finally allow Channa to face himself and transform. Life has given you something similar, the experience of not being chosen, which creates space for you to stop seeking externally and start seeing internally. What you do with that space is your choice. You can fill it with harsh self-judgment and desperate seeking for the next person who might validate you. Or you can use it, as Channa eventually did, as an opportunity to wake up, to see clearly, to meet yourself with compassion, to learn something that will serve you for the rest of your life. The teaching isn't that you should always be alone, or that solitude is superior to connection. The teaching is that sometimes being alone is exactly what allows you to become someone who can genuinely connect, someone who doesn't betray themselves in relationship, someone who can appreciate without grasping, someone who knows their worth, isn't determined by being chosen. And that knowing, that clarity, that self-compassion learned in solitude, that's what makes you free. The Buddha had a son named Rahula, who became a monk when he was very young. One day, when Rahula was still learning, the Buddha took him aside for a private teaching. He picked up a piece of cloth that had been used for cleaning, dirty, stained, clearly impure. The Buddha held up the cloth and asked Rahula, "Do you see this cloth?" Rahula nodded. "Do you see how dirty it is? Do you see the stains?" Again, Rahula nodded. The stains were obvious, impossible to miss. The Buddha then said something that would become one of his most important teachings on practice. Just as this cloth can become pure when washed with water and soap, so too the mind can be purified when you see clearly what makes it impure. But then he emphasized the crucial point. First, you must see the stains clearly. You cannot clean what you do not see. You cannot purify what you deny or ignore or pretend. This teaching reveals the foundation of all Buddhist practice. Awareness comes before transformation. When someone doesn't choose you and you're suffering, the first step isn't to force yourself to let go, or to convince yourself you shouldn't care, or to transcend your feelings through spiritual practice. The first step is to see clearly what's actually happening in your mind. Most people don't do this. They're so uncomfortable with their suffering that they immediately try to fix it, escape it, explain it away, or numb it through distraction. But the Buddha's teaching to his son was clear. You must see the stains before you can clean the cloth. So what does it mean to see attachment as it arises? It means you notice the moment your mind starts reaching. You're going about your day, and suddenly you're thinking about the person who didn't choose you. You're imagining what you could say to change their mind, or you're replaying the last conversation, looking for what went wrong, or you're fantasizing about them, realizing they made a mistake. Usually, you're so absorbed in these thoughts that you don't notice you're thinking them. The thinking has you, you're not aware of it, you're inside it, completely identified with it. But if you're practicing awareness, there's a moment, sometimes brief, sometimes sustained, where you notice, oh, I'm doing it again. I'm reaching for them mentally. I'm replaying scenarios. I'm grasping. That noticing is awareness. It's the moment when you see the stain on the cloth. The Buddha taught his son that this seeing must be done without judgment. When Rahula looked at the dirty cloth, he didn't judge the cloth for being dirty. He didn't make the cloth wrong or bad or defective. He simply saw, this cloth has stains on it. When you notice attachment arising in your mind, when you catch yourself obsessing about someone who didn't choose you, the practice is to see it the same way, not as evidence that something is wrong with you, but as simple observation of what's present. Oh, attachment is here right now. Grasping is happening. The mind is reaching for what isn't available. No judgment, no shame, no story about what it means that you're still doing this. Just clear seeing, this is what's happening right now. Most people make awareness harder than it needs to be because they add commentary to what they observe. They notice they're thinking about the person and immediately add, I shouldn't still be thinking about them. What's wrong with me? Why can't I get over this? I'm pathetic for still caring. All of that is not awareness. That's judgment about awareness. The Buddha taught Rahula to distinguish between the stain and the story about the stain. The stain is simply what's present, a mark on fabric, a mental pattern of attachment, a moment of grasping. The story about the stain is the elaborate narrative you build around it, what it means, why it's there, what it says about you, how you should feel about it. Awareness is seeing the stain without the story. When you can do this, when you can notice attachment arising without immediately judging yourself for it, something important happens. The attachment doesn't immediately disappear, but your relationship to it changes. You're no longer completely identified with the grasping. There's a little space between you and it, enough space to observe it, to recognize it as a pattern rather than as truth. to see it clearly rather than being consumed by it. This space is where freedom begins. The Buddha taught several specific ways to develop this awareness, and they're all simple, but not easy. The first practice is noticing where attachment lives in your body. When you're grasping for someone who didn't choose you, it's not just a mental experience. Your body holds it. There might be tightness in your chest when you think about them. There might be a knot in your stomach when you check your phone hoping for a message. There might be tension in your shoulders, or shallowness in your breath, or a clenching in your jaw. The Buddha taught Rahula to use the body as a mirror for the mind. When you notice these physical sensations, you're seeing the stain on the cloth. You don't need to change the sensation. You don't need to make it go away. You simply feel it, acknowledge it, recognize this is what attachment feels like in my body right now. The practice is to stay with the sensation without immediately reaching for your phone or for distraction or for some way to escape the discomfort. Just feel the tightness in your chest. Just notice the knot in your stomach. Just observe how your breath becomes shallow when you're grasping. This sounds simple, but it's actually profound. Because most of your suffering comes not from the sensation itself, but from your resistance to the sensation. When you can simply be with the physical experience of attachment without fighting it or feeding it, you're practicing awareness. The second practice is noticing the quality of your thoughts. The Buddha taught that thoughts have a texture, a tone, a flavor. Thoughts rooted in attachment have a particular quality. They're repetitive, circular, urgent. When you're thinking clearly, your thoughts move naturally from one thing to another. There's a flow, a sense of presence with what's actually here. But when attachment is driving your thinking, the thoughts loop. You think the same things over and over, replaying conversations, imagining scenarios, analyzing what went wrong, strategizing what you could do differently. The content might vary slightly, but the pattern is the same. Reaching, grasping, trying to control something that's already happened or hasn't happened yet. The Buddha taught Rahula to recognize this quality of grasping mind as distinct from clear mind. When you notice your thoughts have that repetitive, urgent, grasping quality, you're seeing the stain. You don't need to stop the thoughts or replace them with better thoughts. You simply recognize, oh, grasping, mind is active right now. This recognition itself is awareness. And awareness, even without any attempt to change what's happening, begins to shift your relationship to what's arising. The third practice is observing the arising and passing of attachment. Everything that arises in the mind is impermanent. It comes, it stays for a while, and it passes. But when you're identified with attachment, it feels permanent. It feels like this grasping, this longing, this mental reaching will never end. The Buddha taught Rahula to notice not just the presence of mental states, but their temporary nature. You're thinking about the person obsessively. Your mind is completely consumed, and then the phone rings, or someone asks you a question, or you get absorbed in a task, and suddenly you realize you weren't thinking about them for 5 minutes. The attachment passed, not permanently, but temporarily. When you start noticing this, when you see that attachment comes and goes, rather than being a constant, unchanging state, you're seeing something crucial about its nature. It's not solid. It's not permanent. It's not who you are. It's a pattern that arises under certain conditions and passes when those conditions change. This seeing is liberating not because it makes the attachment go away, but because it reveals that you're not trapped in it. Just as the Buddha showed Rahula that a stained cloth can be cleaned, he was showing that the mind isn't permanently stuck in any pattern. Patterns arise and pass, and awareness allows you to see this clearly. The fourth practice is recognizing what triggers attachment to arise. The Buddha taught dependent origination, the principle that everything arises dependent on conditions. Attachment doesn't appear randomly. It arises when certain conditions are present. Maybe it arises when you're tired and your defenses are down. Maybe it arises when you see something that reminds you of the person. Maybe it arises when you're lonely, or bored, or feeling uncertain about yourself. When you start paying attention, you notice patterns. You start to see, oh, every evening around this time, the grasping intensifies. Or, when I'm scrolling social media, I start thinking about them more. Or, when I'm with coupled friends, the longing becomes stronger. The Buddha taught Rahula that seeing the conditions that give rise to defilements is part of seeing the defilements themselves. You're not trying to avoid the conditions or control them. You're simply seeing these conditions tend to trigger grasping in my mind. This awareness gives you choice. Not the choice to never feel attachment, but the choice to recognize when conditions are likely to trigger it, and to meet those moments with more awareness, rather than being blindsided by them. The fifth practice is the most subtle, noticing the gap between seeing attachment and being attached. When you first start practicing awareness, it might feel like seeing attachment and experiencing attachment are the same thing. But as practice deepens, you start to notice something remarkable. There can be attachment present in your mind while simultaneously there's awareness observing that attachment. It's like the Buddha and Rahula looking at the stained cloth together. The stain is there, clearly visible, but neither the Buddha nor Rahula are the stain. They're the ones seeing the stain. When attachment arises in your mind and you notice it, who is doing the noticing? The attachment is a pattern, a mental formation, a temporary arising in consciousness. But the awareness that sees the attachment is something else. It's the capacity to observe without being caught, to see without being consumed. This distinction is crucial because it reveals that you are not your attachment. You are the awareness that can see attachment arising and passing. The Buddha didn't tell Rahula that having a dirty cloth made him dirty. The cloth had stains, but that didn't define the cloth's essential nature. It just meant the cloth needed washing. Similarly, having attachment arise in your mind doesn't make you an attached person. It means attachment is a pattern that arises, and with awareness and practice, that pattern can be transformed. As the Buddha washed the cloth while teaching Rahula, he demonstrated something important. Purification isn't violent. He didn't scrub the cloth aggressively or try to destroy it to remove the stains. He washed it gently but thoroughly with water and soap, allowing the impurities to release naturally. The same is true for attachment in the mind. You don't purify attachment through force or self-criticism or harsh discipline. You purify it through patient awareness, seeing it clearly again and again, understanding its nature, not feeding it with new grasping, allowing it to be seen fully until it naturally releases. This is why the Buddha emphasized seeing as the first step. You cannot transform what you do not see. You cannot release what you deny. You cannot purify what you refuse to acknowledge is there. When someone doesn't choose you and you're suffering from attachment to them, the practice begins with simple, honest, non-judgmental seeing. Right now, I am grasping. Right now, my mind is reaching for what isn't available. Right now, I am creating suffering by insisting reality be different from what it is. That seeing, clear, direct, without story or judgment, is itself the beginning of transformation. Not because seeing immediately makes the attachment disappear, but because seeing allows you to have a different relationship with it. You're no longer unconsciously driven by it. You're aware of it, and in that awareness, you have choice, not about whether it arises, but about whether you feed it, believe it, or identify with it. The Buddha finished washing the cloth and showed it to Rahula, now clean. "Do you see?" he asked. The cloth is the same cloth, but the stains are gone. This is what happens through practice. Not that you become a different person, but that the impurities that cause suffering are gradually purified through seeing them clearly. When you practice awareness with attachment, when you see it arising, see it in your body, see it in your thoughts, see its impermanence, see the conditions that trigger it, see the space between you and it. You're doing what the Buddha taught Rahula. You're washing the cloth, not through force, not through denial, not through spiritual bypassing or positive thinking. Through clear seeing, patient awareness, and the understanding that transformation happens not by fighting what's present, but by seeing it so clearly that it can finally release. This is the practice of awareness. This is how you see attachment as it arises. This is the foundation of freedom from the suffering that comes when someone doesn't choose you. And it begins, always, with the willingness to see the stain on the cloth, not as judgment, not as failure, but as the first essential step toward purification. There was once an ascetic named Bahia Daruchirya who lived alone on the edge of the ocean, practicing meditation with such dedication that people began to revere him as enlightened. Bahia himself believed this. He thought he had reached the highest attainment, that his practice was complete, that he had nothing more to learn. But one night, devas, celestial beings who could see truth more clearly than humans, appeared to him and said, "Bahia, you are not enlightened. You have attained deep concentration, but you have not seen the ultimate truth. There is a teacher in Savatthi, the Buddha, who can show you what you have not yet seen. Go to him quickly." Bahia was shaken. Everything he believed about himself, about his attainment, was suddenly in question. He left immediately, traveling overnight, driven by an urgency he couldn't explain. By morning, he arrived in Savatthi and learned the Buddha was walking through the town on alms round, collecting food for his daily meal. Bahia ran to find him. When he saw the Buddha walking calmly down the street, Bahia threw himself at the Buddha's feet and begged, "Please, teach me the Dhamma so that I may find peace and liberation." The Buddha said gently, "This is not the time, Bahia. I am on alms round. Come to the monastery later." But Bahia, feeling the Deva's urgency in his bones, pleaded again, "Venerable sir, life is uncertain. Death could come for you or for me at any moment. Please teach me now." He asked 3 times, and finally, the Buddha stopped and looked at him. Then, the Buddha spoke what would become one of the most concise and profound teachings in all of Buddhism. In the seen, there is only the seen. In the heard, there is only the heard. In the sensed, there is only the sensed. In the cognized, there is only the cognized. When for you there is in the seen only the seen, in the heard only the heard, in the sensed only the sensed, in the cognized only the cognized, then you will not be by that. When you are not by that, you will not be in that. When you are not in that, you will be neither here, nor beyond, nor between the two. This, just this, is the end of suffering. In that moment, hearing those words, understanding their meaning, Baha'ya became fully enlightened. He saw through the illusion of permanent self, through the grasping that creates suffering, through the fundamental delusion that had kept him bound. In an instant, he was free. Baha'ya bowed to the Buddha in gratitude and turned to leave. Within moments, literally moments after achieving enlightenment, Baha'ya was gored by a cow and died on the spot. Later, when the monks found his body and asked the Buddha about Baha'ya's fate, the Buddha told them, Baha'ya has attained final liberation. He died fully awakened. Then the Buddha said something that reveals the heart of his teaching. Life is uncertain. Death is certain. Baha'ya understood this, which is why he insisted I teach him immediately. In the span of perhaps an hour, Baha'ya went from believing himself enlightened to discovering he wasn't, from seeking teaching to receiving it, from achieving enlightenment to dying. Birth, transformation, death, all in one morning. This is the teaching on impermanence that changes everything. Impermanence, anicca in Pali, is one of the three fundamental characteristics of all existence in Buddhism. Everything that arises passes away. Everything that comes together falls apart. Everything that is born dies. Everything that begins ends. This isn't pessimism. This isn't nihilism. This is simply accurate description of how reality works. Baha'ya's story demonstrates this with stark clarity. His belief in his own enlightenment was impermanent. It arose and passed. His seeking was impermanent. It arose and passed. His enlightenment was impermanent in form, though the liberation it brought was beyond arising and passing. His life was impermanent. It arose and passed. Nothing stayed. Everything changed. And this is true for every single experience, every single moment, every single thing that exists in conditioned reality. When someone doesn't choose you, you're experiencing impermanence directly. Their feelings changed or never solidified in the way you hoped. The connection you imagined didn't remain or didn't manifest. The future you were building in your mind dissolved before it ever became real. This hurts. The pain of impermanence is real pain. But here's what the Buddha taught. Suffering doesn't come from impermanence itself. Suffering comes from relating to impermanent things as if they were permanent. You suffer because you took someone's interest or your hope for their interest and treated it as solid, unchanging, dependable. You built on it as if it were stable ground. You organized your sense of future around it as if it would last. And when it changed, which is what impermanent things always do, you experienced that change as betrayal, as loss, as evidence that something is wrong with you or with reality itself. But nothing was wrong. Things simply changed because change is their nature. The Buddha taught that there are 3 kinds of suffering, and understanding impermanence addresses all 3. The first kind is the suffering of painful experiences, the direct pain of loss, rejection, disappointment. This suffering is unavoidable as long as you're alive and capable of feeling. When someone doesn't choose you, there's pain. You wanted connection and didn't get it. You hoped for reciprocation and received rejection instead. This pain is real and valid. The second kind is the suffering of change, the unsatisfactory nature of pleasant experiences because they don't last. Even when someone does choose you, that choosing is impermanent. Feelings change, circumstances shift. People grow in different directions. The initial spark doesn't maintain the same intensity. The certainty of early connection gives way to the complexity of long-term relationship. Nothing stays in its initial form. Everything that arises is already in the process of changing. The third kind of suffering is the deepest, the suffering inherent in clinging to conditioned existence itself. This is the suffering that comes from making peace conditional on impermanent things, on someone choosing you, on circumstances aligning perfectly, on getting what you want and keeping it forever. When you make your peace dependent on something impermanent, you've guaranteed suffering, because impermanent things will change and your peace will crumble with them. Bahia's story shows the alternative. In his final teaching, the Buddha pointed Bahia towards seeing things as they are, just hearing in the hearing, just seeing in the seeing, just sensing in the sensing, without adding the story of me and mine and permanent on top of it. When you see clearly that everything is impermanent, something profound shifts in how you relate to experience. You stop demanding that impermanent things stay permanent. You stop being surprised when things change. You stop making change into evidence of failure or wrongness. You start meeting each moment as it is, knowing it will pass, allowing it to pass, without grasping or pushing away. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent. It means you stop torturing yourself by insisting that changing things stop changing. When someone doesn't choose you, impermanence is operating. Maybe their interest was genuine but temporary. It arose and passed, as impermanent things do. Maybe your compatibility changed as you both changed, which is what impermanent beings inevitably do. Maybe the circumstances that might have supported connection shifted, as circumstances always shift. None of this makes the pain less real, but understanding impermanence changes your relationship to the pain. You stop asking, why did this change? Because you understand that change is the nature of all conditioned things. Change doesn't need a reason. Unchanging would need a reason, would be the anomaly. You stop asking, what's wrong with me that they didn't stay interested? Because you understand that interest, like everything else, is impermanent. Their interest changing isn't about your worth any more than seasons changing is about the Earth's worth. You stop asking, how do I make them choose me? Because you understand that you cannot make impermanent things permanent through force of will or strategic behavior. Impermanence is liberation disguised as loss. It's liberation because when you truly understand that everything changes, you stop building your peace on things that will inevitably change. You stop making your happiness conditional on someone choosing you, staying with you, feeling about you tomorrow, what they felt yesterday. You start finding peace in what doesn't change, not external circumstances, which are always changing, but in the capacity to be present with whatever is arising, including change itself. Bahia demonstrated something else crucial. Even death, the ultimate change, couldn't touch the liberation he found through understanding. He became enlightened and died within the same hour, but his enlightenment was complete. He didn't need time to consolidate it or protect it or make sure it lasted. Because enlightenment isn't about making any particular state permanent. It's about seeing clearly that no state is permanent and finding freedom in that seeing rather than suffering. When you're not chosen, you're being given a teaching on impermanence, whether you wanted it or not. You're learning directly that connections change, that interest shifts, that what felt solid can become uncertain, that futures you imagined can dissolve before manifesting. You can relate to this teaching with resistance, fighting the impermanence, demanding reality be different, making the change into evidence of cosmic injustice or personal unworthiness. Or you can relate to it with wisdom, recognizing that you're experiencing the fundamental nature of conditioned existence, that this pain is teaching you not to build on shifting ground, that understanding impermanence is understanding freedom. The Buddha's final words to his disciples, spoken as he was dying, were about impermanence. All conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive on with diligence. He didn't say this to depress them or make them afraid. He said it to free them from the suffering that comes from denying or fighting what is fundamentally true. Everything changes. This person's feelings changed or never formed as you hoped. This connection shifted or ended or never fully began. That change isn't personal. It isn't punishment. It isn't evidence that something is wrong with you or with how reality operates. It's just impermanence, doing what impermanence always does, manifesting as change. And when you stop arguing with impermanence, when you stop demanding that changing things stay unchanged, when you stop making your peace conditional on permanence in an impermanent world, you find something that doesn't change. Not external stability. That's impossible in conditioned existence. But internal stability, the capacity to meet whatever arises, including change and loss, without being destroyed by it. Bahia found this in an instant and died free. You might take longer, moving through the pain slowly, learning gradually what he learned in a flash. But the teaching is the same. Everything changes, and understanding that truth is the end of suffering, not the cause of it. When you truly understand impermanence, you stop trying to make people permanent fixtures in your life. You appreciate them while they're present, knowing presence is temporary. You value connection without demanding it stay exactly as it is forever. And when someone doesn't choose you, you grieve the loss without making it mean something permanent about your worth or your future. Because in an impermanent world, this too will change. This pain will change. Your circumstances will change. Your understanding will deepen. New possibilities will arise. Not because you deserve it or earned it, but simply because change is the nature of all things. And that nature, that fundamental impermanence, is not your enemy. It's your teacher. It's showing you where you're building on unstable ground, so you can learn to find stability in what doesn't need external conditions to remain whole. This is the teaching that changes everything, not the content of what happens, but your relationship to change itself. "7 days after the Buddha's enlightenment, he gave his first teaching to 5 ascetics in the deer park at Isipatana. That teaching on the 4 Noble Truths became famous, known as turning the wheel of the Dharma. But 5 days later, the Buddha gave a second teaching to the same 5 ascetics that was equally profound, though less famous. He taught them about the 5 aggregates, the components that humans mistake for a permanent, unchanging self. The Buddha asked them to examine their direct experience. Is the body permanent or impermanent? The ascetics answered, impermanent, venerable sir. And what is impermanent? Is that satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. And what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change? Is it fitting to regard that as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. The Buddha then went through each aggregate systematically: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness. For each one, the same questions, the same recognitions: impermanent, unsatisfactory, not self. He showed them that what they'd been calling I and me and mine was actually a constantly changing stream of processes, a body that's always aging and dying and replacing cells, feelings that arise and pass moment by moment, perceptions that shift with conditions, mental formations that come and go, consciousness that flickers in and out with every sense contact. None of it was stable. None of it was under their control. None of it was a permanent self that could be grasped or protected or enhanced or diminished. The Buddha concluded, when you see this clearly, you become disenchanted with form, disenchanted with feeling, disenchanted with perception, disenchanted with mental formations, disenchanted with consciousness. Being disenchanted, you become dispassionate. Through dispassion, you are liberated. Upon hearing this teaching, all 5 ascetics became fully enlightened. They saw through the illusion of a permanent self, and in that seeing, they were free. This teaching, known as anatta, or not self, is perhaps the most radical and misunderstood teaching in all of Buddhism. And it has everything to do with why you suffer when someone doesn't choose you. When someone doesn't choose you, who exactly is not being chosen? You might answer, me, myself, who I am. But the Buddha's teaching on the 5 aggregates asks you to look more carefully. Is it your body that's not being chosen? Your body is constantly changing. The cells that compose it now are not the same cells that composed it a year ago. Which version of your body wasn't chosen? Yesterday's, today's, tomorrow's? Is it your feelings that aren't being chosen? Feelings arise and pass moment by moment. Right now you might feel rejected, but an hour ago you felt fine, and an hour from now you might feel different again. Which feeling is the you that wasn't chosen? Is it your perceptions, your ideas about yourself, your self-image? Those shift constantly based on circumstances, feedback, mood, the stories you're telling yourself. Are you the confident person you were last week, or the insecure person you are today? Which one wasn't chosen? Is it your mental formations, your habits, patterns, tendencies? Those are conditioned, learned, changing. They're not a fixed self, but processes that arise based on causes and conditions. Is it your consciousness, your awareness? Consciousness depends on sense contact to arise. It appears when there's an eye and a form, an ear and a sound, a mind and a thought. Without contact, there's no consciousness. It's not a thing you possess. It's a process that arises and ceases moment by moment. The Buddha's teaching is that when you examine your direct experience carefully, you cannot find a permanent, unchanging self that could be chosen or not chosen, accepted or rejected, validated or invalidated. There's no solid you at the center of experience. There's just experience arising and passing, sensations, thoughts, emotions, perceptions, all flowing, all changing, none of it fixed or graspable as mine. This might sound abstract or philosophical, but it has profound practical implications for suffering. When someone doesn't choose you, the suffering comes from believing there's a fixed self that has been evaluated and found lacking. You take their decision and make it into a verdict about who you fundamentally are. You solidify yourself into a permanent identity as the person who wasn't chosen, the person who isn't enough, the person who always gets rejected. But the Buddha's teaching reveals this as delusion. There's no permanent you to make verdicts about. There's just this constantly changing stream of experience. And right now, part of that stream includes the pain of not being chosen. The pain is real. But the story that this pain reveals something fixed and true about a permanent self, that's the delusion that creates suffering. Think about how you relate to rejection. Most people don't just feel the natural disappointment of not getting what they wanted. They take the rejection and build an entire identity around it. They say, I'm not attractive enough, as if attractiveness is a fixed quality rather than something that shifts based on countless conditions, including the preferences and state of mind of the other person. They say, I'm not interesting enough, as if interestingness is an inherent trait rather than something that emerges or doesn't emerge in the space between two people at a particular time. They say, "I'm not worthy of love," as if worthiness is something that can be permanently present or absent, rather than a concept you're projecting onto the flowing stream of experience. All of these statements treat the self as a fixed thing that can be evaluated, judged, and found deficient. But the Buddha taught the opposite. There is no fixed thing to evaluate. There are aggregates constantly arising and passing. Sometimes those aggregates appear in ways that align with what someone else is seeking, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes the conditions support connection, and sometimes they don't. None of this says anything permanent about a permanent you, because there is no permanent you to say things about. This teaching is liberating because it dissolves the entire framework of needing to be chosen as validation of self-worth. If there's no permanent self, there's no permanent self that needs validation. If there's no fixed you, there's no fixed you that can be fundamentally rejected. If you're a constantly changing process rather than a static entity, then someone not choosing you says nothing about your essence, because you don't have an essence. You have a stream of changing conditions. The Buddha emphasized that seeing not self doesn't mean you disappear or become nothing or lose all sense of conventional identity. You still function in the world. You still have preferences, make choices, engage in relationships. You still use I and me as convenient designations for this particular stream of experience. But you stop believing in a solid, permanent, findable self that those designations point to. And in that stopping, you're free from the suffering that comes from defending, enhancing, or mourning a self that never existed in the first place. When the Buddha taught the 5 aggregates to the 5 ascetics, he was showing them something they could verify in their own experience. He wasn't asking them to believe in a philosophy or accept a doctrine. He was asking them to look carefully at their actual experience and see what's really there. You can do the same investigation right now. When you think, I wasn't chosen, try to find the I that wasn't chosen. Is it a thought arising in awareness? Then it's impermanent. It arises and passes. Is it a feeling in your body? Then it's constantly changing. The sensations shift moment by moment. Is it a mental image of yourself? Then it's a perception constructed from memory and imagination, not a solid thing. When you actually look for this solid self that was rejected, you can't find it. You find thoughts about self, feelings about self, perceptions of self, but you don't find a self itself. This isn't a conceptual game. This is direct investigation of what's actually present in your experience. And when you see clearly that there's no fixed self to be rejected, something profound shifts. The wound of not being chosen begins to heal because you realize there was never anyone solid enough to be wounded in the way you thought. There's pain. Yes, that's present. There's disappointment. That arises. There's sadness about loss of possibility. That's real. But there's no damaged self, no fundamentally rejected you, no permanent identity as not enough. Those are stories added on top of the direct experience, and they're stories built on the false foundation of believing in a permanent self. The Buddha taught that clinging to the 5 aggregates as self is the root of suffering. When you cling to form as self, you suffer when your body ages, changes, becomes ill. When you cling to feelings as self, you suffer when pleasant feelings pass and unpleasant ones arise. When you cling to perceptions as self, you suffer when your self-image is challenged or when you can't maintain the identity you've constructed. When you cling to mental formations as self, you suffer when your habits and patterns don't serve you, but you can't let them go because you think they're who you are. When you cling to consciousness as self, you suffer because consciousness depends on conditions, and you can never fully control those conditions. All of this clinging to aggregates as self creates the suffering of needing to be chosen, because if these aggregates are me, then someone not choosing them is rejecting me. But when you see clearly that the aggregates are not self, that there's no owner of experience, but just experience arising and passing, the whole framework collapses. Someone not choosing you becomes simply this: certain conditions didn't align, certain processes didn't sync up, certain preferences and circumstances and timing didn't create the connection you hoped for. None of it personal in the way you thought, because there's no permanent person for it to be personal about. The Buddha called this teaching hard to see, because it goes against the most fundamental assumption humans carry, that there's a real, permanent me at the center of experience. You've been operating from this assumption your entire life. Every thought starts with, I think every feeling is my feeling. Every experience is happening to me. The language itself reinforces the illusion of a separate, permanent self. But the Buddha was asking the 5 ascetics, and is asking you, to look beyond language and belief to direct experience. What's actually here when you look carefully? Changing sensations, arising thoughts, passing emotions, constructed perceptions, all flowing, None of it solid, none of it owned by a permanent self that exists apart from the flow. This seeing is what liberated the 5 ascetics. In one teaching, they went from belief in a solid self to recognition of not self, and that recognition freed them from the suffering that comes from trying to defend and enhance and validate something that doesn't exist in the way they thought. When someone doesn't choose you and you're suffering, you have the same opportunity those ascetics had. You can continue believing in a permanent self that has been evaluated and rejected, that needs to be fixed or improved or made worthy of choosing. Or you can investigate, where is this self that needs choosing? Not as a philosophical question, but as a direct inquiry into your present experience. And when you look carefully and honestly, you discover what the Buddha taught. There's no one there to reject. There's just this moment's experience, this sensation, this thought, this emotion, arising from countless conditions and passing away into countless more. The pain doesn't immediately disappear when you see this. The disappointment doesn't vanish. The sadness about loss may still arise. But the suffering, the deep existential wound of believing you as a permanent entity, have been found unworthy. That begins to dissolve. Because when there's no permanent you, there's no permanent you that can be fundamentally unworthy. There's just this stream of experience, sometimes flowing toward connection, and sometimes flowing away from it, sometimes meeting another stream in confluence, and sometimes not. None of it a verdict on a self that doesn't exist in the solid, permanent way you've been believing it does. This is the most radical teaching in Buddhism. The one who needs to be chosen is a fiction. Not a fiction you consciously created, but one built from habit and conditioning and the deep-rooted human tendency to solidify the flowing stream of experience into a graspable me. And the path to freedom is seeing through that fiction directly, not by believing the teaching, but by investigating your experience until you see it for yourself. When you see it clearly, as the 5 ascetics did in hearing the Buddha's teaching on the aggregates, the whole framework of needing to be chosen to validate your worth collapses. Not because you've convinced yourself you don't need validation, but because you've seen directly that there's no permanent self there to validate. And that seeing, clear, direct, unshakable, is liberation from the suffering of not being chosen. There was a wealthy householder named Chitta who lived in a small town and was known for his deep understanding of the Dhamma. Though he wasn't a monk, Chitta's wisdom was so clear that even senior monks would seek him out for discussion and guidance. He was generous with his home, regularly inviting monks to teach the townspeople and offering meals and support to the Sangha. One day, a group of monks arrived in town, and Chitta invited them to his home, as was his practice. He prepared a meal, gathered the community, and asked the monks to share the Dhamma. But these monks were arrogant. They spoke down to Chitta, dismissed his questions as beneath them, and treated him with barely concealed contempt because he was a layperson rather than an ordained monk. When Chitta offered corrections to their misunderstandings of the teachings, corrections that were accurate and rooted in deep study, the monks became defensive and dismissive. They implied that a householder had no place teaching monks anything, regardless of his understanding. Chitta listened calmly. He didn't argue or defend himself. He didn't try to prove his worth or change their minds. When the meal was finished, he thanked them politely for coming, and then he simply stopped inviting them. There were no speeches about disrespect, no explanations about why they were no longer welcome, no attempts to make them understand what they'd done wrong. Chitta continued his practice of supporting the Sangha, but he directed his invitations and support toward monks who engaged with respect and genuine interest in the Dhamma. When the disrespectful monks asked why they were no longer invited, Chitta responded simply, "I honor the Dhamma by supporting those who embody it." Later, when the Buddha heard about this situation, he praised Chitta's response. The Buddha said that Chitta had acted with perfect right action, one of the essential elements of the Eightfold Path. He hadn't been cruel or vindictive, but he also hadn't continued participating in a dynamic that dishonored both himself and the teachings. This story reveals something essential about what right action means when someone doesn't choose you or doesn't treat you with respect. Right action isn't about forcing others to behave differently. It's about choosing how you participate or don't participate based on what aligns with wisdom and compassion. When someone doesn't choose you, right action begins with a simple recognition. You cannot control their choice, but you can control your response. You cannot make someone choose you through persuasion, manipulation, or self-improvement projects designed to become who you think they want. You cannot force interest where it doesn't exist. You cannot create reciprocity through sheer force of will. What you can do is choose how you relate to the reality of not being chosen. Chitta didn't try to make the disrespectful monks respect him. He didn't continue inviting them while hoping they would change. He didn't diminish himself to make them comfortable or work harder to prove his worthiness of their regard. He simply redirected his energy toward what was reciprocal and respectful. This is right action, aligning your behavior with reality rather than with fantasy, with wisdom rather than with wishful thinking. In Buddhist teaching, right action is part of the ethical conduct section of the Eightfold Path, along with right speech and right livelihood. Together, these three elements guide how you move through the world in ways that reduce suffering rather than create it. Right action specifically addresses physical and behavioral choices, what you do, not just what you say or think. The traditional definition focuses on abstaining from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. But the principle extends to all actions. Are your behaviors creating suffering or reducing it? When someone doesn't choose you and you keep chasing them, offering more of yourself, trying to convince them, waiting for them to change their mind, what kind of suffering are you creating? You're creating suffering for yourself through continued rejection and the erosion of your self-respect. You're potentially creating discomfort for them through pressure they didn't ask for. You're creating a dynamic that dishonors what the Buddha taught about accepting reality as it is. Right action in this situation means stopping your participation in what creates suffering. Like sitting, you don't need to make a dramatic exit or deliver a speech about your worth or explain why you're withdrawing. You simply stop offering yourself where you're not received. This isn't punishment. This isn't revenge. This is alignment with reality. Chitta didn't stop inviting the disrespectful monks to punish them or to teach them a lesson. He stopped inviting them because continuing to invite them would have meant continuing to participate in disrespect toward himself and toward the Dhamma he honored. When you stop chasing someone who doesn't choose you, you're not punishing them. You're honoring yourself and honoring the truth of the situation. Right action also requires discernment about what behavior actually serves the Dhamma versus what serves ego. There's a difference between withdrawing from self-respect and withdrawing from wounded pride. Self-respect says, this dynamic doesn't serve me, so I'm choosing to step back. Wounded pride says, I'll show them they were wrong, not to choose me, by making myself unavailable. Self-respect is quiet